Russians killed northwest of Kiev. It's absolutely hideous. They killed and butchered household pets, in this case dogs, and nailed them to some kind of a wooden plank and ate them. So this is the level of an quote unquote army, in quotation marks, that Ukrainians are dealing with. An absolute monstrosity, a horror, uh, an entity that just brings despair, death, and suffering to Ukraine.
For
Okay.
those, go ahead,
Uh,
Benjamin.
Sorry. So uh, somebody is asking in the chat why there is a Z, a V, and another Z on this slideshow, and I just want to make clear that we are broadcasting against the Russian embassy, and they are using their own spotlights to try to drown us out. We have found a corner of wall that they cannot defend, and so we are using that, and they are surrounding us with their own spotlights. I am going between the images and the zoomed out version so that you can see both the slides that we are trying to show and the way that they are trying to erase history, to erase reality at the same time. And I feel awkward about it, honestly, because showing a swastika is not something that I normally want to do. But I do think, one of the features of this whole story is the effort to obliterate the history of Ukraine, the reality of Ukraine, the people of Ukraine, and part of that is putting a big Z on top of the images that we're showing. And so we're trying to balance here, showing the images that we want to show, but also showing the reaction and the efforts to suppress it that they have engaged in. And one of the reasons I built the mobile big ass projector was so that we could counter this. The last time we did this at the ambassador's house, it was actually very difficult to show the slides that we wanted to show because they're reasonably effective at blotting them out. And we had heroic efforts by Alex and Yevgeny Vinman to hoist the projector on their shoulders and get images up. But we felt we needed a more mobile and more dynamic ability to avoid exactly this. So to the people who are asking about why there are Z's and V's on the wall, this is the part of the wall that we can access that they cannot defend. And so we wanted to, create a capability to hit them where they can't do anything about it. And if they can do things about it, we move and go to a different diplomatic facility. And at the end of this broadcast, I do have a message for the ambassador about forthcoming special military operations. So please stay tuned for that. Walter, back to you.
Thank you. Again, we have seen a number of pictures from destroyed Ukrainian cities and villages. One of the pictures was a church with a mass grave, literally near the church, in the church backyard. In just one that mass grave, bodies of over 280 civilians were found, and it's just one of the many mass graves that Russians are leaving behind, trying to hide some of their war crimes. It's also one of those pictures right now, the one that we are seeing. It's a ditch, essentially dug out by Russians, and bodies ditched literally in that in that hole and buried as a part of mass grave. It was located again and in a church backyard among many. Many of those mass graves are all over Ukraine, and they become information about them transpires. They are being found, bodies are being uncovered, and it's this ongoing process. Again, as I said earlier, the bodies are still being found on a daily basis because there were so many killed that there's still, people are still missing. People still don't know where their relatives are. Well, in this case, this lady, unfortunately, she already has at least the knowledge what happened to the relative after he or she was killed by Russians. So more destruction, more destroyed buildings. This is what Russians bring to Ukraine. Whole cities leveled down. Right now, Russians switched their tactic. They understood that they cannot have an upper hand in more or less fair one-to-one battles because they lack the morale, they lack the stamina. Therefore, they shifted to classic Russian tactics, just using the upper hand in artillery. They're leveling cities to the ground, destroying everything, targeting apartment blocks, targeting private houses, leaving nothing where anything can be essentially hiding, and then they're capturing what is left. And this is what is left after Russians do it. Nothing. Destruction, debris, despair, unlivable conditions, death, and corpses, mutilated corpses, and destruction. And then Russians proudly declare their victories. They pitch in Russian flags or even Soviet flags. They paint these modern swastikas in V and Z, like they proudly did just right now in their embassy of a Russian terrorist state. They continue to do this on every single day, on everyday basis. Every day has a funeral in Ukraine. All over Ukraine, there are funerals of Ukrainian defenders, of Ukrainian civilians who are killed. Every single day, even after Russians have been pushed away from Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine, the city that used to have a population of almost 2 million people. Right now, every single day, Kharkiv is under attack. Russians are bombing Kharkiv. Russians are firing missiles and cruise missiles into Kharkiv. Russians are firing long-range artillery into Kharkiv. They're targeting civilians. They're targeting apartment blocks indiscriminately. And often they're just doing that specifically to kill as many civilians as possible. Destruction, despair, and horror, essentially. This is the stable things that Russians bring to Ukraine, and this is how their quote-unquote liberation looks like.
Oops. I think I've lost the feed from the Walter Report for a second. I will bring it back, and we'll be back in a second.
And this specific mass grave was recently uncovered in the east of Ukraine. Again, it's
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Естественно, город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах. Сразу же в первые дни мы стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовываем гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как их встречают, говорит о том, что Люди сохранили в
The
сердцах
kindergarten
веру
full of
в силу
children.
русского
It's a
мира,
legit
который их не
target for
бросил, не
Russian
оставил.
invaders.
Снова вернулся, люди
The
снова
more they
свободны,
kill,
снова
the
спокойны
better
за свое
for
будущее.
them.
Без страха
That's
носят
how
георгиевские
they approach
ленты,
this in Ukraine.
поднимают знамена победы.
Benjamin, we're getting a lot of
Уходя,
messages from the
украинская армия
audience to
традиционно
build
оставила город и
landscape
его
versus
жителей в
portrait.
бедственном положении.
Can
Для
you
стабилизации
switch
гуманитарной обстановки
the,
народная милиция
to
продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты
landscape
питания и предметы
longer
первой необходимости.
left?
I can try. Let me see. My arms are getting extremely tired, but I will do
Oh,
what
no.
I can.
Thank you. Sorry, Walter, go ahead.
No worries. Just that's the
Но не хлебом
landscape
единым
version.
жив человек.
Perfect.
Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Right now we're seeing a picture of a young boy from Bucha, if I recall correctly, who brings canned food to a grave of his own mother.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
They prohibited civilians to get food. The woman died of starvation, and her young son brings canned food to her own grave.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Children witnessing their parents killed, parents witnessing their children killed, children being deported, young men and young women deported en masse to Russia, to distant parts of Russia.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих страдать буквально со слезами на глазах. Сразу же с первых же дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданского населения помочь организовывать выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как их встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил. Снова вернулся, люди снова свободны, снова спокойны за свое будущее. Без страха носят георгиевские ленты, поднимают знамена победы над городом.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
Cities all over Ukraine are under constant threat of Russian cruise missile strikes and Russian rocket strikes. So more of these appalling pictures of civilians killed.
Hold on, guys. The feed dropped for a second. I'm gonna restart it. So just give me a moment.
This very well could be Russian interference trying to stop us from speaking.
I wish I could say it was that illustrative. My very tired hand hit the wrong spot, and
well, that's better.
I'm afraid I killed my own feed by accident. But please do join. I've restarted it, and please join back. And actually, let's pause a moment, Walter, because I want people to see the images as you're describing them, and people are. Okay, so we've got a noise complaint. Which means we've got to shut down. Realistically, Matteo, how long do you think we have?
10 minutes until we've got to be either off or away.
Okay, so here's what I want to do. We are going to, Walter, can you wrap up in the next couple minutes? And then we're going to look at a couple more images that I want Katerina to talk about, and then we will shut it down.
Okay. Yes,
all right.
Absolutely.
And we can continue talking on this feed after we do. It's just the sound of the generator that's now risks violating a noise ordinance. So, Walter, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So again, the main message that we are seeing on these pictures: all of Ukraine is in danger. You cannot be safe anywhere in Ukraine. Russian invaders are terrorizing Ukrainian cities. Civilians are being essentially terrorized by constant air raid alarms on every single day. Sometimes even a couple times per day. And it can be in western Ukraine, in southern Ukraine, in central part of Ukraine. It doesn't matter. You cannot hide from Russian cruise missiles, which target specifically cities, which target specifically apartment blocks. And whenever Russian missile lands and strikes, it's being declared as a legit military target, be it a kindergarten, apartment block, a school, or a private house. And again, most important message that should be conveyed and that we should remember: it's not just Bucha. Russian genocide of Ukrainians continues, and Russian genocide of Ukrainians perpetrated by Russian terrorist state continues all over Ukraine, where Russians occupied Ukrainian cities, towns, where they terrorized civilians, where they rape women, where they kill, rape and kill young women, young girls, where they deport population en masse, where they forcefully conscript male population and turn them into cannon fodder and throw them upon Ukrainian position just in order to discover strong points and then target them with massive amounts of artillery fire. This is what is happening on everyday basis on Russian-occupied territories of Ukraine. It can be south of Ukraine, it can be east of Ukraine. It doesn't matter. The scale is absolutely mind-boggling. It is in the small villages, horrors, atrocities, war crimes are happening. It is in larger towns. Towns and villages are being destroyed. This is what is happening in Ukraine.
Don't confuse or kid yourself. In 50 years, there will be museums to this genocide that the Russians are perpetrating. Entire villages are being wiped off the planet. The Russians are doing with impunity what only the Nazis could dream of doing. Benjamin.
All right. Thank you, guys. So before we got to shut down in a minute, or we're going to get arrested. Katerina prepared some slides and some video. Kat, can you talk us through your slides?
Yeah, absolutely. So just wanted to bring attention to the latest atrocity that Russia has committed. Of course, we all know about the bombing at the shopping mall in Kremenchuk that was bombed with over 1,000 civilians inside. And remember that this was a precision strike. They chose to strike a shopping mall. They chose to strike civilians. This is not a military target. They deliberately attacked the shopping mall in the middle of the day when people were out and about, when they knew it would be packed, and over 1,000 civilians were inside at the time of the shopping mall strike. This was a peaceful shopping mall on the day of, and this is what happens when the Russian world, when Ruski Mir comes to Ukraine, comes to our cities, and this is what's left of it. And so we don't know the damage of how many people have died in the strike yet. The numbers will only keep going up. Russia also, in the span of the last few days, hit a town in the Odessa region where 2 children died, 20 people died, a residential building. This 6-year-old girl was killed while in her bed by Russian strikes. Russia is a terrorist state. It kills children, it kills civilians, it attacks residential buildings, it attacks shopping malls in the middle of the day. This is the residential building in the Odessa district. 20 people died, including 2 children. This is what our children are growing up with. This is what prom looks like in Ukraine, thanks to the Russian world, thanks to Ruski Mir. And this
Решимость
is
и
the
отвага
reality for
защитников
so many
Отечества
Ukrainian
позволили успешно
civilians,
завершить восьмилетнюю
children,
оккупацию территории
teenagers,
Луганской
high
Народной
schoolers that are
Республики
supposed to be
нацистским
enjoying
киевским
their
режимом.
prom.
В противовес бандеровской хунте
So
над освобожденными
this is
городами
just a reminder
развиваются
for everyone
знамена
of what
Великой
it
Победы.
looks like when the
Со
Russians
взятием
come to your
Лисичанска
country,
фактически
what
завершена.
Ukrainians are dealing with every
Операция по
day, and
освобождению
why we
территории
have to
Луганской
stop
Народной
them in
Республики.
Ukraine
Непосредственно
before
город
they
был
can wreak
взят
this havoc
и освобожден
anywhere
совместными
else.
усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил
So
России и Народной милиции
before
Луганской
we
Народной Республики.
shut down the big
Мирные
ass
жители
projector for
встречают
tonight,
наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах. Сразу же с первых же дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовываем выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как люди здесь встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил. Снова вернулся, люди снова свободны, снова спокойны за свое будущее. Без страха носят георгиевские ленты и поднимают знамена победы над городом.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be explaining that we're about to see some videos from the shopping mall strike just to give you an idea of the chaos and the destruction that went on.
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители для мирного населения, символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
It was a slight mistake. They were aiming for somewhere else, and accidents happened. That's the Russian ambassador to the United Kingdom's explanation.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
Shopping mall full of women, children, and men, and they claim that this is perhaps a collateral damage strike. This is not true. This was a missile fired to cause terror.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Resolute nature of Ukrainian constitution within the minds and the hearts of all Ukrainians and freedom-loving peoples around the world. Katerina? We're going to bring Katerina back in. She got disconnected.
On it. She's in.
There we saw in that video some of the aftermath of the shopping mall strike, and we're about to watch another video of what was happening around Kremenchuk when peaceful citizens were enjoying a beautiful day in a park on runs with their families, taking their children out for a walk, taking their dogs out for a walk. And this is what happens at a peaceful park, a beautiful lake, when the shopping mall strike happened. And you can just see the fear, the chaos, the destruction, and there's no other definition for this other than terrorism. That is what they are intending to do. They want to cause terror. They want to cause fear.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить восьмилетнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена. Операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики.
The Russian perspective that this will break the Ukrainian spirit is not only incorrect and misguided, it's immoral. 30 years that the Ukraine has been able to exist and develop a free and democratic society won't be extinguished by 1,000 Russian bombs or 1,000,000. Go ahead, Ben.
Sorry, so we've got to shut down the big ass projector and the generator that's driving it before we get arrested. So I will be back in a little while, and I'm going to end this live stream now. Thanks to you all, and please stick with the Walter Report. I will be back with some additional thoughts in a few minutes.
Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it. For everyone here, most likely genocidal behavior of the Russian regime, and we thank him and we wish them safety, and we send our support to you. We thank you for your brave show of solidarity and support for Ukraine, as all of us here who listen at the Walter Report and Maria Aid and everyone who has a mind for the preservation of Ukraine and her people. It is an amazing thing we've done tonight, and it's all on Katerina and Benjamin for being there on the front lines to deal with Russian intimidation and harassment, even in the United States. Claiming that in an area where presumably, ostensibly, no one's living, that they're making noise complaints at 10:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's egregious. It's an abuse of the American democracy, but that's what democratic nations do. They have rules and laws, and they uphold them, even if it's for the dictators of the world. So, in every aspect of our action, we show ourselves to be the more civil, the more correct, the more just society. This would not happen in Russia. In Russia, anything could happen. They don't care for the rule of law. They don't care for the rights of humankind. That's the situation we're in, and we have done our utmost tonight on American Independence Day to tell the world Russia is a terrorist state. They are murdering men, women, and children, elderly, murdering animals, pets, man's best friend. Why are they doing it? Because they believe that Ukraine does not have a right to exist. They believe Ukrainians are inferior to them, that they are superior, and they must project Russian hegemony around the region. We are here to say no. We support Ukrainian people in their fight for freedom. Any free person in the world who knows the taste of freedom, every American who sings the national anthem, every Westerner who believes in the rule of law and democratic institutions, we all support Ukraine. The balance of power is on our side. We have to continue our support for Ukraine. We need to speak truth to power. We need to promote, raise awareness. We need to support institutions that help Ukraine win its freedom back. And on that note, I'll hand it over to you, Walter. Or David. Go ahead, David.
No, I just also wanted to thank Walter for his oration. It was really outstanding, and it was done with such professionalism. So I really want to thank Walter for explaining the slides. I know Kenty didn't do that. Watching your own country being terrorized the way it's been terrorized. Maybe we should take a couple of questions. I see Antti has his hand up. Antti, go ahead.
If I could, I would like to wait until Ben gets back.
Okay, no problem. Walter, did you have anything you wanted to add at this point?
Yeah, so regarding the atrocities, it's an ongoing thing, never-ending thing, unfortunately, in Ukraine. And recently,
old friend Antti Ruokonen.
Go ahead, Ben.
So we have wound down the projections, and I have a couple of things to say. The first is that I really appreciate everybody who participated in putting these slides together, and to Walter for his eloquent account of them. I want to apologize for cutting you off. I pride myself that we conduct all these special military operations in full accord with local, national, and international law, unlike the Russian Federation. And so when the cops ask us to shut things down, we do it. But among the listeners of this, there are a lot of people who have things to say. We have the technology to say them on the facilities of the Russian Federation. We are happy to work with people who want to do that. And I specifically have a message that for the Russian ambassador, which I'm going to ask Katerina to translate for me. This is for any embassy staff who may be listening. you think that you can cover up what we're trying to do with Z's and V's, but you can't. Cultural Center, we're coming back to the ambassador's house, we're coming to the press office, the center of your propaganda machine. We may even come to the military facility if the Secret Service will let us that near the Obama House.
Мы будем и в посольстве, и в культурном центре, и в военном центре, и в пресс-центре. Мы будем везде.
I want you to understand that you cannot escape these images. These images will haunt you in this world and in the next, and I will project them onto any diplomatic building that you occupy.
Вы не можете убежать. Мы вас найдем. Где вы можете убежать, мы вас там найдем. И даже в смерти мы будем там с прожектором и будем, где вы можете спрятаться, мы будем там.
To everybody who is working on this stuff in whatever capacity, keep it up. Don't let this stuff drift out of the news. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world, and there's a lot of reason why people get distracted. We just had a big couple weeks in this country with the Supreme Court doing all kinds of things. We have midterm elections coming up. There are a lot of reasons to be distracted, and some of them are even good reasons to be distracted. But it's really important to avoid the distraction, and it's important to remember that while we are arguing about things that are important and that things that are consequential, we are not arguing about things that involve the deaths of tens of thousands of people. We're not arguing about things that involve the obliteration of nations. And I want people to think about how we can keep people talking about this, how we can keep people thinking about this, and how we can not get dulled to it. With that, I am going to sign off and get the big-ass projector safely back to its location, in its undisclosed location of residence.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you all, and signing off.
Слава Україні!
Героям слава.
Героям слава. Thank you, Benjamin and Katerina, for that amazing work you're doing on the ground. As David said, why don't we go to the room and start taking questions. We'll continue on our regularly scheduled Volta report. Bloke, go ahead.
I don't have a question, just a minor clarification. It's not been for 30 years that Ukrainians have been fighting for their country and their history. It's been for 1,000 years, and they will get through this. We will help them get through it, but they will do it on their own. And the Ukrainians are remarkable. It's tragic. It's awful, but I have every faith in the Ukrainians' ability to get through this and to win and to kick the Russians out of their country.
Thank you for that, Bloke. Yeah, just for clarification, when I say 30 years, I'm referring to the collapse of the Soviet Union and a dedicated Ukrainian government for Ukrainians. So the truth is they've always been underfoot from the Russians. But this last 30 years that Putin and his friends probably thought wasn't a big deal. It was a huge deal. It was enough to give the Ukrainians the upper leg and make them be able to express themselves in their own language with their own identity, regardless of the last 100 years of Sovietization or Bolshevism. and be able to promote a Ukrainian language and culture and ideals. That 30 years is a godsend because a generation of Ukrainians have grown up to know that they'll never, ever become slaves to the Russians again. And that's the important part. Thanks for the clarification. There was just a slight misunderstanding, I'm sure.
I knew what you meant, but I just wanted to say it.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead, Explorer.
Hi guys. I just wanted to
Решимость и
say
отвага защитников
fantastic
Отечества
job in
позволили успешно
moderating
завершить
this,
восьмилетнюю
Walter and
оккупацию
Yehuda.
территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским
When
киевским
people
режимом.
watch
В
the live
противовес бандеровской
stream
хунте над
and
освобожденными
they
городами
get
развиваются
the
знамена
additional
Великой Победы.
information, it just hits
Взятием
home
Лисичанска фактически
even
завершена.
more.
Операция по освобождению территории
I
Луганской Народной Республики.
was
Непосредственно город
they
был
were clearly
взят
waiting
и освобожден
already
совместными
and ready
усилиями
to
8-й
stomp
армии
this
Вооруженных
out.
сил
So
России и Народной
I
милиции
am
Луганской
surprised
Народной
they were able
Республики.
to stream
Мирные
as long
жители
as they did.
встречают
This
наших
definitely should be
военнослужащих с
done more
радостью, буквально
often,
слезами на глазах.
and
Сразу же с первых же дней мы
that was
стараемся
one of
всеми
my
силами
questions.
гражданского
When is the
населения помочь,
next time?
организовываем
Because
выдачу
this should
гуманитарной
be
помощи. Но сам
done
факт
so
того,
much
как
more
люди встречают,
often,
говорит о том, что люди сохранили в
especially
сердцах
onto the
веру в
Russian building,
силу русского
etc.
мира,
But yeah, they
который их
were
не бросил, не оставил. И снова вернулся, люди снова свободны,
waiting,
снова
so
спокойны
that
за
was
свое будущее.
unfortunate.
Без страха носят георгиевские
Really good
ленты,
job. We
поднимают
definitely
знамена
need to
победы
do
над
this a
городом.
lot more often.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно
Yeah, I
оставила
agree.
город и его жителей в бедственном
Go ahead.
положении. Для
Go ahead.
стабилизации
Go ahead,
гуманитарной
David.
обстановки
No, no,
народная
I-
милиция продолжает
I was
доставлять
gonna say, I
горожанам
don't think
продукты
there is a
питания и
next
предметы
time.
первой необходимости.
Planned at the moment, but there will be a next time, and clearly this was a very successful and powerful event. I'm sitting here watching this myself. It was
I just wanted to ask our audience to look into the title of this space. There is a link, not even a link, it's a website called mria8.org, a website of organization that helps Ukrainians on the ground in Ukraine. And while we were doing this today in Washington, D.C., narrating, Benjamin was doing it live on the ground. Let's also do something that will transform itself into a tangible help for people on the ground in Ukraine. Together, we managed to raise funds necessary to procure 1,000 combat application tourniquets. We managed to do it because everyone helped in one way or another, either by donating, contributing, or spreading the message. Every bit of your help, of your contribution matters. So please spread the message. We need more of those. Unfortunate reality is that 1,000 is good, but there are many more 1,000 Ukrainian defenders, Ukrainian civilians in need of those things, in need of medical supplies, in need of combat application tourniquets, in need of tourniquets, in need of specialized medical equipment to help them to save their lives. And we have the power to do so. We can contribute, we can donate, we can spread the message. It is also very important to spread the message and to continue the narrative, because as this fades into the background, as we continue with our normal lives, the genocide in Ukraine doesn't stop. It's the reality of the every single day in Ukraine. And we ourselves have the option to somehow, at least in one way or another, to alleviate this suffering for people on the ground. So let's help those people. Let's contribute. Let's donate. Let's spread the message. Everything helps. Please go to mria8.org. Their title, their website name is in the title of this space. Again, even something as little as $30 combat application tourniquet or CAT tourniquet is the difference between life and death. Something that is equal in price to our coffee or a couple of coffees. And essentially all of us here now are in power and are empowered to essentially save a couple of lives by your donation, your contribution, and you spreading the message. All of these are equally important. Please do it, and please go to Mria8 and please support the cause. I believe it's a good cause, and we have the power to save some lives. So please, let's do it.
Thank you, Walter. go to some questions. Antti, did you have a question?
Yeah. So thank you so much to Walter and Benjamin and Catherine and everyone involved. This is a really important venture to support Ukraine and shine light on the truth. But one of the things I was wondering is that do you think that projects like this should be more prevalent, especially in the parts of the world where the Russian narrative is really strong, because there are even nations in Europe where the Russian narrative is rather strong compared to what's actually going on. So do you think that there should be like I don't know, with news broadcast, there should be a portion where actually things are being discussed in a more direct manner and actually these atrocities are really being shown? Because I think that many national news broadcasters are being a bit shy on this matter and tiptoeing around the issue. I mean, there was just yesterday the first ever newspaper article I've seen in Finland where actually things were being written about in a manner that reflects the gravity of the issue, when there was an actual quote by a journalist saying that the current development in Russia can be summarized by saying that people are getting killed and they are lying about it. So what do you think about this, Walter? Thank you.
Let me start. The question is whether we should do more. The answer is pretty obvious. Yes, of course. And I mean, anytime you can raise awareness, and tonight's presentation, the slides, Walter's narration of the slides,
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена. Операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах, сразу же с первых дней стараемся всеми силами гражданского населения помочь организовываем выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как люди встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил, снова свободны, снова спокойны,
Let's go to Ricardo. I think you had your hand up. Let's try to keep the questions.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Two thoughts. One is, they seem to be prepared, whether they had heard that through our space, which I wouldn't doubt, or they just saw them setting up. I'm just kind of curious about that. And I think I forgot my other question.
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
They're the ones that are doing this. And I don't know, it just struck me to see those images flashing behind.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
Yeah, I mean, you could almost feel the fear. They're afraid of the truth. That's the bottom line. So they have to, they use. You could see that they were using lighting to obfuscate anything that was going to be shown on the embassy.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
But at the same time, it was in a way exhilarating because the truth was coming out on their embassy. There was nothing they could do about it, and that's what happens. So these are at bottom at weak because they don't have morality on their side. These are immoral. These are evil people, and this perpetration of atrocities is evil. They have nothing better to do than that's all they can do is put up their Nazi symbol. That's what they did. But we overcame them tonight. And I think everybody in this space ought to be proud because you were all part of it. Liberal, you have a question?
I had a comment and perhaps a question. I'll try to keep it brief. I wanted to thank Walter for the poignant narration. I mean, the emotion, it felt like he was trying to hold in, his emotion, but it seemed palpable. Yehuda, for your eloquent commentary always. I wanted to dovetail on what Ricardo said. What struck me was the juxtaposition of the genocide, on the retaining wall, and then the arrogance or the hubris of the Russian embassy staff. They could have just had a Russian flag and left it at that, but they wanted to throw in, those symbols of genocide, very proudly. And I was surprised, not surprised. And my question is, was there any media on site? Because if so, that would help amplify this particular project. Do we know if...
I believe there was a Washington Post reporter there. Benjamin Wittes said he contacted a reporter from the Washington Post, and I believe Katerina, who was with him, said that there was at least one Washington Post reporter. So hopefully we'll get some ink out of this and some media coverage. But the answer is yes, there was media there. I don't know how many more. Battle Moose, you have your hand up.
Hey, boss. It's weird because I was actually listening and doing other things. I'm going, who is that speaking right now? It sounds like an educated version of Ryan, but that could never happen. So thank you for co-hosting. I just want to point out that Ben et al. This is not the first time them doing it. They've been doing this for some time, and we need to go and support them. Hopefully we can do some kind of a broadcast like this again, because it knocked it out of the park. When you want to send a message, this is the type of message. So maybe next time, hopefully we can get a little. I know we're walking a sword there to balancing, putting out ahead of time, promoting the event versus tipping our hand to the adversary, right?
Well, just so the room knows, we actually have, Ben spoke to me today and he said we're going to do this more often, and he'll do whatever he can to make sure that we can, that Walter Port, Riad, Ben, his group, that we can keep doing this and promoting it at every opportunity. So although there might not be an exact date planned for the next, but there are a lot of dedicated people there who are looking to do this, and I think that we should expect more in the near future, and until the Russians are where they belong, which is Russia.
We should also point out, Yehuda, don't you think, that Ben is for those of you who may not know, Ben is the editor-in-chief of the Lawfare blog, and it is the leading national security blog in the United States. Ben is a leading national security lawyer. He is highly respected and accomplished. He's a fellow at the Brookings Institution. We are so lucky to have him as an ally here. I know that he runs the space, not always on Ukraine, usually but very frequently it's been on Ukraine. And it's not every day. It's usually when something happens, when there's some breaking news. Last week, for example, it was about the Supreme Court decision. The week before that, it was about the January 6th committee. So he has been running an amazing space himself, and we are very lucky to have him as an ally. Brian Cass, you have your hand up. Question?
Yeah. I don't have much to contribute at this point, other than to ask, what's going on in the East. Just wanted to chime in and voice my support for Ukraine. I have a lot of friends here in New Jersey, a lot of Ukrainians, and just want to see this end sooner rather than later. And just looking at you and everyone else who hosts the spaces, and Yehuda, thanks for your contributions over several months now. Thank you so much for your contributions.
Thank you, Brian. Yehuda, do we have someone who can give an update at this hour?
I think we're going to just bash through with what's just gone on, and we're going to save the update till a little bit later.
Okay. Brian, so you have to wait around a little bit for an update. Are there any other questions out there?
Yeah, and the reason why as well, because Benjamin wants to come back to talk about everything. So once he gets the squared away, so I think it's just better that we a lot of hands, a lot of questions from people who want to talk about what just happened, and it's a big deal what just happened. I mean, we've now live streamed all of Russia's genocidal behaviors for the whole world to see. Washington Post will report on it tomorrow, a very, very well-known publication. We're making history here by being a part of it because we refuse to ignore a genocide in our time. We're making history because we're not here for we're not paid to be here. We're not going to get a medal for being here. We're doing it because it's the right thing to do. And there are thousands of us all over the world, hundreds of thousands, millions of people who share the same beliefs. And we're part of that mouthpiece that stands up to Russian misinformation, Russian propaganda. And it's an honor to be in good company. Thank you, David.
And it's important, right? I mean, you make a really good point, Yehuda, that this makes a difference. Right now, this is being transcribed into a cable back to Kremlin. They're getting a full debriefing as to what happened and what the implications are. This does make an effect. This goes into the thinking. So don't discount this. I mean, this was extremely important what we did tonight, or what Wittes did, what Walter did through his
Katerina.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, and Katerina.
And Katerina, yeah, and what was done on the ground there, and what was done by everybody in this space for listening and for being there and for being supportive. They know that we know that they're war criminals. They know that we know that they're perpetrating horrors beyond description. And they know that we know we're not going to rest. The world is not going to rest until these monsters are brought to account in a court of justice somewhere at some point after this war ends. And these are the kinds of things that will be remembered. I mean, throughout the years of the Soviet Union, there were constantly protests in front of the embassy. When they held people against their will, they wanted to leave the country. All of that made a difference, and this will make a difference.
Yeah, and let the Russians let them know. Add the Walter report to the name of institutions and people who are against them, who are against their genocide and their evil ways and their nonsense BS that they try to trumpet to the world. The ridiculous, half-baked diplomats, quote unquote, who lie to foreign media and make up stories and do so with a straight face. You're clowns. You're not foreign service members. You're clowns for a genocidal regime. And Ribbentrop, he met the hangman after the Nuremberg trials. We can only hope for Mr. Lavrov to meet the same fate, to be judged fairly, of course, and be convicted at least. There's no death penalty now. But the reality is that these people, they're not immune. They hide behind diplomatic immunity. They're not immune to morality, to the rights of the innocent, to the cover and the succor they provide for the Russian administration. They're just as equally as guilty. All those little stooges that run back to put on the projectors to stop the world from knowing, to stop the world from promoting the truth It's there for everyone to see in black and white. So we are a part of history changing to a world anew. And the Russians can, as David said, they're cabling Moscow right now. We've got a new group here. Walter reports all over this. They're posting all of our crimes, and it's good to be a part of.
Well, they're afraid. They're afraid because they know that they're criminals, and they know that people are onto them, and they know that we're not buying their fucking bullshit. Excuse me. That's a technical term, by the way, Yehuda.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена. Операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах. С радостью в же дни мы стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовываем подачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как люди здесь встречают, говорит о том, что они сохранили в сердцах веру, силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил. Снова вернулся, люди снова свободны, снова спокойны за свое будущее. Страхом георгиевские ленты поднимают знамена победы.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
There's 140 million people now that are invading a sovereign state.
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
I'll be pretty surprised, but the Russians have managed to not do that so far.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
А позапрошлым нам запрещали, нас не дали. Так, ну значит на следующий день пограничники.
Organization.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Walter, I just wanted to say you've been doing an exceptional job for 3-4 months now. And everyone else that chimes in here, really appreciate everyone's contributions.
Thank you. Just again, every single, if you feel like I did a decent job, please respond to that by essentially donating to Mriya Aid. The link is in the nest. Your donation will make a difference for people on the ground in Ukraine. This is what actually matters. Simple as that. Please donate, please contribute, please continue to spread the message. This is something that actually matters. The link is in the nest. It's mriya8.org. All your contributions are essentially transformed into saved lives on the ground. I don't know what else I can say to urge you to do so, but I think it's good enough.
It doesn't even have to be a huge donation. It could be, what is it, Walter? $30 buys a tourniquet. It saves a life right there. You could make it a recurring donation. You could donate what you can, but every dollar or every euro that you're able to donate, peso, whatever it is, matters, and it saves lives, and it leads toward victory here for the country of Ukraine, and importantly, it saves the lives of innocent civilians and soldiers. I think we had some more hands up. Nevada.
Hi, I also wanted to let you guys know that MSNBC had a special tonight and brought out all the stars. Alicia Keys was in Poland, and they had a bunch of other stars to do a fundraiser for Ukraine as well. I posted it in the nest as well. Or actually, I think I posted it in the nest.
Well, thanks for letting us know. That's fantastic. Ricardo.
Yeah, I had something to say, but I wanted to comment on what Walter said about Myriad. You know, I've worked in getting people to vote, and people would say, you know, I voted, it didn't make a change, and it's the continued voting, and it's the same with Myriad. Because you donate once, that's great, and I think that it's great you do that, but it's the continued effort when you get a few bucks is what I do. When I just have a few dollars or maybe a bigger or larger amount, just donate what you can. It doesn't have to be a lot. So I do agree with that. The other thing I was really had raised my hand for is this really felt good tonight. I don't know about you guys. I guess my question is how did everybody feel afterwards? But you know, Liberal alluded to it when Walter was speaking, and we're watching this. I had a great feeling that we were getting outside this space, that we were doing something out in the world that was the Walter Report. And I felt really good about it. And I had some family members that came around and they were watching, and I think they could tell, and they were excited and asking, you know, what does this mean and what is going on? It just really felt good to be in Washington, D.C. With the Walter Report. And I just, my question is, did everybody else get that feeling?
Well, it was wonderful. I can just speak for myself. It was wonderful to see something like that going on, to be working with Ben, and to be working with Katrina, and to be posting right on the belly of the beast there, the Russian embassy, and yeah, being outside the space and doing something real. But you know, I think real things have been done from this space, and I think Walter just articulated it very well. You can do something real by donating to Maria Aid, and we will continue, hopefully, with these kinds of events in concert with others like Ben Wittes, and takes us into a new area. Look, this war isn't going to end tomorrow. It's going to go on for a while, and we're going to need to think outside the box and think of creative ways to be heard, and to win the battle of information, and to save as many lives as we can through Maria Aid. So I, for one, was moved. Suzanne, you have your hand up.
Yep, sorry about that. I'm walking the dog. Yeah, you guys did a fabulous job. This was just so moving, and this space has made me cry more times than I'd like to count, but it's good to know that there's people out there that still really, truly care. I'm lucky. I'm in the U.S. People ask me, why do I care about this? And it's about doing what's right. And there's so many talk about, you know, somebody's a left or a right. I've decided there are no labels. In this space, we're humans. We're humanitarians. We care about people. And that's what brings us together in the end. And on the eve of the 4th of July, many Americans, I think, sometimes forget about why we even celebrate this. But I think the message is one that applies to why I care about this. And that's the preamble to the Declaration of Independence. And no, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but truly that we do hold these truths to be self-evident. Something we don't have to prove, in other words, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that is exactly why I so care about what's going on over in Ukraine, because you guys, they deserve to be happy, to be free, and to live the lives that they want to live, and not be subjected to the awful invaders from Russia. That's all I have to say, but keep up the good work. I'll be there for you guys always.
Thanks, Suzanne. Amen to that. Yeah. True words were never spoken.
Adam, you have the mic.
Thank you, sir. I just want to mention to all our listeners that everybody here at the Walter Report, we're all doing this off the side of our desk. Okay, we're all volunteers here. If you have specific skills, technical skills, you know how to do audio, video manipulation, or you have contacts of somebody that we can, we can bring onto the space and do an interview or whatnot, that'd be germane to the what's going on in Ukraine, the illegal invasion. By all means, hit one of us up, and we'll bring you into the family, because as volunteers we do have a bit of a turnover, and we would love to work with you. We built something pretty incredible here, and I for one am proud to be part of it, and I am very proud to have the people around me that work so diligently, and basically a financial conduit into Maria Aid. And Maria Aid is where the metal meets the meat, right? They're the ones getting the needed supplies, medical supplies, the PPE, so personal protective equipment, and the drones to those who need it on the ground in Ukraine. I just wanted to say my thanks to everybody around me, and to listeners that came out and supported this event tonight. It was a pretty heavy day today, with the family telling us their plight for escaping Kherson. And with the slideshow against the embassy, it's getting a little emotional. And thank you everyone for coming on this journey with us.
Thanks, Battlemoose. Very, very, very kind words. Very well said. Leonard, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, David. And I would just like to make a brief comment, and sort of further to the gentleman that spoke a few moments ago. I didn't catch his name, but he was the fellow who indicated what a good impact listening to this event and participating in this event had upon him and his family, and the general tenor and the emotional state within his family unit. And I would just like to indicate that, yeah, that's a very important point and should be underscored. And I think we cannot overestimate the significance of an event like this and the impact that it has right up onto the highest levels. And that includes the Kremlin. And I would just submit that what Vladimir Putin did here at the very outset, at the inception of this whole project, was effectively smirking at the entire Western world with the blatant concept that he could do this and smile while he was doing it and get away with it, simply because essentially, in my view, he is directly behind Article 5 of the NATO treaty. And he did that purposefully. And we've seen the effect of the gentleman who was speaking. I didn't catch his name, but it's so important to emphasize what he said with regard to the empowerment that an event like this gives to families across Canada and across the United States. There's a humongous level of support for the entire Ukraine project in Canada. And there's a number of reasons for that. And not the only, which is that there's been a large Ukrainian Canadian population since 1885. Since 1885, Ukrainian farmers helped settle the Canadian West, and very much so, I think, in the U.S. But the bottom line is the sense of, at least at the outset of this, even the President of the United States, Joe Biden, expressed the rage and sort of the feeling of disempowerment that this whole escapade caused, and he did that plain as a bell, addressing the 82nd Airborne at the base in Poland. So I would submit that that sort of encapsulates why this space is so important. And I'll just close by saying there was a great Canadian media guru, if you will, by the name of Marshall McLuhan, and he was celebrated for his tremendous insights on information and the information age. And I would submit that if we look at this is almost a unique event. This is probably the first time in history where a mass audience can be activated and empowered and actually have an impact upon a Highness event like what we've seen with regard to the Russians in Ukraine. And just thank you again to Walter especially, and to all of the moderators who participated, including Ben Wittis and his crew, for making this happen. And with that, I will sign off. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard, for your words. It is interesting how the Twitter has really, the Twitter Spaces, and really changing the way that people organize, the way that people distribute information. This has just been, and I can speak personally for me because I started off as a listener back in February, an amazing place to come to for the latest on the military, the latest on the humanitarian aspect, the cultural economics. So it's a whole new experience. It's following it in real time, and it'll only get better. Brian, I see you have your hand up again.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that as this goes longer and longer, and for folks that are showing up every day, like Walter and David and Yehuda and all the other hosts and co-hosts that show up, just make sure you don't paint America with a brush that it's so broad. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that we're not all checking out. Okay, not all Americans are concerned about $5 gas, and yes, that is a problem. But that is not the ultimate be all end all. To me, and I'm left of center, obviously. I'm more concerned about the lives of Ukrainians. I'm more concerned about democracy across the globe, and I just wanted to say or to state and reiterate the fact that don't give up hope. Not everybody is concerned about inflation. I'm more concerned about the lives of the Ukrainians that are being slaughtered. I'm more concerned about genocide, and less concerned about how it's hitting my bank account. I just want everyone to take that with a grain of salt, and to understand where not every American is thinking about their bank account when it comes to a genocide happening far away from them.
Thank you, Brian. Liberal?
Thank you, David. I'm just wondering if it was discussed in this space earlier that two major networks were holding fundraising events to benefit Ukraine. If that was discussed in this space, I was very happy to know that those events were going to be done on behalf of Ukraine. NBC and CNN, if anyone wants to know. Stand with Ukraine.
David?
Yeah, go ahead, Yehuda. Yehuda, did you want to say something?
No, I thought you were going to reply.
Oh no, I must have hit the mic, must have muted myself. Liberal, what I was asking you was, were these two fundraisers, were they both targeting Ukraine?
They were both in support of Ukraine, correct. They had a bunch of musicians performing pro bono to raise money for Ukraine. They had a site set up for donations, and I was very pleased to see that. And then to see the projection of war crimes on the Russian embassy was just, icing on the cake. I think it was a very powerful day for Ukraine.
Thank you. I think that's right. Do we have other folks with questions? I see we have some new speakers up.
Oh, just a quick question. Sorry, Liberal. Was there a mention of where the funds would be going? Like, what organization would be handling the donations?
That wasn't explicitly detailed. I just know that the main focus was to raise money to, I guess, I don't believe it was lethal aid. I think it was perhaps more in line with Maria aid. But the purpose was to raise awareness of the plight of the Ukrainians and to raise money in support of Ukraine. I would imagine it's not to buy HIMARS, but more so non-lethal aid.
Oh, yes, of course. But I just was curious as to which organization they'd be sending the funds to, whether it be, because usually these grand events, they benefit the larger corporate nonprofits, like, the Red Cross and entities like that. So I was just curious where the funds would be going, if that was mentioned, but I guess not.
Yeah, that wasn't mentioned, and I understand that sometimes these organizations will eat up 80% of the proceeds and administrative costs, and very little. I'm being cynical, but not enough gets to the people that need it. But I think overall, the fact that these are major networks, the fact that they're doing a We Are the World type of concert to benefit Ukraine, even if it raises awareness and keeps the Ukrainian war on the front page, I think there's an upside to that. But with respect to where the funds are being allocated or how they're being distributed, I don't have that intimate knowledge.
Oh no, that's fine. I'll have a look into it. Just because you mentioned that We Are the World type of thing. Those great big fundraising efforts in the 1980s, a lot of the funds that were raised didn't really get distributed to the causes they were advertised to be distributed for. So that's a bit concerning as a reference. But because there was a graphic I saw the other day where most of the money that is raised outside of Ukraine by these larger corporate entities does not end up in Ukraine, and most of the money that is raised in Ukraine is the lion's share of what has gone to benefit Ukraine. So it mainly has been Ukrainians helping themselves. It'd just be interesting to see where these networks are funneling the money to. Hopefully it's to causes and organizations that are effective on the ground.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. We know that corporations will take up the mantle of a cause because it suits, their profit margin. I tend to be cynical sometimes, but again, I just took it at face value, and you're right. We don't know, but if you do some research and you come back to the space, I'd be all ears. Thank you.
Okay, Finesse, been trying to add you as a speaker, but it won't. Maybe if you drop down and restart your Twitter app, I might be able to add you up as a speaker. Ricardo, I see you have your hand up again. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to drop down to listen. But before I did, I wanted to thank you, David, for being here tonight. I want to thank Walter and Yehuda as usual. I think this is a fantastic night. There's just so many days now that we just have such good guest speakers, and it's feel privileged to be here and listen. But I need to drop down. But I just want to thank everyone tonight for all their participation and continue to support the Walter Group, continue to support Mary Aid, and I will still be on. I'm just going to drop down and listen. But thank you all so much.
Thank you, Ricardo. Alex Backus?
Yeah, thanks, David.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
I want to, reiterate the position that a lot of the Ukrainian diaspora have, and this is the position that has been shared by Walter Report, that any sort of donations towards the International Red Cross are to be completely discouraged. And the reason why is there's a massive cooperation with the Russian state, specifically with the International Red Cross. And at the beginning of this war, we saw millions, tens of millions of dollars.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
And this is a very large organization. It has huge overhead and tremendous waste to its capability to deliver the needed aid. You will see that
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022
is facilitated by Red Cross, Russian Red Cross themselves. So, as an organization,
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
That being said, it's contrasted to the work we do at Maria Aid.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя Победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
And the plus means that any hosting costs that we pay for using a centralized email system, for using cloud tools to organize ourselves, to using cell phones, to using whatever we need technologically and administratively, all of that is borne by donations from the volunteers themselves. So the organization itself strictly pays for logistics and pays for the items that we procure on behalf of the requests that we get from the actual units that are fighting on the front, the actual soldiers and commanders. And we do, our logistics route is full of paperwork, and we apply for import and export permits. We get them stamped by the commanders and signed. The stuff that we can't release publicly to show you the chain of custody because it's to do with operational security, but internally it's airtight. I know it sounds funny, but this is as much as I can say this. When this war is over, you'll see the receipts because it won't matter anymore. But we post as much as we can in terms of photos, in terms of including the actual items being delivered to soldiers. The stuff in between, the nitty gritty, the actual really boring stuff, but that is tedious and takes a lot of work to navigate between United States, between Canada, to the various EU countries that we ship to, and then from those EU countries that border with Ukraine, and to get it across the border and then distribution within Ukraine. That's the nitty-gritty middle stuff that we take care of and we do really good. So that's our sort of bread and butter.
I think the best thing to do is going to be to sign off of your Twitter account, come back in, and we'll try to bring you up. Marsh Ray, you have the mic.
Hey, everybody. I drop into this space from time to time, and it's good to hear from you and see some familiar folks. We all know the horrible statistics. I just heard a new number today that it is 2.2 million Ukrainians who have been deported out of Ukraine by Russians. We've all heard about the filtration camps, and we know that some percentage of those 2.2 million Ukrainians are being processed through those filtration camps, and as horrific as this sounds, we can imagine a line of prisoners being led into a chain-linked fence in the classic camp style. And what I want is for the Red Cross to be there at that entrance, writing down the name of every single Ukrainian who goes into that camp. And the Red Cross is the only organization that can do that because they are codified in international law. That is their job, to track refugees and displaced persons. And when I am visiting this space, I hear someone slagging on the Red Cross, and I have no idea the degree to which their mission is efficient or the best use of money. But I then hear in the next breath the promotion of a different aid organization, and I suggest that you might want to reevaluate the optics of that tactic. Thanks, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Battle Moose. You have your hand up again? Battle Moose. All right. Liberal. Go for it.
Thanks, David. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify because I made a comment about fundraising, and it seems like it took a left turn into perhaps divesting from one organization to invest in another organization and how the money's being allocated. My point was that tonight we had two major networks in the United States hosting fundraisers to raise awareness of the war in Ukraine. I didn't endorse or extol the virtues of any specific organization. Not one was mentioned. I just wanted to highlight the fact that we here in America are supportive of Ukraine. That was it. So with respect to how the money's allocated, where the funds are going, I can be cynical and say that, yeah, I know just from experience that organizations tend to sort of consume a lot of the money they get. You take the Salvation Army, for example, and you look at the salaries and how that money is spent and allocated, and you can say, well, it's well intended, but it's poorly managed. I don't want to get into an aside about which organizations are good, which organizations are bad, and miss the picture that the fact that two major news networks held fundraisers tonight highlighting the genocide in Ukraine has a value in and of itself, because a lot of people tuned in tonight, and whether they contributed or not is immaterial. It's keeping this war front page, front and center, so that we can help Ukraine expel the Russians. Thank you.
Yeah, Liberal, I think that came through loud and clear. with your previous comments. And the bottom line is that questions are raised, but this space is really about Ukraine. And thank you for highlighting your previous comments. Balamus, did you come back? Okay, Balamus. So Brian, go for it.
Yeah, thanks. Yes to everything that was just said. The more this can be front page, the better it is. And I just wanted some of the experts or some of the non-experts in the space to chime in about drones. And does Ukraine have enough TB2s from Turkey? And if not, is there enough coming from America or other sources? Because I know, obviously drones have been a big advantage for Ukraine. They've used them to high effect, unless someone can tell me I'm wrong. And I just want to make sure that the flow of drones and the larger drones, not the Switchblade drones, which are very small, I know are have minimal effect, even though they are a difference maker on some front. But the larger drones, I just want to make sure that Ukraine is getting them in good supply. And if someone could give me an update on that, I'd appreciate that. Thanks.
All right. Well, I'm not sure there's anybody in the speakers who can talk with any authority on drones. If there is, let me know right now. And if there's somebody listening, please request to come up. I see you, Imperius. Maybe you can assist here. I don't know if you're still listening, but hopefully somebody will come up to address your question. Lucien, am I pronouncing your name correctly? Lucien Remy?
Мужество и героизм военнослужащих народной милиции и спецназа Ахмат позволили провести совместную операцию по форсированию реки Северский Донец с дальнейшим решительным наступлением по всей линии фронта. В течение одного дня под контролем Луганской Народной Республики перешли Приволье и Новороужск, а к вечеру передовые части оборонного ведомства уже вошли в Лисичанск.
I just wanted to briefly comment on a news report that I got
не только оценить обстановку в городе, но и
from
выяснить основные проблемы
about
мирного населения. И уже
individual
утром
named
2 июля
Andriy
вместе с основными силами
Honcharuk,
армии освободителя в
who
Лисичанск была
was a
доставлена
diver
гуманитарная
at the
помощь.
Zaporozhye nuclear power plant, and there's a report that he was killed because he refused to drain the reactor pool. Whatever the story is, it's not good, and I just want to bracket that brief
Для местных
comment
жителей
that
впервые за несколько месяцев без опаски
whatever
вышедших на улицу сегодня
scenario
общегородской
brought me into
праздник.
contact
Военнослужащих
with
встречают
Ukraine's
слезами радости. Не боясь
main
возвращения
military
украинских
hospital
нацистов, рассказывают о
in
преступлениях киевского режима.
2014, in August of 2014, and allowed me to spend a good, solid, more than half a year getting to know a lot of the guys in the Ukrainian military. That I have a French name, but that name Honcharuk is in my family. I have an Eastern European family history also, and I'm also a diver, and so I do feel
Над административными
a
зданиями
sense
поднимаются знамена
of
победы.
loss
Детский сад
that
«Красная
this
шапочка» в
one
этом смысле
person, if
своего рода
this story is
исключение. Но свое
true,
знамя они заслужили
could have
по
been
праву.
like a
Не дал
cousin of
нацистам
mine.
занять и, как следствие, превратить в
And so
руины
I'll
это
leave it at
красивое
that. I don't
место.
know if anyone here on Marina 8 has heard any further elucidations about that situation, if it's a true story or not a true story, if it's been verified or whatever, but it sounds really like some kind of science fiction, kind of scary kind of story about making a diver go into the bottom of a nuclear power plant pool and drain the pond to cause. I just don't know what's going on there, but I'd love to get some kind of corroboration or further info on that. It seems to you've had a lot of great subjects today, but I haven't heard that. But I've been listening a lot of today. Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Hopefully somebody can come up and address that. Battle Moose, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, but I didn't hear the question.
No, I was going to ask you is this. Can you come up and take over co-host? I hate to put you on the spot, but I don't see anybody. Is there anyone else who can come up and take over co-host?
Yes,
there
sir.
you go.
Joseph.
Thank you. You are a lifesaver. All right.
Yeah, no problem. I can crack on from here, and we have other peeps around. With that, where were we? I see we got one hand up. If you would like to come in and ask any questions, or you got a comment, please request to become a speaker. If you're a little shy and you don't want to become a speaker, and send me a DM. Send Joseph a DM, and we'll read it out. And if you want to remain anonymous, that's okay too. We'll keep it completely anonymous, and we'll read the question or the comment out, and everything will be tickety-boo. With that, I believe we have Carol. Go ahead.
Це робили сьогодні до 9-10 години ранку, і після цього не було жодної людини на військовій частині нашої транспортної авіації, яка була захоплена рашистами. Як довго їх там не буде, ми сподіваємося, що більше ніколи вони туди не повернуться. Після обстрілів також авіація кружляла над містом Мелітополем, то місто було повністю заблоковано, тому що ще декілька годин після ранішніх обстрілів ще детонували вибухи, тому що це була справжня військова база, одна із трьох, яка розташована на території міста Мелітополя, і вона була розташована поблизу житлових будинків цивільних жителів, але жоден цивільний не постраждав, а відносно рашистів, то багато десятків їх постраждало та відвезено було когось до госпіталя, а когось вже
specifically to make sure people are still listening and still understanding that it's an important event, an awful event going on that we all have to be conscious of. So just want to say that. Thanks.
Also, Zelensky, I didn't see it, but Zelensky reportedly made remarks at the CNN event. So again, I think awareness is perhaps the most important aspect of these events, not necessarily the intricacies of the allocation of money. Thank you.
Yeah, I can probably say with a little certainty that if Zelensky's speaking at the event, then odds are his people have checked it out, and they know where the money's going and whatnot. So we'll put that conversation to bed. Brian.
I was going to defer to Taurus, Rafa.
Okay, very well, Taurus.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. I just want to chime in on that question on drones. So I don't have the statistics, but I believe, like in general numbers, when U.S. was supplying with these trenches of help, there was several shipments of drones, different types. So in addition to the kamikaze drones, there were Puma drones shipped in one moment, and then there was some other types. But if you count them all together, they will be in maybe a few dozens of drones, versus artillery units, both using Ukrainian old artillery and modern Western artillery. They basically need a drone for every unit, at least one, which is able to reach that far and cover this area where they are actually targeting. And for that reason, I believe that there is a big disparity in this longer range fixed wing type or some other type which can reach so far. And I keep hearing from different people whom I know or whom I met during this active part of war, that's the most needed things for artillery, to have enough long-range drones which can reach as far as artillery can reach and help them to target. And there was a lengthy discussion about that topic yesterday, about the same time of the day. And so if you can go to recordings, that we've been talking about that for a while. But if your question is if there is a need, yes, there is a need. It's not easy to fulfill that need because it's not an ordinary type of DJI Mavic which you can buy in a store. It's something which need to be purposely built to be able to fly 20 or 40 kilometers and having a reliable video feed, a good camera, and also being more or less stable against attempt to shoot it down or to use some electronic warfare against it. So I hope the person who was asking, I didn't notice who was asking, still on a error. So if you have more questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Yeah, that was Brian.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much with that. All I have to say is the drones that Maria 8 send over, they're sorted. They're good to go. I'm not going to get into what types they are or what is done to them, but they're good to go. So don't worry about that. The Ukrainian forces can immediately use them.
Yeah, that's great. I think from the information which was provided during this latest fundraising for the fallen soldier name, like in his name, I know that they are exactly what's needed for this reason. But still,
Oh, you're breaking up, buddy. I'm going to drop you from speaker and go clear your cache, restart the app, and come back, and we'll get you back up here. Okay, Brian.
Yeah, I think the prior gentleman answered some of my questions. So, I know we've been talking about, when I say we, the Twitter community is pro-Ukrainian, talking about heavy arms, right? Heavy drones, heavy artillery, but I'm wondering, Walter and some of the other folks here maybe can answer this question. How are we doing on small arms? And not only small arms, but the ammunition for those small arms. So for the troops on the ground, the folks in Ukraine that are battling it out day in, day out, how are they doing on that front? And are they preferring the AK-74, or are they looking for more of a NATO prototype? Because I know I asked this question a couple of months ago, and I think it was answered by someone saying, they'd really rather have AK-74s and AK.
Yeah, that was me that answered you. So, yeah, I can go because I distinctly remember that question. I'll go into it again because there's a lot of listeners here that probably don't know. But the AK-47, the AK-74 are the most produced firearms ever. That being said, the ammunition that they use for it is some of the most prolific ammunition in the world. There is no there's no depletion on that. Like every warlord in the world, has them several crates of 7.62. Warsaw pack rounds, but the small arms is not a problem. What becomes a problem is what's happening now. Like they through Lend-Lease, they got a bunch of AR-15s and whatnot. Okay, AR-15 is a good piece of kit. It doesn't like to be dirty. No. You gotta keep that thing pretty clean. The AK-74, the AK-47, you can literally leave it in a pit, with refuse with affluent in there for weeks. Pull it out, and that thing will still fire. You cannot do that with. I see you there, Taras. We'll get you in a second. You can't do that with an AR-15. You know, it's liable to blow up in your face. Trust me, I've seen it happen. I was on the range, and we're in between cereals, and a caterpillar had crawling into. We had 10 caterpillars up here, and they're pretty prolific. Had crawled into the barrel of some dude's rifle, and the end of the barrel did that Bugs Bunny thing, and it's lucky that people weren't hurt, because it totally split open the end of the rifle. Not saying that won't happen to an AK-47 or 74. I'm hearing that the AK-12s are having gas chamber problems. So given the choice, Ukrainian soldiers gravitate towards the AK-74, which is still a really good piece of kit. You clean that thing once a month, and pointed down range. It's 7.62, so you can't hide behind a tree or whatnot, because that round's going to go right through the tree. Unlike the 223 rounds that we fire, or it's 223 5.56 that we fire in NATO. That's going to ping off, and the NATO rounds get into a little indoctrination here. NATO rounds aren't meant to kill; they're meant to wound. So 2 of your buddies come out and come and get you, and now with 1 round, I've immobilized 3 soldiers, right, or more. It's a number, but with the 7.62, you kill a guy out in the battlefield, they're done, and your buddies aren't coming to get you, because they know you're dead. It sounds awful, but that is battlefield triage. It's we check to see if you're breathing, not if you got a pulse. I'll go. Liberal kind of jumped in there. Go with Liberal, and then back to Taras because he fell off there for a bit.
Yeah, no worries, Adamos. I agree with you 100% with respect to the NATO round versus the Russian or former Soviet rounds. I just wanted to say that I think it was the Finesse said that he had a question about the armament, the small arms that the Ukrainians have, and I would just posit that up to 70% of casualties are from artillery fire. So I think if Konstantin was here and you asked him, it's not a question of small arms fire, it's a question of artillery. Bigger weapons, they don't need to engage each other in a contact line. I think that the Ukrainians need more artillery. I think they have sufficient small arms, but that's not going to move the needle in this conflict. So I just wanted to add that comment.
Oh yeah. Excuse me, I'm trying to eat while I'm in between hosting here, but the Russians still outgun the Ukrainians in artillery 10-1. However, with systems, and we were getting reports that when the initial 6 Caesars were on ground, in a matter of a week, they killed 80 Russian artillery pieces. And that's just 6 Caesars. Now we found out later that they were all, like, the French were all sneaky, and they actually had 18 Caesars on ground that they didn't bother telling anybody. So we had to take back half the bad things we said about the French, because they were just not telling the world that they're funneling arms and ammunition through the back door, kind of like the Polish. You really have to take your hats off to the Polish, because they have deep ties with Ukraine, which is weird because they went to war several times, in history, but they see themselves as Slavic brothers. And early on in the invasion, the Polish were going, and they weren't even consulting with NATO. They're that the ammunition depot there was just somebody left the door unlocked, and there's all the trucks just rolled across the border into Ukraine. We don't know what happened, so they're pretty crafty in that regard. The issue is getting the heavy weapons and the heavy ammunition into Ukraine. Ukraine is currently changing their caliber during a war, which is unheard of. I believe this is the first time. The CJ has talked about this several times on the space, and I don't think we ever drummed up a case where ammunition type has been changed during a conflict. They're basically moving to a NATO standard, right? And that's remarkable. That being said, the Warsaw Pact standard ammunition, like heavy artillery pieces, ammunition is starting to run out. Like they only made so much of it. The only people that make it are Russia. Romania has ruled up its factory, but they're only making between like 300 and 500 rounds a day, and as good as that is, and they're giving it to Ukraine, as good hearted as that is, that's a drop in the bucket. They're going through 5,000 to 8,000 rounds of artillery a day. So just give you an idea of how much ammunition they burn through. Sometimes, if there's a big offensive, they'll go through more. Right. Okay, Taras, do you want to come back here and finish your thoughts?
Thank you. So hopefully this time the sound will be better. So I don't know why I drop off because my side of connection was perfect. It wasn't coming through.
Yeah, you just started breaking up. You started sounding like a Cylon, and it was bad, and usually that's a sign that the buffering has gone awry.
Yeah, I cleared up everything, so I needed to actually reestablish the Twitter things to work properly with the microphone now. So anyway, the summary is that the help which Korea 8 provides with the drones, I believe, from what I can understand from the information you shared on a fundraising page recently, that's exactly the type of long-range drones which will help for the reason, but we are still talking about smaller percentage comparing to what the need is. So overall, if you go across all the front lines, the people on a front lines, they are saying they need times more this long range drones comparing to what they actually have. And there was couple, I know 2 Ukrainian companies who were producing this type of specially equipped drones for long range. They're still in business, but they cannot match the demand. Their backlog, it's like several months. So I'm glad that you were able to procure something so quickly, but it's not a case for other organizations, and the need is still there. So when you mentioned,
I'm pretty sure Yehuda builds them on his back deck.
Oh, great. So we have a great engineers. I can cooperate with Yehuda in that area because
I'm jesting. He can't even read the manual for one. So.
No, I think he's very talented, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's doing that as well. But
he's an old officer, so he'd get somebody like me, an NCO, that would read it to him.
So with that said, there is like a ground-up efforts in multiple cities in Ukraine. There are groups of engineers or former hobbyists or just people who are trying to do everything to help. They're building some cheaper version or some individually built drones which has wings and can fly further away. They are short in supplies, but you'll be surprised. But even the traditional hobby parts now, many places in the world, or actually everywhere, they are in short order because of the supply chain issues overall, not related to the war in Ukraine. So there is the efforts, but anybody has any access to the companies who produce them in the West, which have them ready in stock and supply, that would be a big help, and the need will be not met in the next couple of months. So there is no risks that oversupply it.
Taras, are you referring to DJI Mavic?
DJI Mavic, it's a short-range drone, which was very useful for the Battle of Kyiv or any close combat operations. And it's so common that now every grandma in Ukraine knows that one of the major need of army it's drones. But people usually mean this small drones which were supplying in hundreds or maybe thousands, but they are not as much useful now with the long range battle because they cannot fly so far. Their battery limit and the speed limit, it's very, very small. They cannot reach 20 kilometers. There is another DJI's larger drones for the professional cameramans. They can barely made it to something like maybe 15 kilometers, but they are expensive, and at some point it's easier to switch to fixed wing because they are just more reliable on a long range and long endurance flights. And we are not talking about Biosharks. We're talking about something which has a wingspan like 1 meter, 2 meters. It's usually enough for reconnaissance. Just need to be endurance.
It's always better to have a fixed wing with a really good camera on it, being way high up. So you get a smaller drone that's got like a meter wingspan and whatnot, and you got it up at 4,000 or 5,000 feet. You're not going to hear it. It's got that separation, and the nice thing about that is if you can't hear it, then the enemy doesn't know you're coming. Or the enemy doesn't know you have eyes on. But one of the downfalls is the Russians are extremely good with their EW, with their electronic warfare along the front. And you have to harden those drones against electromagnetic interference, and when you do that, you're adding weight. So when you're adding weight, you're lessening the range. It's a domino effect. It's a big snowball. And Taras can probably go on for quite a while about that. With that, we'll go to Daniel. Was it you earlier speaking Ukrainian to the family, Daniel?
No, I'm Romanian. I don't speak Ukrainian. I understand Russian.
It was interesting because during that family, and I haven't spoken Ukrainian since I was like 4 years old.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
There were entire sentences that when Walter and the family were going back, Sergei and the family were going back and forth, that were like somebody flipped a switch and I understood the entire sentence.
That is nice. I saw in Donetsk that things are still blowing. That is good. About drones, I have a question about them. 2 years ago, Iranian Revolutionary Guards just landed Hercule Reaper, if I remember right. And I understand the Reapers, maybe they are already on the hands of Ukrainians. maybe a bit caution is good there because I imagine the Iranian Republican guards already work with Russians about the Reaper's power. And by the way, is Russian presidential order 380 to mobilize the economy at war. And what I read in Crimea, they start mobilizing the male population. So it's nice and funny, but I think 1st of August will be very explosive for the Russians. Okay. Hope you have a great time.
Hey, if I can follow
Thank you
up,
so much, sir. Sorry about that. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, it's you know, all those Russians that moved to Crimea are going to certainly find out that it's not the cakewalk and not the beach experience that they were hoping it would be. It's there's some happenings in Russian occupied territory that have us cautiously optimistic. So with that, we'll go with Brian and then Liberal.
In Russia, you are the beach.
So, as it relates to the TB2s coming out of Turkey, which I think everyone knows by now is Erdogan's stepson, his company makes the TB2s. How are we doing as it relates to the amount? And you know, maybe that's an OPSEC issue. And if that's the case, I totally understand. But I know that 30 to 60 days ago that manufacturing was a bit of a problem, or at least I understood it was part of a problem, and I'm assuming that's due to a chip semiconductor issue. But if not, you know, I just wanted to get some kind of update there because I know that it's been a massive plus for the Ukrainian forces to have those TB2s.
Well, we do know that there was a group that raised funds and bought 4 Bayraktars, and one of the reps was in the space when they got notice from Baytar that they would not accept the money and gave them the drones and used the money for ammunition. So that was pretty cool. The whole dynamic with Erdogan and his stepson is interesting because they totally play both sides of the fence.
Wow. So battle. What you're saying, and I missed that whole interaction. What you're saying is, wasn't that money that was raised out of Romania or
Lithuania? Lithuania.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Lithuania. And they're saying, okay, we're not going to buy you the actual drone, but what we'll do is we'll take all your money and we'll put it into the ammo for the drone, which I think is about $100,000 per missile, if I'm not mistaken.
It depends. There's a couple different munition sets for it. However, they got the drones. They gave them the drones and took the money and used it for ammunition. So this is the second time Baytar has done that because was it the first? It wasn't Lithuania the first time around that the civilians raised the money and they went to give it to the Baytar. And Baytar said, "We won't accept your money," and they gave Ukraine the drone. So this is the second time that they were very magnanimous in their dealings with Ukraine. So if Erdogan's stepson has any malicious intent, it's definitely not showing.
Yeah, for sure. I know Turkey's been playing both sides of the field a little bit, but in fact, on the drone side, it's obviously been pro-Ukrainian on the drone side.
Well, and it might sound facetious, but the war is the perfect advertisement for them. Nobody heard of the Bayraktar. Nobody was singing songs about it, till the Ukrainians started using it very effectively.
I can add something about that. First one, the son-in-law of Erdogan is not the talk here, is about Erdogan. So yesterday he arrested a Russian ship with grains from Ukraine. Second thing to that, already on the beaches in Turkey, there are flyers with Russia is a terrorist state, and the Russians are totally scared about that. The switch of Erdogan is very clear after the NATO summit. So don't worry about Turkey. Turkey know how the things work, and no more both sides.
I'm sorry, somebody just walked right through my yard here. Anyway, we'll go with, I'm going to be doing a hot swap here pretty soon, so we're going to be bringing finance in as co-host, because it's a school night for me and I'm going to turn into a pumpkin. But we definitely have, who do we got here? You know what, I'm just going to go left to right, so we'll go with finance, Bloc Québécois, and Gurney.
So I would say that when you look at Erdogan, he's in it for power first, money a like super extra special distance second, and if it's money for himself and his family, right? His son-in-law is the one with ownership of the Bayraktar, of the Baykar company that makes Bayraktar drones. So, excuse me. The reason I say money isn't a distant, like super extra distant second, is that Erdogan is pushing for political space at the table and negotiation leverage and doing dickish things with NATO when he could be getting bribed far more heavily to stay quiet and fix the fact that his country's running 70 to 100+% inflation, which is insanely high. And it's pretty clear that, whether it be power or money, the medium to long-term bet is on not Russia right now, right? And that doesn't mean it has to even be the West, though Turkey's bread is buttered that way. But even if you want to bet on like China, like Kazakhstan did, where they, where the president took Tokayev, who everyone thought was a Russian puppet president, literally just slam dunked Putin on stage next to him at the St. Petersburg Economic Forum. And that was basically all set up because he'd made a whole bunch of trips to China. And for whatever reason, Kazakhstan is pulling away at least somewhat from Russia and is not as much of a client state as perhaps everyone assumed. If Kazakhstan is making that kind of call, that it's best for their national interests, Turkey gets a whole lot more mileage by working with, selling to, trading with the West, the Middle East, working in the crossroads of the world fashion that the Ottomans even got wealthy on way back in the day, and Turkey's still geographically positioned to do so. So I think that it's just their bread is buttered so clearly on one side that now that they got whatever they got in that NATO deal, which appears to be F-16s and F-16 parts, that they're back to playing ball. That's what I'm seeing.
Мужество и героизм военнослужащих народной милиции.
And since apparently I'm hot swapped, I have to keep going. So I have no idea who Battle Moose just called. I'm going to go back to left or right. So we're going liberal.
В течение одного дня под контроль Луганской Народной Республики перешли Приволье и Новодружеск, а к вечеру передовые части оборонного ведомства уже вошли в Лисичанск.
Liberal cannot hear me. Current.
Hey, thanks, Finance. Yeah, I was just going to, Moose drop down here because he was switching over. I was just going to respond and say maybe I don't hold, and again, don't anyone take this the wrong way because let me get the full contextual sentence out. I don't know if I hold that Bayraktar company or Baykar, I'm not sure the name of it, but I don't need to repeat it again. I'm not sure if I hold them as magnanimous, and I don't mean this per se to be cynical or that I have any information, but just understanding how these deals work. Look, there's great corporate publicity for corporations to do many things. Their main business model is not necessarily to sell to Ukraine. There's so many markets the world over, BRICS countries, other countries that are developing that cannot afford, by NATO standards, expensive NATO type drones. So when I look at that, I don't have enough information to actually say, like Moose said, that they're being magnanimous. And I say that because, if someone says, okay, hey, we're going to donate these 3 planes, well, don't forget here, it needs a comms package that's probably proprietary. It needs proprietary weapon systems to release. So you can easily look over here and say, look what I gave you, and not realize, and again, I have no information to say this is occurring, but just knowing that that's, how some for-profit companies work. Hey, look at the discount I gave you here, but don't look at the upcharge I gave you over here for 10 times the cost for, the micro munitions needed for that pylon. Now, I'm not saying that is occurring. I'm just saying is this is clearly in the interest of the company to be mentioned repeatedly over and over. So I won't hold them to be magnanimous. I'll just hold them to be a regular corporate profit player and making money and having a product and getting name recognition for that, and at times maximizing on the goodwill perceived if they are perceived for giving away free equipment. But I won't read any further into it than that. Thanks.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying that it's great. I'm just saying, when I say Putin's bread is buttered on the European side, that's where the Baykar, it's the Baykar. Pardon for anyone here who speaks Turkish. My Turkish, I have no ability to speak language. It's the Baykar company. It is the Bayraktar drone. So the Baykar company is going to sell a whole lot more to not Russia than it would be to Russia and whoever's okay with them selling to Russia. And I absolutely view the donation of 3 drones, even if they don't upsell or do whatever else, as just the greatest PR move ever. Not that, quite frankly, they need it, because right now it's a whole lot cheaper to buy a handful of Bayraktar drones than, say, a few new airplanes. And I would bet that huge numbers of countries are really interested in putting in a few orders, whether they be sort of more middle income powerhouses like Brazil or India, or they be, even some lesser countries that still have interest in maintaining a military, such as, say, Nigeria, to help in their fight against like Boko Haram in part of their country. Like, I think that the demand for this is going to be global. It's going to be very high. And, they've just shown themselves as being very battlefield effective. Like, this is going to be part of the arsenal you want in your military. And while they're not cheap, they're not that expensive. So, Turkey has a product that everybody wants right now. Moving on, Liberal, welcome back. Can you hear me this time?
Yes, sir. Hey,
oh, he's alive.
Yeah, no, I was alive. I thought I hit mic on, and I was chiming in to your great introduction, Liberal Buster. I just wanted to add a comment to something that was said earlier in the space with respect to Crimea. Press ganging troops. They're doing a soft mobilization or a dark mobilization. They're targeting Ukrainian speakers and Ukrainians to force them into battle to fight for Russia on behalf of Russia. And I just think that just highlights the evil intent of Russia. It's not drone related, but I just wanted to add that point that the Russians are targeting people that fled Kherson into Crimea because there wasn't a way to escape, and they're using Ukrainians to kill Ukrainians, and genocide on steroids. So I just wanted to add that, brother.
will not work.
I mean, we've seen the same thing in the so-called Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics. I'm only using the name because that's what Russia is calling them. This is what we would call Ukraine. But no, in those supposedly autonomous people's republics, Russia's just press ganging people who remain there as citizens of what should be Ukraine, and literally just shoving them into military units with World War I caliber rifles to go die in a meat grinder. And sure, these might not be the most pro-Ukrainian people. They might not. They may have even been somewhat pro-Russian, or like just wanted to be uninvolved in the war altogether. But clearly, they weren't looking to be. There were reports of literally like guys hiding in their offices, at school, or at home because you got literally caught on the street. You were instantly shoved, your phone taken away, and you were sent to training right away. No questions asked. Like forcible conscription. Like, this is like some stuff out of the Middle Ages. It's truly barbaric. And part of that was, what we saw, so absolutely, this is, some of the ancient evil tactics that has been used by the Russian Empire since, like Ivan the Terrible. Like, the more things change, the more they stay the same here. So I don't disagree whatsoever. It's pretty gross. Moving on, I see Christian, and then Bloke.
I think Bloke was first.
All right, Bloke and then Christian.
Well, the problem is I was going to ask a question, an artillery question to Battlemoose, but he's gone. So
we do have Gurney here. Gurney here is also a knowledgeable military vet. I don't know how much he knows about, say, artillery, but he might be able to answer your question.
The comment about the Caesars taking out like 80, artillery pieces on the Russian side, I'd be really curious about that. The precision would be amazing. So it's really about precision, right, Gurney?
So I can't. I'm not sure the reference you're speaking to, or that's an accumulated statement. You're saying 80. So I don't have anything to add on that specificity. But if you're talking precision in and of itself, maybe I can speak to that indirectly.
Go for it. Yeah.
So
precision over firepower.
Yeah, so not going to speak at a CJ level because that's way above me. Just from what I've been taking a look at for the last week here, week and a half, you've just been seeing the type of strikes that are occurring in second echelon, rear echelon units happening well behind the line of contact, and so I'm not going to claim that this is where it gets a little bit above me, where I'm saying I can't claim that it was a Panzer, or it was this, or it was a Caesar, or it was a Gepard. I'm joking. Gepard's an anti-air, but no. I mean, if I just look at the general trend and just say, so you're seeing a difference in terms of the ability to target precisely, and what I like about that is that just if you get anyone on here like CJ to talk to you, just how much that accuracy pays dividends, not with just what you're destroying, but how much that pays dividends with the logistics supply that you yourself need to make that happen. Just you're using your ammunition that much better. So if it took 300 rounds of bullets to get maybe one or two hits on a personnel, and you can get that basically down to a number of where it was like, well, if every one or two bullets you fired, you were killing one person. I mean, that would be phenomenal, right? It doesn't happen, but what you're seeing with artillery, or whether it's HIMARS, or whether it's a ballistic missile strike they've been using. I mean, any of these systems that we've been seeing here in the last week and a half, really, maybe even 2 weeks, I'll stretch it a little bit further in hindsight, you know, whatever is happening to Snake Island, all these ammunition depots, Melitopol, there was a new one out there, I cannot pronounce the town, but it was about 75 kilometers inside the lines, so that a new depot just went up in flames last night, and that was amazing to watch. But yeah, I mean, the precision strikes are clearly having an effect. They need less time to assemble these missions. I'm just going to assume less time. I mean, the overall mission time might be longer, but less time actually exposing themselves. They can do it with less ammunition. They can have a greater effect. So I can't speak to artillery part of it, you know, what systems are being used, but clearly they're using precision fires in a very nice way. They're picking out. They're doing good targeting work. They're picking out good targets, and then they're figuring out a way to make the execution of this happen. They're figuring out a way to get these systems where they need to be, getting the right system at the right place at the right time, and then taking out targets. So that means they're identifying targets, they're prioritizing targets, and I'm hoping that that's going to have a massive impact on the logistical lines on the Russian side. But it may take some time for that to pan out. You know, the first and second order effects of having them move all their ammo supply points further back and their command posts further back. So I'm waiting for the next week or two here to see how that starts to turn out for the Russians. You know, is it an acute ammo shortage? Is it further than an acute ammo shortage? How many personnel do they have to redeploy to sort of get equipment and ammunition back to their front line? So I'm looking to see how much this slows the Russians down, and if the Russians aren't able to adapt to this, then that's a pretty big inflection point for me.
Thank you very much, Gurney. For anybody who wishes to come up, I would like to say this is a perfect example of the fact that we have a wide variety of people here at the Walter Report with different expertise. Gurney is one of our many knowledgeable military veterans who comes and speaks in the space. We also have some active duty military personnel who stop by from time to time, both in the U.S. and other armed forces. As U.S., Canadian, and Ukrainian armed forces, we have members of them all stopping in, veterans and active duty. I myself talk about finance, and we have other people as well. Christian, you've been waiting patiently this whole time. Then back to Liberal.
Thank you. It's great to be back. I've been gone for the past week and a half, I think. So I want to go back a bit to the Bayraktar drones. I think I just want to add that about their publicity. The first time that I think the world, not all the world, heard about their effectiveness was back in 2020 in the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, where they actually absolutely massacred the S-300s and whatever the Armenians had. And another thing I just wanted to say about the Baykar and the Turkish way of doing politics. It's a bit more complex about money first, and it's more about the way the Turks, and especially Erdogan, do business is family-wise, which means that in control, in general, in power, when they get power, they usually go by families. That's why we've seen in the past when the military purges were happening in Turkey, and it's not limited to Turkey. It's more of Oriental, Turco-Semitic culture, Arabic culture. When they take power, families take power. When they get purged, entire families get purged, and so on and so on and so on. And another thing I wanted to comment just a little bit about press gang, Ukrainian-speaking people, citizens from Crimea and from the Donbas region. It's basically hitting two birds with one stone, throwing people into the meat grinder, colonizing the area because actually the men are being sent out to fight, so the process of Russification is happening live. So it's more insidious than just genocide, just press ganging people into the army. Thank you, that's all I wanted to say.
Yes, absolutely. To the Russian view, and I'm not saying this because I agree with the perspective, but because I'm explaining their strategic thinking. To the Russian view, this is solving multiple problems at once. It is the same reason that their army is a majority composed of ethnic minorities from non-Russian regions, especially ones that happen to be the faster growing demographics. Because if they can kill first huge numbers of ethnic Buryats, if they can ethnically cleanse the regions that they have forcibly stolen from Ukraine, and they can then use that to fight their war, the result is that not only in their mind, if they were to be able to win this horrible genocidal war, that not only would they win territory, which is at this point their war aim, given that they have completely failed at their original goal of just subjugating Kyiv and taking over Ukraine. That failed, but now their goal is to take territory. And they have taken some territory, but holding it is going to be a totally different situation for them. But should they somehow be able to succeed at that, they will have considered that to have solved multiple problems. They won't have just taken the territory, but they will have changed the demographic composition of Russia to be more to have more ethnic Russians compared to the minorities in the rest of the Federation. So, like, they are purposefully making sure that non-ethnic Russians are dying at a higher rate. And to them, that is solving multiple problems at the same time. Again, yes, if you find it monstrous that I just use the term solving problems as murdering ethnic minorities, I agree with this sentiment. I think this is why they're a genocidal monster. And, I don't really push back too hard against Nazi comparisons when I absolutely hate making them on pretty much any situation. Moving on, Liberal has been patiently waiting with his hand up. You are up, sir.
Thanks, Finance. Yeah, just to follow up on what Christian said, Erdogan is playing chess, and he tried to use the emergence of Finland and Sweden as NATO members to try to apply some type of gain, whether it's financial or military. And now we're talking about F-16s going to Turkey as a result. But he relented, and I'm happy that Finland and Sweden will eventually be brought into NATO. With respect to the Erdogan government and how they operate with families, you see the same thing in Russia, where I remember reading an article that one of the companies that was contracted to perform maintenance on the Moskva failed to fix their radar system, and it was reported, I don't know this to be true, but it was reported that that company was headed by the mother of some FSB agent or someone connected to the government, and it just highlights the corruption that is endemic in the Russian army, and we're seeing that play out because they have failed miserably. I had another question earlier, but as is true for the space moves on. You're stuck in your moment, and 20 minutes later, we're on another topic, whether it's drones or whatever. But I'm so happy to be in the space, and I want to say Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava. John, welcome up, followed by David, also welcome up.
Thank you, Finance. I'm afraid that I missed out on the special military operation earlier today. I was able to catch part of the live stream. I was out doing some July 3rd festivities. I just now hopped back on. I did not catch the entirety of the ethnic minority conversation regarding the Buryats, the Dagestanis, etc. I just wanted to quickly ask if the birth rate point had been brought up. That it is very notable that the population of ethnic Russians is in decline due to low birth rates in that population, whereas the Buryats, the Dagestanis, and the Tuvans, all these various ethnic minorities in Russia, have considerably higher birth rates. And so the populations are
I
much
mentioned
more
it as
stable
an
long
aside,
term.
but you are correct to bring it up front and center. That yes, some of them, not all ethnic minorities in Russia, but some of them absolutely are having significantly higher birth rates than ethnic Russians. Not inconsequentially, those groups, especially Siberian native groups, as like the Tuva, the Buryatians, who are Mongolian ethnicity, who are mostly Buddhist, and the Dagestanis, who are just north of the Caucasus Mountains, sort of right by where Chechnya is, that those minorities are growing much faster than ethnic Russians. They are also significantly overrepresented in deaths in the military, so they are killing off their youth cohort, which will not just change the demographics immediately, but long term, because who's supposed to be having kids? So yes, thank you very much for pointing that out. Well, let's move on to David.
Can I just have one moment? I'm pulling over. I'm driving. I don't want to do this wrong.
Yeah, no, have all the time you need. We'll move on to Cristiano, who had his hand up a moment ago, and then come back to you. Cristiano?
Let me just recall what I wanted to say. I do agree about the birth rate. I was looking it up right now. It looks like Chechnya, Ingushetia, Tuva, Dagestan, all of these areas have much higher birth rates than, for example, Moscow, which has 1.2. For example, Chechnya has 14.7 natural growth rate. So, yeah. I wanted to say about Erdogan, if I'm not mistaken. I think I'm going to come back on that because I don't remember what I wanted to say.
All right, it's Forgetful Night tonight. Totally acceptable. We will get back to you when you remember. David, hope you're in a safe place to talk and not driving dangerously.
Yeah, I have pulled over. I just want to say that the logic that you presented just now about the ethnic cleansing, simultaneously ethnic cleansing and ethnic drawdown as a co-benefit for the Russians for their war effort, that is shocking, and that is just straining my moral fibers to consider, and it sounds very credible. And that raises a lot of issues, but it also sets me off on the we need to do more, do everything to stop this. And, my mind rushes down to revisiting the NATO intervention. But the idea that that was a fireworks, I don't know if you heard that. The idea that we are observing this type of process occurring is that's very striking and unsettling, and I appreciate you for presenting it the way that you did. I hadn't actually made that connection before.
Apologies for having to state the disgusting approach that Russia appears to be taking. I will point you to a number of things that back up this claim. So if you want to take the basic view that many Russians have. So our friend of the space, Matty Kaparov, who tweets at @NewKappa, has a whole collection going of anecdotes of ethnic Russian exceptionalism, which is just literally average Russians and average Russian. Sorry, there's pipes in this building that are going off. That's just average Russians, like priests, soldiers, etc. And it's translating what they say. And good Lord, is it straight out of Mein Kampf. It's really awful. But if you want to look at, like, from a higher level strategic argument, Camille Galiv, who I quote all the time, tweets at Camille Kazani, has specifically discussed this as a Russian strategy, quoting the TRIZ framework, TRIZ. And he's actually studied at one point in his life, studied at RENEPA, which is their top government and economics and service, public service university. So he knows when we talk about somebody who understands how the Russians think about strategy, he'd be the guy. We have lots of hands up. So Christian, I hope you remember what you said. Liberal, then back to David.
I just want to add to what David said. For example, if your moral compass sets off, see, here in Eastern Europe and the ex-Soviet space, we all know what they're capable of. So we don't even need proof about what they're doing, because we have proof from the past. For example, here in Romania, we have a lot of examples when the Russians used us as meat grinders. So after there's a specific event which is a tragedy in the national Romanian consciousness. It's called the Battle for Warba de Mureș. It was a massacre. After Romania changed sides in the Second World War, the Soviets pushed the Romanian army to fight the Germans in Transylvania. So what they did at Warba de Mureș is they forced the Romanian army there about, let me get the facts straight, about 25,000.
Мужество и героизм военнослужащих народной милиции и спецназа Ахмат позволили провести совместную операцию по форсированию реки
Romanian soldiers
с дальнейшим решительным наступлением по всей
in a
линии
couple of
фронта.
days,
В течение
2 or
одного
3
дня
days, were massacred
перешли при воле
by the Germans because the Soviets were pushing them in a suicide attack just for us to massacre. So it's something. It's compared to the Katyn forest which the Polish had in Romania. So it's, of course, morally degrading to think like this. We all know them. We know them, and this is what they do, and they have been doing. Even if they were being called the Russian Empire, then the Soviet Union, now the Russian Federation, their tactics haven't changed, their strategy hasn't changed. Colonization, Russification, massacres, it's all in their, I'm sorry to say it, in their bloodline. Thank you.
I don't hold by the genetic argument, but I do think it is a deeply ingrained part of their culture that has never been forcibly reckoned with. Moving to liberal woke mobster.
Hey liberal, sorry, real quick, this is Joseph. Just wanted to jump in and do some quick housekeeping, guys. So first I just wanted to say thanks so much to everyone who contributed and donated to Maria Aid for the tourniquet fundraiser. We got 1,000 tourniquets together, we're sending them to Ukraine, so thanks so much to everyone who helped out. Second, if you guys could spread the word about the Walter Report, retweet the space, like the retweets, tell your friends. We want to get as many people listening as possible, we want to get as many people involved as possible, so we thank everyone for listening and supporting and helping out. And lastly, we have a great panel tonight. We have a lot of experts on military and financial matters, so if anyone wants to come up and raise your hand with a question for the panel, we'd love for you to come up and ask a question. Sorry, back to you, Liberal.
Hey, no worries, Joseph. Happy to hear your voice. Finance. Yeah, just to follow up on what Christian said. The Russians have no compunction about using the ethnic vassal states to throw, at the front line. You look at the Dagestanis, the Chechens, and the Buryats. I think it was earlier reported that a couple of months back that the Buryats and the Chechens were fighting over who is going to be the lead force, which I find mind-blowing. But the Chechens are more like a Rosguardia, where they are, you shoot you if you don't go forward. But my point was that Putin understands that if ethnic Russian soldiers, Slavic soldiers, are killed in the battlefield, he's going to lose support for this special military operation. So now they're trying to dark mobilize, reservists within Russia, people with special skills. And I mentioned earlier in Crimea, where they're trying to take mostly Ukrainians and force them back into the front lines on Kherson. And I think it's just very insidious, and it says a lot about this evil empire.
I like the term evil empire here. I think it is perfectly accurate for what we are dealing with. And moving on, I believe we are back to David.
Well, I just want to add that, as an American who I hope to be informed on things, and having spent countless hours in this space, I still feel ashamed at my ignorance of the bad acts of Russia and the Soviet Union. I think in some way the Iron Curtain acted like a veil of ignorance to some extent, and my curiosity was not brought to probe all of that history, and I regret it. So I would like to learn more. I also want to add that I was very moved by the event tonight at the Russian embassy. I thought that was a very powerful protest. The pictures where it happened, Walter's voice, of his moral voice on top of it was extremely powerful. And I thought that sort of confrontation was moving. And I hope that more of that can happen. And I also think that, as good as this format is for engaging in intelligent dialogue, not having images with Walter's voice is also a disadvantage. And I think it would be, to the extent that we can combine these stories that we're hearing from Ukraine with the images and produce video, I think that would actually be very powerful. And it's something to consider as an area of expansion for how this is operating as a media outlet to tell the story of what's happening in Ukraine.
Hey, David, if I may add that the vast majority of the listeners are not experts or military veterans. We're here because we're human. We believe in humanity. We believe in democracy. We believe in free societies. And your voice is also important. And if you visit the space, you'll learn a lot. And I'm better for it. And again, I am by no means an expert on anything, but I am concerned about the Ukrainian people, their plight, and Slava Ukraine.
Herem Slava. Look, I will say, David, as a person who literally spends significant amounts of time daily volunteering here at the Walter Report, helping host. I would say that this is literally what I know I can do to help. I live safely in America. I have zero military training. I have zero military knowledge. I would be utterly friggin' useless to the Ukrainian or quite frankly, any military. I also have a knee surgery. Like, you know, this is I'm useless to any military. But what I can do for Ukraine is this. And so this is what I'm doing. This is how I can help. I can help with the space. I can help with keeping the space running, keeping content going, and raising funds for Maria 8, which thankfully donated a lot of tourniquets. The fight for Ukraine is not over. You're welcome to donate today. There's always a link posted on the Walter Report if you would like to do so. So, you know, don't think that there's nothing you can do just because you are not able to go out there, pick up a gun, and fire at some Russians, which they broadly deserve. There are many, many things you can do. If everyone does their parts, look, we can get up to where Estonia is a society where, you know, who is given the most per capita of anybody in the world because they understand the importance of stopping this genocidal regime. So with that, I would like to move on to John.
Thank you, Finance. Very briefly to Liberal's point, regarding the Chechen, specifically the Kadyriovites and the Rosgvardia, you're 100% correct that the Kadyriovites are technically speaking part of the Russian National Guard of Rosgvardia. They're the formal name is the 141st Special Motorized Regiment. That's the formal designation of the Kadyriovites within the overall Russian military and paramilitary structure. So yeah, you're 100% on the mark. They're formally part of the structure of Rosgvardia. I believe previously they had been independent, but one of the purposes, there were a number of reasons behind it, but one of the purposes that Rosgvardia was created for was to centralize these, Kadyrivite units essentially under Rosgvardia because Rosgvardia reports directly to Putin, so it enables him to exert more direct control over Chechnya, and as well as just generally consolidating police forces and other, internal security units under Putin's direct control. But I digress.
Well said, sir.
Разведка местности позволила не только оценить обстановку в городе, но и выяснить основные проблемы мирного
Welcome to the space,
населения.
Brian.
2 июля
Please
вместе с
ask your
основными
question.
силами армии освободителей
Yeah, I
сейчас
had
была
a quick
доставлена
question about the
гуманитарная помощь.
Wagner Group and their, I wouldn't say ineptitude, but they haven't been largely effective from the Russian side of things, unless someone can tell me I'm wrong. And I was just curious if anyone had some insight
Для местных жителей
as to
впервые за
whether,
несколько месяцев без
these
опаски
folks
вышедших
that
на
want to
улицу
get
сегодня
paid to just
общегородской
get
праздник.
blown up by
Военнослужащих
Ukrainian
встречают
troops
слезами
are
радости, не боясь
continuing
возвращения
to
украинских
flow
нацистов,
into Ukraine,
рассказывают о преступлениях киевского режима.
or have they subsided and they decided they don't want to end up in an early grade, because I know the Wagner troops in the early onset of this invasion, this legal invasion, met an untimely situation. So I was just curious if anyone had an opinion on the Wagner Group and their
Традиционно
overall
над
impact
административными
on the
зданиями поднимаются
invasion.
знамена победы.
To me,
Детский сад «Красная
I think
шапочка» в
they've
этом
been
смысле
kind of a
своего рода
non-factor
исключение.
so
Но
far.
свое знамя они
Maybe
заслужили по
someone
праву.
else can tell
Не
me
дав
otherwise.
нацистам занять и, как следствие, превратить в руины это красивое место.
The Wagner Group is known for leading what is defined as ill-equipped and unmotivated troops. So, for instance, where you see press-ganged former Ukrainian citizens of the Luhansk and Donetsk People's Republics of the United Soviet Socialist Republics that they are, you will see the Wagner troops there and leading them because they're good at committing atrocities and forcing people to do things against their will at the point of a gun. They are the modern version of the Russian officers of World War II who pointed their guns at the backs of their troops so that they would head towards the front. We have absolutely seen them in the fight. We have seen them in other similar roles. They are posting things out of they have a whole Telegram channel. They are active in parts of the front. They specialize more in torture, civilian terror, and leading, if you can define leading as shoving forward people who have no morale and who are literally being forced towards the front because they're more scared of the death-loving Wagner group than they are scared of whatever is in front of them. So yes, we've seen them. I wouldn't say they've been a non-factor. I would say that they are committing horrific atrocities in Ukraine, just as they commit horrific atrocities wherever they go. That's what they do. It's what they've done in Central Africa. It's what they've done in Syria. It was what they're now doing in Ukraine. The Finesse, welcome to the space. Finesse, you're up.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, super. So I have been with this space since day one, and first of all, I want to thank Walter and Yehuda and all the crew who give us information every day on what's going on. I've been very concerned. I've very close friends who are Ukrainian, and I'm American, but I have to say the Ukrainians I have known are people of such great character, and I'm not surprised in a way by the brilliance that the Ukrainian army has shown, because these are very capable, very people of great character. So I just wanted to say that. I joined to speak earlier in the evening because I was very moved by the earlier program with Walter and at the Russian embassy. I think that was a brilliant move because the Russians need to be confronted in every venue where they are around the world with how we see them, and that we hear the Ukrainian people in their suffering, and we will not turn away. And this 4th of July, I just wanted to say my heart is with the Ukrainian people. I have never spoken before because I really don't have much military experience myself, although I did have, I have 13 of my ancestors fought in the Revolutionary War. And, when my ancestors were fighting, we were fighting for our homeland. And I think that is something that all Americans understand, that the Ukrainians are fighting for their very lives and their homes and their families. So that was all I really wanted to say, just to kind of let you know that you've really helped, I think, people understand, and at least for me to get updated daily. And I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Quite frankly, I feel the same way, and I was not hosting for any of our amazing scheduled programming of the day. I was just a listener, like everyone who is not speaking now, and I thought it was some of the best programming we've had. I really enjoyed it. So I am 100% in agreement with you. John.
Thank you, Finance. Finesse's comment just reminded me of something I meant to say earlier when I came to speak regarding the Kadyrovites. For those in the audience who are in the United States and in the Central Time Zone, it is currently 0014, 14 minutes after midnight. So I just want to briefly say Happy 4th of July to all of us in the Central Time Zone in the U.S. I'm in Texas, so Happy 4th of July, Happy Independence Day.
Thank you, sir. was a fascinating day in history as we unleashed the promise of democracy and many other things along with it. And we are still working to fulfill it to its best potential here in the U.S. Liberal, you're up, sir.
Thank you, sir. Just to follow up, if you need to think about the Ukrainian ingenuity and their passion to be free. I remember looking at the way the children were dressed, in bright colors and, Disney or Western sort of motifs on clothing. I remember seeing a New York Yankee hat. The ingenuity that the Ukrainian forces have been able to demonstrate, it bleeds of Western democratic ideals and not Soviet doctrine. And there are a lot of countries in Central Europe that have the ideals of Western democracy, and the idea that Putin wants to reinvoke the Soviet era doctrine on these countries that were vassal states. It's a bygone era, and we need to stand up. And we need to support Ukraine at all costs, because this is the front line between autocracy and free societies and democratic ideals.
I do not think you will find any argument here at the Walter Space Liberal. I think that even across our very wide political spectrum of listeners, speakers, and participants here at the Walter Report, I think that is broadly agreed upon. Do we have anyone else with a question? If you are a listener would like to come and speak, have a question, please come up. I see many familiar faces in the audience. It is always a pleasure to see you all again.
Hey, I got a question for John, maybe. John, I see even more ammunition depots exploding in Donetsk. I mean, it's almost just becoming a regular thing. It's like instead of Stugna videos now, it's just ammo depots exploding. Is there anything maybe to remark upon about these particular ammo depot explosions, or just more of them lighting up, probably Tochkas, or yeah, John, any thoughts?
So that's exactly why I raised my hand. Actually, I got a DM from a listener regarding an ammo depot strike in somewhere in Donetsk. I believe this was several hours ago. CJ had sent a clip of it. So I don't, in the case of the particular strike that a listener that I was referring to, that I was DM'd by a listener about, I'm not sure if it was the Tochka or HIMARS. I've seen literally no other details other than a very beautiful explosion. I can put it up in the nest. It's quite spectacular. But yes, Ukraine continues to strike a number of Russian ammunition depots by a variety of means. HIMARS, I suspect some Tochkas, and Ukrainian fixed-wing aviation is also still in the fight, destroying ammunition depots.
Hey, John, I would say that was a goodwill gesture by Russia for the July 4th celebration here in America.
I wholeheartedly agree. I just put the tweet up in the nest. If y'all want to take a look, the image is quite beautiful.
I heard a cat in the background agree.
Yes, my cat is currently sitting a couple feet away from me, being quite vocal.
That cat sounds pro-Ukraine to me.
Well, I think she's pro-food more than anything else.
As are most vets. Welcome back. Brian?
Okay, I wasn't sure. I missed some lag in the communication there. I just wanted to say that, yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, and there's, you know, I read a quick article on Ukrainian special forces, and you know, OPSEC is a part of this whole OSINT community, right? It's like we shouldn't know everything that's going on, and there's some very elite Ukrainian forces that are doing some very significant damage to the oppressor that we hear about in the news, but we don't always know who's doing it. I'll just leave it at that.
Yes, no, there's clearly serious casualties being dealt to the Russians. It's really a question of when enough is dealt that it can actually force them to move in the opposite direction. One of the horrific things about dealing with the Russian army is that their general strategy is one of mass attrition. And in a case where they're at war with somebody like Ukraine, they don't care if they lose more men. They don't care if they lose a lot more men, as long as they have enough to keep coming. They have no problem with mass human waves. It's gross. It's vile. It's a horrific, you know, way of killing your own people as well as theirs. So, you know, that doesn't mean that Ukraine is going to lose. It doesn't mean that Ukraine can't win. It just means that it is an awful enemy that you are fighting, and that the need to win is actually higher, if anything, because, you know, look, like, by not stopping them until now, this is where we got to, and you want to stop a vile aggressor like this in its path the soonest possible time that you can. Now is a great time to do it. Also, Ukraine is suffering a genocide. There isn't really another side here. There isn't something else they can do. If they lose, they're suffering genocide. You don't really deal with that.
Yeah, but
we have a full. Really briefly, as the host, we have a full space now. Candace, you came up earlier, and Finesse, if either of you would like to cycle down or have anything to say, please raise a hand. We're happy to call on you. If not, we'll have to cycle a couple people down because we're going to need more space if anybody else wishes to come up. So I'm going to move on to Christian and wait to see if I see any other hands go up.
So I have a question for people who have more of a clue on this. So from the beginning of March, after the invasion became very clear, and looking at the numbers from my calculations, without being a military expert, I'm more of a geopolitical and political specialist, let's say, as that. From my calculations, it looked from very early on that the Russians didn't have enough numbers to sustain this war, because I actually anticipated that it's going to take a long time. It's going to be a long war, unfortunately. So I had a theory which I expressed it in the Romanian public space, in the media, that at a point in time, without giving any timelines, he will have to declare not necessarily a general mobilization, but maybe a partial mobilization on the areas surrounding the neighboring Ukraine. I'm seeing him doing dark mobilization or covert masked mobilization, but I think again that this is not sustainable. So do you have a vision where he will declare in the near or maybe medium term partial mobilization? Do you think he has support for that? Do you think it's going to go that way? In my opinion, I think it is going to go that way, but that will be his downfall. So if anybody can add that, I'll just listen. Thank you.
The view is that perhaps he is trying things to increase the amount of mobilization. We have seen anecdotally things out of Russia suggesting that far more close to near force mobilization, perhaps a few more provincial areas is occurring. But throwing a gun in the hands of a whole bunch of lower class Russians who live in provinces and are currently completely without agency and shoving them towards a war zone is one way to give them agency, move them around, and make them more of a danger, which is why Russia doesn't like to do it. So, yes, he may be able to do it. That doesn't mean it's something he directly wants to do, but they may do it out of necessity. So, I think there is the possibility, but I certainly wouldn't put money on it. Misfit had his hand up. I don't know if he went down on purpose or, that's just the way Twitter is right now. So, Misfit, if you'd like to go, you're up, sir. If not, it's liberal then Leonard.
Well, I wasn't going to comment on the mobilization front, so I can wait if you like.
We're on the topic now, so let's go.
Okay, what I wanted to ask is, they were using that, the fireworks ammo dump strike. It was actually in a factory. I wanted to see if anybody had the info on, is Russia still manufacturing ammunition, rockets, etc.? Has that been impacted perhaps by some of the other funny things going on, shall we say, or sanctions? But really what I wanted to get to is, because they were using a factory, or that was a factory area that went up tonight in spectacular fashion, would it be possible that they could have been manufacturing ammunition at that location? Or do we think that that kind of stuff is maybe confined to Russia proper?
I don't know if they're manufacturing ammunition that close to the front. Whatever information is available on Russian. So the Russian tank factories are known to be closed down. Some of the Russian ammunition factories are open. The people who report on these kinds of things, such as Trent Telenko, and other OSINT sources have all said along the lines of, everyone I have found that reports on these kinds of things has said, we don't have a good estimate or an idea of even how to guess about current Russian ammunition production. There is lots of evidence they don't have modern precision/timed fuses. So that's really limiting the effectiveness and deadliness of their
siren
ammo
alert
in the
update.
field, but they certainly have a lot of it stored up.
This message has been generated with municipal
very
data.
long time ago, and they appear to still be able to produce it. So the sanctions are having an effect, but not enough to keep their ammunition to close down whatever their ammunition factories are. If somebody does have an OSINT account reporting on it decently accurate numbers that is trustworthy on Russian ammunition production, I am 100% all ears, would love to read it, and you would make my day. Does that answer your question, Misfit?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah, absolutely. I was just thinking, well, they've been planning this a while. Obviously, if you can, and it's not really that close to the front line, at least it wasn't before, before certain things started coming into the country. But if you manufacture it, in the safety behind the lines, but don't have to truck it or transport it all the way from Russia, given the quantity that they're going through. I just wonder if maybe they had some, maybe smaller operations closer to the front lines. but what used to be safely behind the front lines. But yeah, you answered it for the most part, and I'd love to see an account with good reporting on that as well. Thank you, Finance.
Yeah, sorry I don't have a satisfying answer. As I said, if you see one or anybody sees one in the audience, please, by all means, send it to me or any of our other hosts. We would love to get some kind of estimates on Russian artillery production. Nobody I know has come across that kind of stuff in open space, and anybody I know who would have access to more private information isn't talking to me because I don't have that. I don't have the clearance. I am not a intelligence personnel. So moving onwards, I believe our order is Leonard, Liberal Daniel, but I'm not positive. I think you're up, Leonard.
Okay, thank you, Finance. I just had a quick follow-up point with reference to the Russian recruitment picture and sort of the attrition rate, and there were some of the fears that seemed to be being expressed as to whether the Russians could bring to bear their traditional human flood to sort of just flood the battlefield. And I would just kind of repeat, I found it interesting that one of the British guys, one of the Royal Marines, was on Canada Day, and he was referencing that that the Ministry of Defence in Britain has already confirmed that they're in process of training 10,000 recruits a month from Ukraine, and the first batch is probably is apparently based upon what the I think it was Sir Britt. What he was saying was that they were already en route to Ukraine, I believe. So if you extrapolate that, that's 10,000 a month to their target. I mean, that adds up to a very significant pace very quickly. And he also mentioned that there were already New Zealanders on the ground in England as part of the training force. So they've already delivered a bunch of Kiwis with apparently the Kiwis have a particular brand of mini gun or smaller case artillery that bites like a lion, and they've got specialized training crews that have already been sent to England to train Ukrainian crews specifically on their hardware. And Major Jason Drew of the Royal Canadian Regiment was on, I think yesterday or the day before, Canada Day anyway, and he didn't get into particulars, but the Canadian military certainly has a highly developed training capability that they've already honed in Ukraine over the last 7 years. And I would expect there would be some kind of a significant commitment coming there from the Canadian Ministry of Defense as well. So I think the bottom line is, unless somebody has some specialized information on what the Russians are up to, I don't see how they can possibly replace their losses and overcome the rate of training that is now going on with the NATO efforts. So that's it. That's my comment.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen great things on training. I think John has something to say on that before we move on.
Yes, thank you, Finance. Just a quick clarification, unless new info has come out, it's not 10,000 troops every month, it's 10,000 troops every 4 months, every 120 days.
Did you hear Sir Britt when he was on? He's the Royal Marine. Did you hear his commentary at all?
No, I did not. So the 10,000 every 4 months that's a quote from Boris Johnson. Unless new info has come out, and if it has, I would love to see it. 10,000 a month is much better, of course, and I'd love to see that info. So if he has a post on that, I'd love to see it. I'm just relaying what I heard, a couple days ago when the British Prime Minister made the announcement. His words were 10,000 every 120 days.
Okay, then that is clearly at variance with what the Royal Marine was conveying. So perhaps he I'm not sure which would be the most accurate, but he did acknowledge. He said that is a phenomenal training pace, and it ramps up to a level that the British Army had actually hadn't even put on the books since Dunkirk, really. So obviously it is a significant number, and it appears that it's certainly going to have an impact certainly in the near to midterm. So thank you, John.
Thank you, Leonard and John. Moving on to Daniel, then Liberal. Daniel, are you with us, sir?
Okay, I am with you. Let's not forget there are other countries than Britain in NATO. By the way, from military central, from Moscow region, already troops are moved 2 or 3 weeks ago. The rumors, which are not more rumors, are already interception. Disciplinary battalions are formed. They clean up the jails. The bridge near Melitopol blown up, meaning no connection with Donetsk from Kherson. And don't worry about ammunition. Worry about how that ammunition can go to Kherson and go to Donetsk, because it will be blown up every pace. Manpower is the issue, not the ammunition for the Russians. Manpower is less than needed. If you move troops from Moscow region, you are in big doo-doo.
Луганской Народной Республики и большого русского мира.
Из Белгорода полетели ракеты, и я знал, что они вернутся.
Mic check.
Сегодня, к сожалению, это произошло. Мой любимый родной город.
Thank you, Daniel. Liberal.
Thanks, Finance. Joseph has been lurking in the background, and I love his perspective, his expertise in the area of the Caucasus. And we talked about earlier about the Russians' penchant for using ethnic people to flood the front line. And I wonder what his perspective was on that, because, again, we're looking at a report that Crimea is trying to press gang Ukrainian speakers and Ukrainians to turn them around and go back into Kherson and fight the Ukrainians that are trying to liberate the land. And it blows my mind, but it's not really that's surprising, because the Russian government doesn't have an affinity for humanity. It's all about power, imperialism, and expansion. And I wonder if Joseph could speak to that. Brother, I respect you so much, man, and I just want to hear your take on that.
Yeah, so thanks, Liberal. So yeah, as far as like my opinion on sort of Russian attitudes towards non-Russians, I think Maddie is a great resource. And yeah, my experience comports with Maddie. In general, Russian attitudes, I'll put it this way. The nicest thing I've ever heard Russians say about Central Asia was, somebody needs to sweep our streets, right? Like that's like the let's say that's the progressive attitude. There's a much less progressive attitude that I would say is more prevalent in Russian society. As far as using them as frontline soldiers, absolutely. I mean, I think the main reason is sort of insulating Putin from the economic, from the political cost of losing civilians, losing Russians, right? He doesn't want to lose the loyalty of the Russian population. He has other means of containing other ethnic populations in Russia. But when it comes to, body bags coming home, right, you would prefer the key press gangs, Ukrainians, in these proxy republics, or in these so-called republics, or uses ethnic minorities from other republics within the Russian the other so-called republics in the Russian Federation. Man, the Russians are so good at this game, huh? So yeah, it's definitely a pattern we see in the Russian military and in Russian culture. Non-Russians are considered expendable bodies, right? Tajiks are, they die a lot in working as migrant laborers in Russia. The safety, they're building things, and the safety procedures there aren't great. So a lot of them don't go there to work, just send money home to support their families, and they don't come back home, right? Or they get involved in, criminal criminals take advantage of them, things like that. And they're subjected to casual racism on an everyday basis. There's I'll put it this way, the cultural attitudes of Russians towards non-Russians in their empire allows the Russian state to use non-Russians as bodies that they can put in the military to die at less political cost to them. Does that make sense, Liberal?
Absolutely, and that's the calculus of Putin, because the more Russian body bags come back, I'm talking about ethnic Slavic Russians, the more it may debilitate his hold on power.
Definitely agree. Back to you, Finance.
Yeah, I cannot disagree more. Hold on. We have one more person. I think that is a decently accurate point. I think it is also key where they come from. Basically, the citizens with more cultural, social capital in St. Petersburg and Moscow have more power / danger to Russian society and the regime if they become concerned, worried, or upset with the war than others. And we have a new guest in the space politically. Please ask your question.
Thank you. Just to step back a minute, to clarify, when Liberal asked
Ear siren alert
if
update.
Russia was
Donetsk, all clear.
using
This message has been
ethnic
generated with municipal
soldiers
data.
or people to be on the front lines, I just want to clarify, was he really asking that they were from other countries, or is he saying that Russia is using ethnicities within their own country to be on the front line or sacrifice their lives? Does that make sense, my question?
Yeah, so I'll take a shot.
Yeah, I got this. Can I get this, or you want the show?
Yeah, absolutely. Finance, go ahead.
Sure. Russia is currently defines itself as a federation. This is not, think of Russia, quite frankly, as the Russian Empire. It is the only of the major medieval empires to still be standing. The Ottomans have broken up. The Mamluks broke up long ago. The Austrian Empire broke up. The Austro-Hungarian Empire. They're still standing. They have subjugated under the Russian Federation ethnic Tartars, Tuvas, and other Siberian natives, Buratian Mongols, and I've just named a few. Under the guise of the Soviet Union, you saw massive amounts of forced population transfer and genocide of Ukrainians, Estonians, Poles, in many cases, and other non-Russian ethnicities. My own people, the Jews, were murdered back in the Russian Tsarist Empire days. with the czars explicitly having, documents saying they had a 3/3 plan, which is they expected to try to convert 1/3 of us, kill 1/3 of us in pogroms, and force 1/3 of us to leave the country. So, this is like just not their first rodeo with murdering or forcibly transferring to break populations across the nation. So the Russian Federation has huge numbers of non-Russian ethnicities who live, broadly oppressed and without agency within the nation of Russia. Joseph, would you have anything to add to that explanation?
I understand that.
Yeah, so the Finance's explanation was great, and I would just sort of underline that, in sort of legal terms, right, these are considered separate quote-unquote republics. Of course, they're completely beholden to Putin, but, right, the Tartars have their own republic with its own constitution, and so in legal terms, they're considered separate in the Russian, quote-unquote federation. Again, it's an empire. This is all Russian terminology we're kind of using, which is problematic, but this is how they do it. So both in legal terms and, as Finance explained, in sort of cultural or ethnic terms, there are these other groups in the Russian Empire, and it's a great explanation, Finance. I'll leave it there. Back
Well,
to you.
it gets very confusing, right? Because if you remember in the beginning of the war, as you explained historically, took Ukrainians across the border and made them fight against their own, right? And so it gets very confusing at some point. Is that are they recruiting or are they capturing people outside their borders, or are they? The word isn't recruiting internally, or are they sacrificing those internal groups within their borders to be on the front line?
Well, so it's basically a combination of everything, right? So, for example, in these proxy quote-unquote republics, in these proxy states that Russia has created on Ukrainian territory, we've seen videos of them just coming up to young people and grabbing them and just putting them in military units. In terms of the Russian, let's say,
Air siren alert update. Chernobyl. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
The social structure of the Russian Empire is such that people who don't live in, as Finance said, Moscow and St. Petersburg, they don't really have the ability to get out of the army like those people do, and so they're going to be conscripted in the army. Every male in Russia is going to be conscripted into the military.
I understand.
Right? A lot of Russians are able to get out of service. A lot of ethnic minorities aren't. And then once they're in the military, there's a lot of pressure to sign a contract. There's a lot of abuse. There's a lot of, hazing, I guess you'd call it, but it's a much more extreme. Just think in terms of sexual abuse and all sorts of other depravity.
Well, basically being forced, they're being forced by any means.
Exactly.
From both sides.
And if you come from Moscow or St. Petersburg,
Hold on,
from
what do you mean by from both sides?
What I mean from both sides is, Russia capturing Ukrainians and pro-Ukrainians, or historically the same, and dragging them over the border to fight against their own, as well as internally in Russia, taking what you say are ethnic groups or, whatever they define, and forcing them to fight on the front lines. That's what I mean by externally and internally.
So both in Ukrainian occupied territory and inside Russia, they're doing both. That's right. And
Correct.
The last thing
That's
I'll
what I
say
mean.
is right. And so the Russian social system is set up in a way that if you have connections, right, if you're from Moscow, or even just there's a suspicion that you might, the people in the military are going to have a lot less ability to pressure you into doing things you're uncomfortable doing. There might be a little bit of fear of reprisal from whatever sort of group you represent, right? So they might not mess with you as much. Whereas again, in the ethnic minority communities, they're maybe not as well connected, right? So there's just this general bias toward using ethnic minorities in the Russian military, that's I guess that we'll leave it there. Back to you.
Bias or discrimination, in a way.
I mean, I would say that genocide is discrimination, man. I don't know how else to put it, right? Like, you can call it.
I think you misunderstand me, Finance. I'm just saying that on the Russian side, there's a bias, and they will forfeit those that they care less about first.
I mean, they're literally ethno-nationalist in broadly white supremacist fashion. Like, you can read many threads in just translations.
Oh shit! That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, right. No, so I mean, like every word that denotes the things that white power assholes would say fits. Bias, discrimination, prejudice. Pick one, pick all. Use any one you want. They're all going to apply because that's what you're looking at, right? Like when you are a white supremacist Russian trying to commit genocide on Ukrainians, which to a lot of people outside of the region is hard to get your head around because they seem like very similar cultures. It would be like the US trying to genocide Canada. Like, we think they say A and, talk a little funny.
I understand all of this, and thank you, Joseph.
But, maybe the whole
finance is somehow,
space.
hang on,
And you don't need to interrupt me,
somehow actually, trying to make it like I'm trying to put something different out there, but it's not that, and you know that. So I'm going to drop down. Thank you.
All right. And Liberal, I believe you had your hand up a little earlier.
Yeah, no, I actually didn't have my hand up, brother, but I regret that Politically Fed Up felt that somehow we were disagreeing with her when we were actually agreeing with her. So Politically Fed Up, if you're still in the listening group, feel free to come back up. We welcome your commentary, and we actually agree with you. So if that comes as a surprise, don't be surprised.
Yeah, no, it's important not to understate the bigotry of Russia. And we're there. We completely agree it's awful. I think that, I don't have any quibble with exactly which word people want to use. I think they're all appropriate. They're anything that denotes the fact that this is a bigoted people in a bigoted war that is based around genocide. I mean, the point of the war is genocide. Yes, they, as mentioned earlier, Russia, when they think around making large strategic moves, tries to solve as many problems that they see as problems at once. Again, this may be different than this is from a logic that you would not consider moral, nor I, nor almost anybody, perhaps outside of the genocidal Chinese regime. So to them, yes, they might pick up oil and gas regions. They will pick up some land that connects their territory to ports. All of that is all of that to them is a useful, helpful thing. But the purpose of the war, the reason they're doing this in the first place, is genocide of Ukrainians. That is what they're about. That's what they're here for. That is what is driving them. They cannot handle the idea that Ukraine no longer wishes to be Russian, no longer wishes to be Soviet, wants to have agency. They want to live in a democratic free society.
Позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Со взятием Лисичанска завершена
операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России, Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики, наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах. Стараемся всеми силами гражданского но сам факт того, как люди здесь встречают, говорит, люди сохранили сердца.
веру в
Russia
силу
and
русского мира,
Ukraine
который их не
is
бросил,
the
не
third
оставил,
one.
и снова вернулся, и люди снова свободны, снова спокойны за свое будущее.
In that we are seeing a war. To me, that's a civil war.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и
In
его
that
жителей в бедственном положении.
Ukraine
Для
was
стабилизации
part of
гуманитарной
Russia
обстановки народная
before.
милиция продолжает доставлять
And I
гражданам
like
питание и предметы первой
the way
необходимости.
this other presenter said that it's a genocide. Yes, it is. Because if you see a government fighting its own people, that's a genocide.
Sir, you can
Не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
I can tell by your accent that you're from Africa, right, sir? Where are you from, sir?
I'm from Africa, but my accent does not disqualify me from saying.
Not at all. I wanted
Для
to.
многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
I know some of the different countries and areas. I have family members who are Nigerian, so I might be able to say something relevant to your context to try to put it in context for you, so it doesn't seem like something so far away from whatever is relevant to you. So I'm curious, which country you're from, sir?
I'm from Zimbabwe.
Okay, excellent. I hope you were safe and well.
Can you allow me to submit, because you seem to be distracting me even to an extent of forgetting what I want to say.
Sure, continue, please. But I reserve the right to interrupt if you continue, if you say major pieces of Russian propaganda.
Yeah, thank you. My observation. Russia is to blame in this issue, in that it is an aggressor, one. Two, it is failing to observe human rights. The turmoil in there is affecting so many people across gender, age, and the like. And if you talk of the Russian military, I know from history what Russia is. That's a communist nation. All their programs are done through indoctrination. You get a nurse in Russia, is first indoctrinated. You get a military person, is first indoctrinated. Everyone in the civil service is indoctrinated to the extent that you fail as an individual to deliver services as per the dictates of your profession. My worry, United Nations hasn't pronounced anything. They haven't come up. I don't know if they will come up when Ukraine is no more. That's my wonder. Thank you.
I don't think that was
Liberal. I think you want to respond before even I do. I'll let you go for it.
No, I appreciate the comment, and I thought at first it was anti-Ukraine, but it seemed to be pro-Ukraine on the end, because the speaker commented on the programming of the Russian people, and I was defensive at first, but then I continued to listen, and I think the speaker may have had a point. I'm not 100% sure.
I mean, you said Russia's aggressive. They're ignoring human rights, and they're causing all these horrible problems and ruining Ukrainian society by killing them. I think it's true. I think that there's obviously we can all do more to maybe inform our guests of the specifics of what's going on. But I mean, yeah, I'd say it's
you know, sir, Yeah, I will say that we were a little concerned when you made the Civil War comment, but you finished up pretty strong and seemed to have a pretty clear picture of the whole horror going on. I would say that calling this a civil war, to put it in the context of what I do know about the history of Zimbabwe, which quite frankly is better from the ancient kingdom thereof and its amazing trading empire that it was in the early modern period, a little before that. But in the modern period of Zimbabwe, this would be similar to Britain attacking Zimbabwe and saying it's a civil war because they used to be a colony. Ukraine was forcibly colonized by Russia. They're a different people. They have a different language. They have a different literary tradition. They're a different ethnicity. Both Ukrainians and Russians think they are a different ethnicity. This isn't the first time they've attempted to be subjugated. This is not the first time they've been genocided by the Russians. They currently are a different country with a separate government, security service, army, etc., hence why it is a war. So the idea of calling it a civil war would probably be about as offensive as you, sir, in Zimbabwe, would feel if somebody called it a civil war, if the British were to decide to take colonialism up again and attack you all, and it was called a civil war in the news, which would be absolutely wrong. It would be wrong of the British to do that. It was quite frankly wrong the first time they did it, and it would be wrong if they did it now. It was wrong the first time the Russian imperialist empire under the Tsar forcibly subjugated Ukraine, and it was wrong under the Soviet Empire when they forced a genocide called the Holodomor on Ukrainians. And it is wrong now when an independent Ukraine is being attacked by a still imperialist Russian state. So I would say that, everything you said about the war after that was absolutely on point, but I would caution against the civil war comment. It will upset many people locally here as well. We actually have Ukrainian hop up in this space, so I appreciate that we have a queue. I normally like to follow it, but in this case, Slava is up. He is Ukrainian, who is a veteran of the 2014 phase of this conflict, and I would love to hear what he has to say before he moves on.
Военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах.
Слава Україні, героям слава. One important note to the Mr. Wiki. He said that Ukraine was a part of the Russia. It is wrong. Ukraine never was a part of the Russia. Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union, and when the Soviet Union
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
Using this like important point in the propaganda that Ukraine was part of the Russia and should stay in the part of the Russia. So it's very important for the Ukrainians and others to understand that
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Russian misinformation, and we have people from Africa come on sometimes and just repeat, complete Russian disinformation. So, we definitely appreciate you coming on and sharing your perspective with us, and it's something we're interested in terms of dealing with Russian misinformation and how they brainwash people, as you said, both in their own country and outside their country. There's a lot of Africans who will say, this is all the CIA is doing, and it's NATO expansion and all this stuff. So, yeah, we definitely appreciate you coming on and saying, this is Russian aggression, and they're
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
I would like to go back to Mr. Vicky. I apologize, sir, that I cannot pronounce your first name. If you'd like to try to teach me how, I will happily call you by it. But until then, Mr. Vicky, if you'd like to respond, absolutely. And then after that, we'll go back to the queue of hands.
Oh, thank you, co-host. My name is a tongue twister, yet my last name is a gender twister. It's pronounced as Ndabazezwe. Ndabazezwe is a Zulu.
Ndabazezwe?
Ndabazezwe.
Yes. Is that close enough? All right, I'm trying to be respectful. I understand, sir. All right, I thank you for trying to teach me. I can't pronounce Ukrainian words either, and I host the Ukrainian place all the time. Slava.
Ndabazezwe implies political affairs. That's my name. And Viki is a short name for Vigindugu, meaning the shield. But
That's a
both
awesome name.
they are gender twisters. They are twisters anyway. But let me proceed. I wanted to answer to this other previous speaker who wanted to correct me that Russia, Ukraine was not part of Russia. It was part of USSR. Well, I understand where he's coming from, but I also want to correct him that USSR's headquarters was in Russia. That was a bloc formed. I forget the time frame, but historically it was towards the Cold War. After Stalin got into power, that's when they formed a bloc. So we cannot dispute the fact that Russia is the mother of these other small nations, such as Ukraine. You can name them. Yes.
Would you say that Poland is part of Russia, sir?
What saying?
Would you say that Poland is part of Russia or Germany?
Not at all. Germany and Poland, they were the Warsaw Pact. They never formed the USSR in 1945.
So you're aware that Moscow itself came out of Kiev, right? That Moscow was founded after the Kievan Rus. I apologize for my pronunciation, Slava. That actually the first country, the mother country, if you will, was not Russia, but Ukraine was the first country where the Rus people came from and exploded onto the Eastern European scene from, along with Orthodox Christianity and the like. I'm sure Slava could actually give us a better idea.
Yeah, you are right there. However, militarily and strategically, Ukraine never prevailed. If it did, it was the one to author the Union, which was called USSR. Ukraine never had the stamina politically or militarily to pronounce what they wanted.
I would mute this guy. Hey, listen.
Yeah, I can respond here if you wish.
Yeah, I just want to add a comment. Thank you. I can't pronounce your name, but understand that Kievan Rus was established in 970 AD, and it predated Moscow. Moscow was a bog. In other words, it was a forest, and it was perhaps habitated, perhaps not like habitated with like some governmental oversight. So I'm not sure where you're going, but understand that Kievan Rus was the center of Europe and the center of power in 970 AD. Moscow did not exist for another 500 years. So if you're trying to conflate that somehow Ukraine belongs to Russia, it's unfathomable. I just can't wrap my hand around it. So I just want to make that comment.
Yeah, I'm going to make a brief comment to say that, Zimbabwe as a country, even though they never won a war against the Rhodesians or the British, they lost every one of them. They were given independence by their colonial overlords. They did not win it in military conflict. That does not make them less of a country. They are an independent nation. Their struggles are their own. Their leadership is their own. That is something that Ukraine, and quite frankly every other people, is should be allowed to have. We have a massive number of speakers. We had one person who may not know because he is new to the space, Baza. Not sure if you know how. If you wish to raise your hand, there's a little heart button next to in the bottom right. If you click that, you see a bunch of icons. All the way on the right, you'll see a hand. If you raise it, I will put you in line. In order as best I remember, we have Leonard, Maha, Daniel, Slava, Lewis. Leonard.
Thank you, Finance. So I didn't catch that last gentleman's name, but if he's still listening, I would just, firstly, I have a question for him, which is to the effect of who has he been getting his information from with regard to Ukrainian history? Because just for your information, and I know Zimbabwe was part of the British Empire and then subsequently the British Commonwealth. I'm in Canada, and we have had significant inflow of immigration from Ukraine since 1885. That's 140 years ago. So we've had farming families and population coming to Canada from the Ukraine for 140 plus years. And just for your reference, Ukraine was a separate nation back in 1885. And I don't know how much of this you know or simply don't know, but Ukraine has fought 3 separate wars just in the last 100 years to maintain their independence, okay? So when you call it a civil war, I mean, that is just completely false. That is just simply not accurate information. There's nothing civil about it. Ukraine was a separate political entity, certainly a separate cultural entity. And I'm assuming that coming from Zimbabwe, you pay some credence to the significance of cultural antecedents. In other words, I assume you have a culture there that you celebrate that goes back some period of time. Well, the Ukrainian culture, as was just pointed out to you by Liberal, goes back prior to 970. 970 was the establishment of the Kievan Rus. The Kievan Rus. Kiev was established as the center of the Eastern Christian religion out of Constantinople in that 970. Now, I don't know if you know about the history of the Roman Empire and then the Orthodox Church that grew out the Eastern Empire in Constantinople after that. But suffice to say, there's more than 1,000 years of history there that you're simply missing, man. So I would suggest that you go back and study it with perhaps a bit more diligence. Because Ukraine, as recently as, and not the current battling that's going on, not the current war, that's current events. Ukraine fought a war against both the Nazis and the Soviet Russians in the 1940s. The 1940s, you know when that was? That was the currency of the Second World War. And prior to that, the Ukraine fought another war against the Bolsheviks, and it wasn't the USSR at that point, it was the Bolsheviks. And this was in the early 1922. So the Bolsheviks didn't even extend their so-called USSR fabric over even what is today Russia. They hadn't even established that until the late 1920s. Okay, that was Vladimir Lenin, and Ukraine was a separate entity at that point, and had to fight a war with the Russians. So anyway, this could go on for hours. But all I'm going to suggest to you is that you pick up a couple of history books and read them, and perhaps fine-tune your knowledge on this subject. So thank you.
Hey, Leonard, if I may follow up, Kievan
briefly, okay, I'll get back to you, Liberal. Liberal, we have a queue. We are super backed up, so you're gonna have to raise your hand and wait in line, sir. Hate to be too rude, but I gotta keep the space moving. Leonard, appreciate it, and for everyone else who puts their hands down, I'm gonna go in order. We have the space full with multiple people requesting to speak. So if you are done with your piece and wish to drop down, I can try to bring people up later. But we're just gonna have to cycle some people. Nothing personal, but we got to keep the space moving. And thank you very much, Leonard. I believe our next up person is Maha Daniel Slava.
Hello, Slava Ukraini. I'm from Poland, and I want to add to this conversation that it's really triggered me that that this is domestic war, whatever, civil war, because Ukraine and Ukrainians, there are separate nations from thousands, and even from even we both have a tragical history, and but we never, as Poles, deny to recognize Ukrainians as a nation and as a country, even though that Poland was bigger than now, and most part of Ukraine was under the Polish government. The same was it's really far away history, part of Lithuania, and saying that this is the domestic or civil war, it's really abusive, because it's a problem of Russia that without Ukraine, Russia cannot be a big country, because there is too lot of resources on Ukraine. That's why Russia fights for Ukraine, or to have it, or to influence. Thank you.
Thank you, Maha. I think I said Daniel, then Slava, then Lewis.
Okay, a quick history lesson. First, can you say about communism? I want to help you a lot and tell you 31 years ago, this shit is dead. Secondly, when you call about human rights calling from Zimbabwe and United Nations, sorry, you miss a train. Let's go deep in history. First, before Olga became the Empress of Kiev, Kiev attacked Constantinople. 2 times was a siege of Constantinople made it by Kiev. And Kiev was not a military might, was the powerful Northern Empire. When Bulgars have a huge empire in Balkans, and even I think they have almost all my country. Bulgars ally with Kiev against Byzantines. Late Romans with Greek speaking. For 200 years, Kiev don't give a flying crap about Vladimir, Novgorod, or Muscovy, because these 3 old republics, Knazerit, was irrelevant. Was only one superpower who became the danger after Mongol invasion for Kiev. That was the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And remember one thing, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth have Ukraine under their wing for more time than Catherine the Great until Bolsheviks had it. And about Russia keeping Ukraine in their stupid empire, let's go to First World War. Bolsheviks quit the war in 1917, and Ukraine became part of German Empire. Missing something is interesting, but don't knowing things about you talk is just less knowledge of history. Ukrainians, they don't have a civil war. They have a war of annihilation with a nuclear power, and they are winning. And they will win even if North African countries and Middle East countries yell for grains. They want grains? Go ask Moscow. And if you want to help Kiev, if you are Sudanese, Egyptian,
Air siren
And
alert
Algerian,
update. Donetsk.
just
Partial alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
7.62
В противовес
for
бандеровских хунте над
AK-74 and
освобожденными городами
sent to Kiev.
развиваются знамена Великой
All
Победы.
the other
Со
things
взятием Лисичанска
will be settled
завершена.
because
Операция по
are
освобождению территории
50
Луганской
powerful
Народной
nations
Республики
who will decide to crush Russia
и освобожден
and
совместными
help
усилиями
Ukraine to
8-й
win
армии
this
вооруженных
war
сил России и Народной
sooner
милиции
than
Луганской Народной
later.
Республики.
And about
Встречают
African
наших
perception,
военнослужащих с радостью,
guys,
буквально со слезами на глазах.
30 decades ago, USSR
Всеми
died
силами гражданскому населению помочь,
of
организовываем выдачу гуманитарной помощи.
unceremonious death. And that zombie will not come back. And actual Russia is a weak state, very weak state, very powerful, and with people who love to drink and love to die early. And
Украинская армия
keep
традиционно оставила
attention
город
to
и его
Europe
жителей
and
в
Kiev,
бедственном
not to
положении.
Moscow.
Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой
Thank you.
необходимости.
Sorry, Baza. I almost forgot you in the order there. I believe you're a sir. If you're a ma'am, either way, you're up. Baza? Baza, you've waited so long. I feel bad pushing you down if you can't hear me. So I will give you a minute.
I'm on.
Но не хлебом единым жив
There he
человек.
is. You're up, Baza.
Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно
Okay.
носят воины
Look,
освободители
I
для
just
мирного
wanted to
населения,
thank
символ
everybody
не
for
только
the
Великой
effort
Победы
that goes into the
1945 года,
podcast.
но и
And
освобождения их города от нацистов снова
one thing I
уже
just wanted to
в
mention was
2022.
the Ben Hodges meeting or interview was absolutely brilliant. And it ended up being a major article in the Washington Post. So I think maybe the report could ask for a contribution from that particular media or organisation towards a charity. The other thing I was going to mention too is that there's a really good BBC podcast on Putin that you can get through Spotify, which it's about a 12-episode podcast, and it gives a really thorough background to Putin. And I must admit, after listening to it, it gave a real insight into basically what a tyrant he is, and effectively he's more of a mafia leader than a president of a country. And that's about it.
Yeah, no, we completely agree. Regularly, when discussing the economic structure of Russia, which this is my specialty, when economic and sanctions questions come up, referring to it as a kleptocracy and/or mafia state, with the mafia as an integrated institution in their society, where the mafia ends and their intelligence services and other parts of their government begin, is not always clear, and that is by design in Russia, and that is all the way to the top. Putin himself had significant dealings with Russian mafia before he came to power, and clearly he still acts like one today. I think none of us have any differences with your opinion there, sir. Absolutely excellent point. Slava, you had your hand up. You're up, sir.
Thank you. Finance, you are pronouncing correctly. Kyievska Rus is absolutely correct. And I would like to thank Maya. Maya, dziękuję. She also did great support in this conversation. And just to add that Russian Federation, as Russia, as we all know, did not existed before 1991. So Russian Federation was founded after dissolving of the Soviet Union. So in all this time before, Ukraine is always, let's to say, independent, because even was occupied by the Soviet Union. Ukraine always was independent, never wanted to be in part of the Union, some Soviet Union, because it was very bad for Ukrainians. So Ukrainians always felt free and never was close to the Russia, to the Russian culture. We always felt that it's wrong for us, and we have our own peaceful nation. So never was part of the Russia. So just to note that it is important for Ukrainians to know. Thank you. And Polish, your Poland, you are brothers for us and sisters. Thank you.
Proud to meet myself. Lewis, you're up, sir.
Good morning. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
I wanted to make a few points, but first a shout out to Liberal. You were on point, sir. You were the first one to ask, shut the troll down. That's exactly my way. And I've seen last month on Twitter, I don't know who the name was, every single morning they put up a video where it stands, morning does not start with a coffee, and then they show a video, and here for the space, mornings do not start with a coffee but with a troll. So we have seen another example of that. Let me explain for the people that might be intrigued by someone calling to shut down that speaker. This is, the spaces since day one or before online 24/7, and there are every single day trolls that come up, and this is a sneaky way. They use a sneaky way to transmit their Russian propaganda. At first, and like I said, we have seen it every single day, multiple times. Yehuda can sing a song about it. They get in, and at first they say something nice, where you think, okay, this is going the right direction. But then there is the sneaky propaganda that is implemented. So not for some people maybe not directly recognizable, but there is, like we have seen now in this perfect example, a few statements that just propagate the Russian narrative and rhetorics that we know from Russia. So absolutely on point, Liberal. It is absolutely important that we identify such trolls or speakers. And for me, as I sometimes was co-hosting the space, for me the first thing is to directly shut down these people, because we should not give them space to propagate this kind of stuff. But you were also, I'm not telling or saying that anyone didn't reacted the way they should. You were all absolutely perfect. So Daniel, also to you, shout out to you, my friend. You were also on point. Thank you for the small history lesson there. I can tell you, because we also talked about it 2 or 3 days ago, we, or a few listeners from this
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы. Совсем лисичанская фактически завершена операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики.
There were,
Город был
I think,
взят и освобожден совместными
800,000
усилиями
people
8-й армии вооруженных сил России и
listening to
Народной
it,
милиции
and
Луганской
it
Народной
was
Республики. Мирные жители
absolutely
встречают
from outer
наших
space.
военнослужащих с
Just
радостью,
another
со слезами на
universe
глазах.
that you don't,
Сразу же с
another
первым днем
reality,
стараемся всеми
parallel
силами
universe
гражданскому
that
населению
you
помочь, организовываем
just
выдачу
can't
гуманитарной
believe.
помощи.
And
Но
this
сам
is
факт того, как
exactly
люди
what
встречают, говорит
Russia
о том,
is
что люди
actually
сохранили в
doing.
сердцах
So
веру в силу
they are
русского мира,
losing
который их не
influence
бросил,
on
не
the
оставил.
countries
Снова вернулся, люди снова свободны,
in
снова
Europe, and they are
спокойны,
turning to other
страх носит георгиевский
maybe
лент,
vulnerable
лента.
countries that they
Поднимают
can
знамена победы Уходя,
where they
украинская армия
can
традиционно оставила город и его
teach their
жителей в бедственном
propaganda.
положении. Для стабилизации
And that's
гуманитарной обстановки
exactly
народная
what
милиция
they are
продолжает
doing.
доставлять горожанам
If you
продукты
heard
питания и
the
предметы
things
первой
that this
необходимости.
ambassador was telling these people, and I do not blame these people, I blame the Russian propaganda for it. It's just unbelievable. We all that were there from this space, listening to it, reported the accounts
Но
that
не хлебом
were
единым жив человек.
participating in
Георгиевские
this
ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители для мирного
of the
населения, символ
propaganda.
не только Великой Победы
I
1945
think,
года,
Twitter
но и
didn't
освобождения
react
их
till
города
now,
от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
They were actually calling also for a regime change in South Africa, to a regime or to a government that is friendlier with Russia.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
Like I said, Russian propaganda is everywhere, and we have to be very careful when someone comes up, says, particularly from this part of the world, comes
Ну и,
up
конечно,
and
отдельная
says
гордость
something
для этих
nice,
людей
and
– это
then
возможность
when
поднять
you
над
try
своими
to
жилищами
engage
и
in
убежищами, где они
conversation,
пережидали
there
тяжелые
are
военные дни,
red
знаем победы
flags,
и флаг
as
России,
someone called
веру в
it,
которую они пронесли
where
сквозь
you
все
can
8 лет
tell, okay,
оккупации.
this is not going well. So thank you, Liberal, for calling the shutdown, and absolutely perfect. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Louis. Love you in this space, brother.
Hold on. Having a brief technical difficulties. Thanks very much. Anton, you're up, sir.
Hi, how are you guys? So I have a question. Ukrainians have their own language, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I just want to make a little linguistic stuff, right? So in that area of the Baltics, they speak some Slavic languages, right? Like Russian is a Slavic language, and Ukrainian too, right? I mean, their background. See, I just gotta do it like this way, okay? I'm Latin. I'm from Mexico. I speak once, and if I'm a troll, I'm gonna be a Ukrainian troll. I'm pro-Ukraine, okay? So, like, I'm Latin. I'm Mexican, and in my European blood, of course, I'm Spanish. I'm probably French. What I'm trying to say is like French, Portuguese, Spanish, Italians. We have something in common. We have the same background. We're Latins. Our language most
Air
is
siren
from
alert
the
update.
Latin, right?
Donetsk.
So
All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
About Ukraine and about Russia that deep, but I believe, a long time ago, they start. I mean, Ukraine became a culture when they started speaking in language. In the language part, they speak some Slavic language, and they develop their language and their culture in certain way that is different than the Russians. So that makes a different entity than the Russians, right?
I agree 100%.
Okay, so white people don't understand around the world. Ukraine is a country since, as far as I've read, since the 1800. I haven't read a lot, but I read up in the times of the Bolsheviks, even in the socialist times, they wanted to be a different entity until Stalin came and make that mess. That is horrible. Okay, and now, after they became, out of the Union, the Soviet Union, they decided to be a nation towards the democracies, towards the West, right? And the Russians don't have anything to be doing inside their territory. They have nothing to do. Okay, if I hear Walter that Russians and Ukrainians, when they speak, they don't understand each other, and maybe the guys on north, the Belarusian, is more similar. But
So Anton, I just want to stop you real quick here because we have Maddie, who is a guest speaker frequently. Maddie is a Russian speaker, and he's from Kazakhstan, which is part of the former Soviet Union. And I think Maddie has a really good understanding of how the sort of I think he can speak really well to everything you're talking about. So I'm just going to let Maddie speak. Okay. Thanks. Maddie, go ahead.
Hi, Anton. Excuse me. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The two languages are very different. I'm a native Russian speaker, and to be honest, I have trouble understanding what the Ukrainians are saying. I'm trying to learn, so I'm trying to rectify my faults. But something people need to understand about the languages is that the Russian language is a bit artificial, and when I say a bit, it's a lot artificial. It was used as an imperial tool by the Russian Empire in the 19th century. It was not previously standardized before Pushkin came along. And when Pushkin came along, he started to develop a standard Russian language. That's why he's considered to be one of the greatest poets, or the greatest poets by the Russians themselves, because he practically created the language. And we've got Slava here, so he can talk a lot more than me because he's Ukrainian. The Ukrainian language, on the other hand, is completely natural, unlike the Russian. It was developed naturally as the needs of the people arose. The Russians tried to actively suppress its existence. In the 19th century, it was not just Stalin, it was not just the communists. The Imperial Russia started all of that policy. If you go through the manuscripts of the 19th century, you'll see that the Russians actively call them Malorossy, which is a term that is hated by the Ukrainians, but I have to bring it up because it's part of their old imperial propaganda that is again being used right now. And they actively implemented an imperial policy of trying to classify languages including Ukrainian and Belarusian, trying to categorize them as dialects of Russian, which is completely false. So when we consider this linguistic aspect and the cultural aspect of the war, you start to understand that all the old imperial policies of the 19th century are being applied again by the Russian. Well, they're attempting to apply them again. And I'm not speaking out of nowhere because I'm seeing it in the Russian press, all those imperial terms popping up out of nowhere. Well, not really out of nowhere. They're just opening their old manual and applying the same things that they've done in the past. So that's
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена.
Buenos días,
Операция
Anton.
по освобождению
Buenos
территории
días y muchas
Луганской Народной
gracias, mi
Республики.
hermano.
Непосредственно город был взят
Just
и освобожден совместными усилиями
quick shout
Красной
out
армии,
to
вооруженных сил
Anton.
России и Народной
Nice
милиции
to
Луганской
see
Народной
Mexican
Республики.
people in
Мирные
here
жители
that
встречают
speak
наших военнослужащих
Spanish,
с радостью,
but I
буквально со
also
слезами на
speak a
глазах.
little bit.
Сразу же с первых же дней стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовываем выдачу
I
гуманитарной
wanted to
помощи.
make a
Но
quick
сам факт того, как люди здесь
announcement
встречают,
because
говорит о том, что
we talked,
люди сохранили в
or I
сердцах
talked
веру
yesterday
в
with
силу
Axel
русского
about
мира,
it
который их не
regarding
бросил, не
the
оставил.
Twitter space.
Снова вернулся, снова свободны,
There,
снова спокойны за свое
and this
будущее.
might be
Страх
confusing for some
русские
people.
ленты поднимают знамена победы над городом.
Уходя,
There
украинская
was
армия
a
традиционно оставила город и его
Twitter
жителей
space
в бедственном
update
положении.
on
Для
Saturday.
стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная
After
милиция
that
продолжает
update, I
доставлять
lost
горожанам продукты
my
питания и предметы первой
share and
необходимости.
retweet button from the big blue button with a plus sign on it, where I could just retweet the space. I don't see it anymore. Then I had it yesterday. Yesterday was also a Twitter update, so I thought it might have came back with the update yesterday, but today
Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
If you are experiencing the same thing, you are able to share and retweet the space. And I would love if someone can jump in that speaks better English than I do.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
Delete red words, then you have 3 white dots and an arrow that's shown up. And if you click on that arrow, you have the option share through, and then you can share and retweet the space. Just to inform you that you are still able to share the space here. I don't know if the big blue button on the right bottom corner is just a configuration when the space is set up. I will try that out. But if you don't have it, like I don't have it now, also you are able to share it through the arrow on the upper right corner. And also a small comment on understanding Russia, understanding Ukraine and stuff like that. For me, we had yesterday the family that flee from Kherson. They were talking to us, I don't know, like in 3 hours. And I explained it yesterday why I engaged in the space, engaged with Ukraine itself, because before I said it also here, and I regret that for me, Ukrainians and Russians were the same, as many people think or thought across Europe. We were there was no difference, and after this war started, or a little bit before, as Russia positioned the troops around Ukraine at the border, I started to research what is really going on. Why is this conflict going to start? Because I mean, Russia is a nuclear power, right? So we should make a little bit of research. And I'm a guy that I do not rely on information, or not fully rely on the information that comes out of TV. So I started my own small research. At first, I couldn't believe that Russians are full of shit. Sorry for my French, but I was telling people around me, oh, it's not Russia's war, it's Putin's war. And we should not condemn Russia because there are many people, they just don't know what is going on. Well, it is still like that there are people that don't know what is going on, what their government is doing, but it's not only Putin's war, it's a big percentage of Russians' war. And you can, if you are interested in it, you can confirm everything through just simple research. Look at Telegram channels, look at the information that is going in Ukraine through social network, the contact that's there, social, Facebook, and there is, you will have trouble and problems finding a person that clearly condemns what is going on. And I mean, if you look at the streets in Moscow, and St. Petersburg, and all the other Russian cities, where are the big protests against this war? And even from Russians that are not in Russia, where are the big protests against this war? Here in Germany, we had rallies that were pro-Russian. They went with big auto big cars to the streets, waving Russian flags and Soviet flags, and there was no signal, one demonstration from Russians here in Germany condemning this war. If there was one, I absolutely missed it because I didn't see none of it, either in TV or social media. But if you try to figure out what is Russia, you will understand that Russia is a state sponsoring terrorism. And why is that? Because Russia is a mafia state. If you look at Putin, and I always like to not only investigate about the country that is being aggressed, but also make a research on the country that is the aggressor to understand why this is happening. You will understand that Russia is a mafia state. Look at Putin, how his history is. Look at the people that were placed in the government. That's all friends of him from the KGB, FSB. Look at the biggest gas company in Russia that is collecting the money from European countries to finance this war. It's all his thugs and friends. So, and why do you do not negotiate with such a state? Because the mafia will not negotiate with you. They will sell their own mothers to achieve what they want. And Putin is just selling their young guys that are fighting in the front line for keeping everything, the empire that he built for himself. It's the richest man on earth, to keep all of that for him and for his family. So you must understand that you cannot negotiate with such guys. And Russia, for me, is not a state as we know it. It is simply a mafia state.
Thank you, Luis. I just want to jump in here real quick to say thanks again, Luis. And first, that if everyone could retweet the space, tell all your friends about the Walter Report. First off, I apologize if you guys hear any loud bangs in the background. There's fireworks going off. Happy 4th of July.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровских Путина над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
So that's how you retweet the space now. We appreciate everyone who does it. It helps us spread the word about the Walter Report. Second thing, we were able to raise 1,000 tourniquets yesterday through Maria Aid. So we really appreciate everyone who donated. Everyone maybe gave up a cup of coffee or beer or two, as Walter was saying. And we really do appreciate everyone pitching in. Of course, please continue donating to Maria Aid. We have future plans, of course, to help Ukrainian soldiers and civilians in the Russian invasion. The last thing I'll say is we have a great panel of speakers. We have Maddie here. Maddie, I would say,
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
We also have finance here. He's an expert on sanctions, Russian sanctions. And we also have Slava Ukraini, who is a Ukrainian resident of Western Ukraine, who follows Ukrainian news sources pretty closely. So if anyone has any questions for our panel, please come on up and raise your hand. And we'll try to get your question. So we got a lot of hands up. Go ahead, back to you.
Besides our incredible tilt towards economics right now with me and Madi around, I believe Slava is a veteran of the 2014 part of the conflict, and I believe, if I'm not wrong, you are a veteran as well of the U.S. service.
Thanks, Finance.
Для многих
Yeah, I
горожан
did 5
приход
years
освободительных войск – это возможность
in
снова
the
надеть
U.S. Army
родную
during the
советскую
first Gulf
форму.
War. So I wanted to make a comment to Maddie. I watched him in another space, and then I was
Ну и,
like,
конечно,
wow, this
отдельная
guy
гордость
needs to
для
come
этих
to
людей –
Walter.
это возможность поднять над
And
своими
every time
жилищами
I
и
see him
убежищами,
here,
где они
I'm
пережидали
excited.
тяжелые военные дни,
And
знамя победы и флаг
Maddie,
России, веру в
thank
которую
you
они
for
пронесли
coming
сквозь все 8 лет
onto the
оккупации.
space. And I wanted to also say that, Luis, I agree with you 100%. And I just wanted to yield the floor to Maddie.
I'll just go last. I had some comments on Luis's comments because it's a good start, but it goes deeper. And Slava might actually touch upon that as well.
I appreciate that.
Слава Україні! Героям слава!
Героям слава!
So I just want to make a short correction to finance. I'm not a veteran of the 2014. I was supporting it, this Ukrainian side against invasion, but I was maybe somewhat have some not connection, but relation to all previous revolution, because I was on the Maidan, on the Orange Revolution, and I'm closely following what happened in Ukraine, because it's all affecting Ukraine. So it's not like a war in the east of Ukraine and you can peacefully live on the west of Ukraine. I'm not veteran, so I'm not military, so just small correction. I not want to take any I not deserve this attention like I'm veteran. There is a hero. There is Konstantin. Roman Ratushny was great hero. He is hero, and other heroes. I really appreciate them. Remember them. So I'm not part of them, but I'm trying to do my job. And to some points, thank you, Madi. You are greatly giving great points and facts in the history of Ukraine. So as to the previous conversation, I think that it's really easy to say that Kievska Rus was on the territory of Ukraine, geographically. Ukraine is started from, has roots from the Kievska Rus. Russia is never, it's just artificial part, maybe some connection to the Kievska Rus. Same with the language. Ukraine, you should also, if you knew, in the listeners, you should understand that in Ukraine, Ukrainian people, Ukrainian nation is bilingual. It's easy for them speak in Ukrainian and Russian and quickly switch, don't even notice it, because for us it's really easy. But main language is Ukrainian, but we have never had problems with the Russians, because in, let's say, Kyiv, Kharkiv, other east part of the Ukraine, language most likely you speak Russian, but when you heard Ukrainian, you just understand, you don't need to translate any translation. So Russian language, thank you, Maggie, is artificial. It's like not natural. Ukrainian language is at the roots, and it is the reason why Russia so hate Ukrainians. They want to erase it. They don't. This is why Russians don't understand Ukrainians, but Ukrainian language. But Ukrainians understand in Russian very really easy. So this is just wanted to make this point. And another point about the how Russia solving the inside in the Russia problem with the protest. They making a subscription to the army, and now who protest against the war gonna go fight and die in the Ukraine to fight Ukraine. So problem solved. Thank you.
Thank you, Slava. I'm going to go Maddie, David, back Louise.
All right. Yes, Slava pointed out another important historical aspect. Kievan Rus in modern-day Ukraine actually extended beyond Ukraine. It included Moscow. So historically, one could even argue that the Principality of Moscow is a breakaway province. The history is somewhat complicated there because everything got screwed up by the Mongol invasions in the 13th century, and the Principality of Moscow basically betrayed the rest of the Rus principalities by switching sides and acting as a local enforcer, collecting taxes for the Mongol Khan. And over time, given that they had their hands on financing, and in modern days we know that whoever controls money has power, gradually increased their power in the region. And as the Principality of Moscow grew, absorbing the neighboring principalities, it transformed into the Grand Duchy of Muscovy, and eventually they took the name of Russia, or Russia, because they tried to legitimize their claim on the former principalities in the West that were gradually conquered by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in the aftermath of the Mongol invasions. So, to be honest, one could even argue that the name Russia or Russia was stolen to legitimize the claim of Ivan IV to the lands that were to the west. And kind of circling back to Luis's point, yeah, Luis, you're absolutely right. Russia is a mafia state currently, but when I said the problem goes deeper is because it's not unique. It's not a unique occurrence of imperial conquests and imperial narratives for Russia. It's not the first time they're breaking treaties, they're breaking agreements. It's been shown historically multiple times that they will break any treaty that doesn't suit them.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Соответствие с Молдова завершена. Операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики, непосредственно город был освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах. Сразу же с первых же дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданского населения помочь, организовываем выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как их встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил, снова вернулся, люди снова свободны, снова спокойны за свое будущее, без страха на ленты, поднимают знамена победы над городом.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
So we're dealing with a state that has a culture of never taking any responsibility. And when you're dealing with a state that has been perpetrating such atrocities non-stop, it's kind of becoming a little bit difficult to figure out what to do with them.
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Hey Maddie, if I may, love your knowledge, your breadth of history, and
для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
Pretty sure you're probably busy, but I was talking to Joseph, and he agrees.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
My question to you is, would you consider maybe on a weekend, maybe if it's just a Saturday or a Sunday, coming on board and lending your voice?
Sure, we can do it in the DMs.
Copy that.
All right. I believe we have David as our next speaker. And yeah, Maddie would be absolutely excellent as a co-host in the all-volunteer madness that is the 24/7 Walter Report co-hosting activity. David.
But just to be clear, Maddie, you're a student, right? Like you're studying.
Yeah, I am.
So Maddie's a busy man. He reads the racist Russian Telegram channel, so we don't have to. But we do appreciate him. Anytime you come on, Maddie, you're welcome up. We'd be happy to hear from you.
Thank you for the welcome.
I just had a brief technical feedback. The new UI of Spaces, the way the buttons are laid out, there is another way to retweet that's a little bit easier than the button at the top, and it's if you tap on the new button down there at the bottom on the right. That first item in the list is the tweet of the space. And you can just retweet that or quote tweet that and retweet with a quote. And that's pretty easy. I think that's a little bit easier than the arrow at the top with the that takes you into like lots of different ways to share it. The one at the top's good if you want to share it with people who are not on Twitter. But within Twitter, the retweet is really simple from the button at the bottom. Still.
Hey, David, I have to say that I haven't been able to retweet the Walter Report because there's a new bubble with chat box and 38 seemingly responses, and I find it curious because I can't, or I'm having a challenge retweeting the space. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that 38 bubble with it has like a chat image with 38. It has the same function. You can do the same function as retweeting if you tap that button. Now you're in a list of tweets that are related to the space. And that first item in the list is the tweet of the space. And if you retweet that, it's the same as what you were doing before. Does that make sense?
Sort of. So I'm one of the people who just has to kind of repeat this on the regular. So you're saying if I were to do maybe an announcement, I have to try to keep it as succinct as possible. I would say press on the button in the bottom right, the chat bubble, and select the thing at the top of the menu, and that will retweet it. Would you say that's the simplest way to explain it? Really simple.
The retweet, when you do that chat button, right, you see, what I see is the first tweet, it says Walter Report, then it's the description of this space, and then you have chat, retweet, like, and share. You can just push the retweet button. It's the second one below. It's the second. It's the left of the middle of that row of buttons right below that tweet. That looks like recycling. That's retweet, and you can just press that.
Yeah, I did that. I don't know how effective it was, but it seems to perhaps work. But it just seems strange to have this newer feature. Like, for example, I'm looking at my phone, and there's like a purple box where the quill was to retweet the space, and it's like a chat box icon and 39, so I'm assuming there are 39 comments or whatever, but it's not the same. But I'm just trying to navigate this.
Yeah, you have to click on that bubble then you will see a new screen. And at the top of that list, or that screen, there will be the original tweet from the Walter Report. You can like it, you can share it. So then from this new screen, you can share the tweet from the Walter Report, add your own words, hashtags, and just post it.
I can DM you a page where they're describing the new feature, but it sounds like basically a lot of people had asked for a way to see a chat or a thread related to the space that you're in. And that's what that button is doing. And you can still retweet because the first item in that thread is the space itself.
Okay, that sort of makes sense. I'll try to figure out a way to like say it, right? Because I just have to like read out of I'm not reading anything, but I'm basically in my brain I'm reading out a thing. It's like, be sure to like and retweet the space, and so I'll try to think of a good quick way to explain that. But I understand what you're saying. But yeah, it's the issue is I've got to like distill it down into a really simple way for our audience, because like in my understanding, at any given time 100 to 200 people in here just kind of stumbled in here and are like, what's this, right? So we've got to be pretty clear to the point, like what to do, how it works and everything. So anyway, thanks. Back to you, Finance.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
For more advanced users of Twitter, I guess one of the features that you can use here is to copy this and this quote retweet. So basically, I guess we're just copying this top message, and then if we want to add some words about this, basically we're writing whatever we want to. Let's say if we have some guests, we want to comment on whatever is being discussed now, and then we're pasting whatever we copied. Would this be helpful? I guess this should be helpful if you find like a user wants to kind of bring in more color to whatever is being discussed.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
No, actually, I have a different topic actually, sorry. Because we were on this topic. Alright, so I want to kind of to remind the audience, and I'm not sure how many of you were here last week.
Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова
from Ukraine towards the Romanian ports or the ports on the Danube. And I think at some point Axel had an idea, like in the context of Moldova and what is the role of Moldova, Moldova is playing right now. In this picture, he said I can maybe find someone from Moldova that might be able to comment, and I think a dialogue in this area would be very, very helpful. I managed to get across to the head of Moldavian National Rail Company, and I think we're going to have him, he's going to join us today, 6:30 Ukraine. So who might be interested in something like this, if you might have any sort of questions, I hope everything works out, and he is supposed to join us at 6:30 today. This was all for myself.
All right, that's amazing. Have you? This is the first you're tying any of the hosts of the Walter Report, correct?
Sorry, apologies.
All right, I said this is the first you're telling us here at the report, correct?
This is not my first time here. I've been kind of discussing. I mean, because of
the first time any of us have heard the information that you have got the head of the Moldovan Rail Company to come talk.
Yeah, I've been in touch with Axel, so I've been texting with him over let's say DM on Twitter.
Yeah, so perfect. Yeah, given that the obvious people to speak to the issue are Axel, myself, and Madi, and I am clearly up late right now. Madi is currently on right now. I'm not sure about our availability at the correct time slot, but Axel, that is perfectly timed for him given his location in Estonia, and would be our next obvious host to ask some excellent questions of this impressive host. And really thank you for reaching out and finding us such a great person to come speak with us. I'm sure he has a great perspective and can let us know more about the efforts to move grain out of Ukraine and into the rest of the world, where it can turn into what it needs to be doing, which is food. Lewis, you've been waiting patiently, sir.
Yes, I just wanted to add a recommendation for you all. Over the weekend, or I think it was end of last week, I don't remember. I'm old and my brain is not working as I wish. I saw the film or the documentary Winter on Fire, because there are still many people that think that this war just started at the 24th of February this year, and don't understand what the suffering and the struggles from Ukrainian people were many years before. If you look at that documentary, it is about the Maidan protests and how they started and what happened. You will have a better understanding of what is really going on, how brutal the revolution was. I have to warn you, you have to have a little bit of stomach for it, because they also show images that are quite intriguing. But I absolutely recommend to you watch Winter on Fire. It's on Netflix at the moment, and you will have an overview what happened in 2014 for your better understanding.
You know, I keep hearing about this, and I have not yet gone to see it myself, and it sounds absolutely excellent. And so, me as the host, I figure, given this is what I do for a massive amount of my time, I should probably be watching that as well. And I've heard only great things about it. Luis.
Yeah, just one quick add-on. If you have heard of Roman Ratushny, our friend that were a couple of times here in the space talking to us, he was, I think, 12, 13 at that time, and he was badly beaten up by the Berkut and police guys that were operating in that time. And he also became, I wouldn't say famous, but I say famous because I don't have another word at the moment. And he was a really an activist for Ukrainians and for the cause. And there you will get an explanation why it started, how it goes, and what were the outcomes of this revolution. It is absolutely interesting.
Thank you, Lewis. Madi. Sorry, I don't know if your ears were burning earlier. We kept bringing up Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan and the issues going on over there, and how much is going on. So there's some words I've heard that Russia has 4 BTGs on Kazakhstan's border, probably to make some kind of threat. I don't know what you would call it. And we know Kazakhstan has picked up the phone to China before Tokayev, I think I'm pronouncing it wrong, spiked Putin into the end zone at the St. Petersburg conference. So could you just sort of speak on what's going on the I know Central Asia looks like it could be another powder keg with Russia deciding to distract themselves, to put it really politely, by committing genocide in Ukraine, and this is causing all sorts of problems with their influence there. Can you speak to this a little bit, since that's now in the news?
Sure. So, Kazakhstan. I'll start with my home country. Yes, there are reports of 4 BTGs massing at the Kazakh border, but let's be honest, 4 BTGs is not much. They might do some provocations, but a full-scale invasion is not on the cards. At least I don't think so. 4 BTGs, I think
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы. Операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах. Сразу же с первых дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданского населения помочь, организовываем выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как люди встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их никогда не оставил. Снова спокойно за свое будущее, без страха на судьбе. Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять гражданам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
Without having anyone from the Russian state being present in the same room at the same time. So that was kind of a key moment, indicating that Kazakhstan might be finally pulling away from Russia.
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
That's exactly the word that Taz used. The Russian state-owned a news channel. They pointed out that they're pan-Turkish and tyrannous. Those are the equivalents of the...
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск — это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
Where the Russians equate them to Nazis. There might be people like that because they're in an extremely tiny minority, and the many times I've been to Kazakhstan and the many years
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей — это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
They might start hybrid warfare because we do have a large ethnic Russian minority in the country. They might use that as a weapon because they still have their state media channels being broadcast in the country. So we'll see what happens there. One of the chief propagandists from Russia got on a list of undesired persons who are banned from entering the country because he expressly attacked the country multiple times. Just to give an idea what the kind of list that is, it usually includes terrorists. So, yeah, Kazakhstan officially recognized one of the, technically recognized one of the Russian propagandists as a terrorist. Kind of shifting on now to Uzbekistan. So, Uzbekistan, what is important to understand with Uzbekistan is that they started pulling away from Russia a long time ago. They refused to join Russia's Eurasian Economic Union. It's what Russia touts as a counterpart to the European Union, but in reality it's nothing more than a political tool that the Russians use to exert their soft power on their neighboring countries. If you remember how the events during Euromaidan started in 2013 and 2014, was that Yanukovych decided to end Ukraine's aspirations to join the European Union and decided to apply for membership with the Eurasian Economic Union. So that sparked those mass protests, and that's what ultimately ended his presidential term, after which he fled to Russia. So this union has nothing to do with economics and everything to do with Moscow's influence and projection of power. So Uzbekistan pulled away, decided not to join that economic union, they decided to leave CSTO, that's Russia's counterpart or Russia's response to NATO, which the acronym stands for Collective Security Treaty Organization. And Kazakhstan is a member of that organization, as well as a member of the Eurasian Economic Union. But Uzbekistan, and given that they don't have any common borders with Russia, decided to conduct a more independent foreign policy. And given that they pulled away, they became a prime target for Russian propaganda attacks over the past few years. This past January, Kazakhstan experienced a wave of mass protests where a large contingent of Russian troops was deployed, which ended, unfortunately, in a large number of civilian casualties. In the aftermath of those protests, the group of states of the heads of state assembled to give everyone kind of a debrief of what actually transpired and how the so-called peacekeeping operation led by the Russians ended in Kazakhstan. And during this press conference, President of Belarus, Lukashenko, explicitly attacked Uzbekistan. So that was one of the dead giveaways that Uzbekistan is most definitely a target of Moscow, potentially a target of Moscow in the future. So now, kind of shifting to the most recent events, Uzbekistan is not a unitary state. They do have an autonomous region, which is called Karakalpakstan. It's an autonomous republic within Uzbekistan that had a constitutional right to secede. And President Mirziyoyev, I think, at least that is my preliminary judgment, rationally tried to prevent a potential Donbass-like situation within his own country and wanted to eliminate Karakalpakstan constitutional right to secede. That sparked mass protests in that region, which are currently getting brutally crushed. But about a day ago, Mirziyoyev decided to roll back those constitutional reforms that could allow Karakalpakstan to secede. I haven't checked today yet, but the most recent news that I saw yesterday is that the Uzbeks are still pulling in troops into the region, potentially to continue the crackdown. I've seen some snippets of information in the English-speaking space of Twitter mentioning that Kazakhstan is deploying troops to the border with Uzbekistan. My judgment right now is that that is disinformation. There's from the Kazakh sources that I'm checking, from the public sources and not so public sources, I'm not seeing any confirmation of that. I do see that Kazakhstan increased troop presence when it comes to border guards, but there are just border guards. There's no heavy equipment. They're just there to ensure that the violence does not spill over into the neighboring country. So, who wins out of this mess? The only country that wins out of this mess is Russia, because it's been explicitly made multiple times over the years that Uzbekistan is not towing the party line that is being promoted in Moscow. Moscow doesn't like Uzbeks that much for taking an independent stance and not going into the orbit of Moscow. And the Russian side would be all too happy to see civil unrest sparking in Uzbekistan and potentially Kazakhstan getting involved, but nobody in the region actually wants any of the sort happening. Do I see any significant changes within Uzbekistan because of those protests? To be honest, I've seen some various judgments saying that it could be a spark for big change in the region. I honestly don't think so. It is a powder keg, but Central Asia is a potential powder keg, but not there. I think a potential powder keg is in Tajikistan. In Uzbekistan, historically, we do have an analogous riot that happened in Andijan, which is in the eastern part of the country. Back then, it was more than 10 years ago. The protests were again brutally crushed.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы. Созвездие Лисичанска практически завершена.
I might be wrong, but the reason I'm saying is that Karakalpakstan has a population of 1.8, just over 1.8 million, in a country that is in total 36 million. So Karakalpakstan on the geographic map might be taking up a large portion of Uzbekistan, but in reality it comprises a very small proportion of the country, both population-wise and economics-wise. So hopefully that provides a good update to the situation.
And just to echo Maddie's sentiments as a quote-unquote expert on Tajikistan.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
Just very briefly, I'll explain the Taliban are essentially an ethnic Pashtun movement. There are ethnic Tajiks in Afghanistan, in a place called the Panjshir Valley, Panjshir province. And it's, let's just say that the Taliban have not been kind in their
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители для мирного населения, символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Their economy is very reliant on Russia, and their energy situations depend on Russia and all this. So those two problems are squeezing them simultaneously. If any situation is going to boil over, it's probably.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
No, you're absolutely right. But yeah, I kind of finished, so I could talk about economy a bit more, but I see hands, so we should probably go to those.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Yeah, thanks, Finance. And I think Joseph would agree that having Maddie in the space is such an asset. I really appreciate Maddie's contributions. Excuse me? Sorry, someone was mic'd. Hey, Maddie, I just wanted to say that I appreciate you being in this space. I have so much respect for you, and I think you're very valuable in the Water Report, and I hope that you will continue to drop in. We talked about this earlier. Weekends are better. We have time constraints. But I kind of liken you to like a Joseph. Joseph is very in tune with the Caucasus. And I think you guys probably would have a great conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Hans Liberal. Did you have Finance? Did you have an order?
Oh wait, did I get muted? I'd said Lewis, then Vic, then Leonard, but I'm having tech issues again.
No worries, Lewis. Go ahead.
Thank you, guys. I indeed have a question for Maddie, and thank you for joining us. I think it's the first or second time that I'm listening to you, and that. Absolutely interesting. I would like to go back a little bit to the statement or the comment that you made regarding the statement from your president at the St. Petersburg Forum, I think. I have seen the video, and I was sitting there and just thinking, wow, this guy has too big, ... It's Putin is sitting just a few feet away, and he's telling him in the face that what's going on is wrong, that the country Russia cannot rely on producing everything that it was banned from internally in the country, or get it from China. So I thought it was absolutely amazing. And I would like to know, beside of Russians telling that there are Nazis in the country, like they said many times before, Poland, also Germany, or other countries that are not in line with their rhetorics. Did you notice anything else that has changed regarding your country, or is it's everything stayed normal?
So far, no major changes. The public is still reeling from the brutal crackdown of the January protests, because the official cause for the foreign intervention practically was the claim that 20,000 foreign terrorists invaded the country, which is right now seems to be a made-up claim because they've produced no evidence so far. So it's hard to believe that 20,000 terrorists have just appeared out of nowhere. In terms of other changes, there were some arrests. Some people got swapped around and shuffled around in the government, but nothing major within the country. The biggest change is possibly the stance that the country is taking on when it comes to the international relations and foreign policy. It seems to be somewhat gradual. At least the country tries to portray it as everything is happening gradually. But to be honest, Luis, I was pleasantly surprised myself as a Kazakh that the president of the country took such an abrupt turn during that economic forum in St. Petersburg. I did not expect that. I expected the country, at least the president, to be doing everything slowly because he's an experienced politician. And when I say politician, because he's a politician, his entire career he spent in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. During the Soviet times, he was part of the diplomatic mission of the Soviet Union to China. So he's never worked outside of the government in his life, I think. I think, because I'm not certain. And overall, I don't want to portray Kazakhstan as a democracy, because it is not. But at the same time, the government, at least for now, when it comes to international relations, is doing at least something right. When the war started, well, not the war, when the full-scale invasion started, because the war started in 2014. The full-scale invasion started. The president started traveling a lot, trying to build relations with other countries outside of Russia. There was a state visit to Turkey with Erdogan. There was an interaction with the representatives of the Department of Defense, Ministry of Defense of China, which was a bit surprising. A few Chinese generals came with an official visit to Kazakhstan, and Kazakhstan signed an expanded trade treaty with Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Turkey to expand an alternative trade corridor that would be bypassing Russia. And about 2 weeks ago, they also signed another trade treaty with Iran. I know it sounds sketchy, but at least it's an alternative trade route that would provide access to the world ocean outside of Russia.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы. Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена. Операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики непосредственно и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики.
So again, my question is going to be about Kazakhstan from your point of view, Modi. Again, I'm from Moldova, and I we're living as well. We have a relation with Russia, and lately, the more we're trying kind of to disconnect, to approach European Union, we're seeing all this rhetoric, and for us, because we have the ethnic Russians, but as well ethnic Ukrainians or ethnic Gagauz, which are
Уходя,
like
украинская
Turkish
армия традиционно оставила
population,
город и
and
его
there
жителей в бедственном положении.
long time
Для
there has been
стабилизации
like a
гуманитарной
connection with
обстановки народная
Russian
милиция
media,
продолжает доставлять
and
горожанам
because of the
продукты питания и
propaganda,
предметы первой необходимости.
Russia has like a big say into setting kind of rhetoric. It is able to influence, and I would say it represents some sort of like a threat to the stability internally in Moldova. My impression is, since again Kazakhstan has been on friendly terms with Russia for long,
Но не хлебом
the
единым
media
жив человек.
presence is
Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно
significant
носят
in the country as well,
воины-освободители, для мирного
and
населения
this
символ
represents
не только Великой Победы
risk
1945
for
года,
the country,
но и
for the
освобождения
stability.
их
So in
города от
case, let's
нацистов
say,
снова,
Russia
уже в
wants to
2022.
increase the pressure, it might try to, I don't know, destabilize the situation inside, from inside. Would this be possible? And have you seen any sort of steps from the Kazakh government in order
Для
to
многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
prevent any actions to decrease their impact?
Ну, значит, на следующий день пограничник. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The Russians do use their propaganda channels quite extensively to foment
Ну и,
unrest
конечно,
within the
отдельная гордость для
country.
этих людей – это
They really
возможность
like
поднять над своими
exploiting
жилищами и
the
убежищами,
ethnic
где они
divide.
пережидали
It's
тяжелые
nothing
военные
new.
дни, знамя
They
победы и
like
флаг
creating
России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Divisions when there are none, especially when, they like to create ethnic conflicts when there are none to serve their own political agenda. And I'd say Kazakhstan is susceptible to that because we do have a large portion of ethnic Russians living in the country, especially in the northern part of the country. But it might be a bit difficult. Well, it's going to be extremely difficult for the Russians to do anything in the south of the country because most of the population there, vast majority of the population there are ethnic Kazakhs, and anyone who's younger than 35 is highly likely not to be speaking Russian. So Russian state media has zero impact on them. They might have the biggest impact in some of the largest cities. For example, Almaty, which is in the south, is probably the only outlier in the south that has a primarily Russian-speaking population. They can have a bit of an influence through their propaganda channels in the north because pretty much the entire population in the north speaks Russian. It doesn't matter whether they're ethnic Kazakhs or ethnic Russians. So far, I have not seen their state media channels that are being broadcast in Kazakhstan to implement anything crazy or promote a message that would cause any kind of troubles. I hope that the government is closely monitoring the situation and they will just simply turn those channels off whenever the trouble arises. Most of the propaganda attacks against Kazakhstan are coming from the Russian state officials, where they one of the Moscow City Duma deputies about a few months ago produced a list of countries that need to be denazified, and that list included Kazakhstan, along with Poland and the Baltic states. So yeah, some of the propagandists, one of the propagandists that I mentioned, he doesn't have. He's a major propagandist. He's a husband to Simonyan. If you know who that is, you'll know that she's pretty much the head honcho when it comes to all of the propaganda efforts because she's the head of RT. And he has a pretty large presence online. He's got his own RuTube channel, which is a Russian counterpart to YouTube. And that's where he primarily spits out his crazy narratives. But yeah, so they could definitely try something. That's why I mentioned hybrid warfare. They just might. I wouldn't put it beyond them, but I haven't seen anything decisive just yet.
Thank you, Madi. And so real quick, I just want to make clear to our audience too that Madi does a lot of work like monitoring Russian media and Russian Telegram accounts, social media, and I guess I would just broadly say racist movements in Russia. But I guess, Madi, would you speak a little bit about your just general interests in Russian media? Like, what do you follow in terms of what's going out there? Thanks.
Sure. So I don't watch their state TV. I kind of follow a bunch of Twitter accounts that provide a summary, but I do have an insane number of Telegram channels that I follow. Sometimes it takes me about 3 or 4 hours a day just to sit through all the new messages. It's a bit insane. I do follow all of the major channels, including RIA Novosti, TASS. They're purely state affiliated, but I also follow some of the more insane. I call them insane because that's what they are. More insane offshoots. For example, there's a large number of Telegram channels that are dedicated to the Wagner Group. There's one channel that is dedicated to the Russian imperial movement, which is an internationally, at least by the United States and Canada, recognized as a terrorist organization. So I'm probably on all of the lists, given that I follow them. And I follow some other extreme far-right groups, including Rusich. There's so many. There are also there are quite a few religious offshoots as well. For example, there's a Telegram channel called Tsari Krest, which translates as Tsar Cross, and those Telegram channels produce. At least they paint a picture that is not very pleasant, but I still think that taking snippets out of those sometimes and translating them into English and presenting them to the wider audience in the West is important. So that's what I do every once in a while.
Yeah, and I definitely think it's worth a follow. So I just want to make clear to our audience, like, if you have any questions about Russian media or this type of this type of subject, I think Maddie's a good source for that as well. I'm sure he's happy to answer questions about Kazakhstan. It's also good question. But we want to be respectful of your time, Maddie. So we'll go back to Hans. Auntie, go ahead.
Thank you. So one of the things I've been thinking about regarding Kazakhstan is that could you paint us a picture of the Kazakhstan's military? What I'm trying to gauge here is that if there were to be some sort of a confrontation between Russia and Kazakhstan, would the Kazakh armed forces be able to at least present a credible defense?
I need to make a huge disclaimer before I answer your question. I'm not a military expert. But I think what is important to understand is that it is a country of only 19 million people. It is a very large country, and it's got only 19 million people. I think last time I checked, our military's got only 80,000 people, active service members. We don't have any fleets. We don't have any navy. We don't need one because we're a landlocked country. We do have a small flotilla, tiny flotilla in the Caspian Sea, but it is actually a lake. So the reason I mentioned the vastness of the country is important because most of the borders that we share with Russia don't have any natural barriers. So if Russia decides to invade, Kazakhstan is going to be in trouble. At least that's my understanding. We don't have a lot of people, we don't have a lot of equipment. Given that it's wide open steppes, I would imagine any defensive efforts would involve the usage of a large number of Air Force aircraft and a large number of vehicles. Unfortunately, at least by my estimates, we don't have an adequate number to present viable defense. But I could be wrong. If something ever does happen, the world doesn't look away. Our Air Force is primarily comprised of old Soviet aircraft. The country did purchase, I think, 15 units. I'll have to check that, but I'm not going to give you a number. As a few units of the Russian Su-30s. We do have MiG-31s, which are large interceptors, not fighters. They would be useful to shoot down strategic bombers, but that's about it. We have a few Su-27s, but not in large numbers. I think overall The number of combat aircraft that we have does not exceed 70 units. The state of those is not
Для
certain.
многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую
at the same
форму.
level as it is for Russia. So, whatever numbers you see presented in any of the sources, they will just give you the total number of declared hardware. But in reality, most of it is
Ну и,
probably,
конечно,
well,
отдельная
not most of
гордость
it,
для
but a
этих
large
людей – это
portion of it
возможность
is
поднять
probably
над своими
not in working
жилищами и
condition.
убежищами, где они пережидали
So
тяжелые
that is
военные
troubling
дни,
as well.
знамя победы и флаг России,
But,
веру в которое они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет
Yeah, so,
оккупации.
but the two interesting things that I have discovered only recently is that apparently there has been some training cooperation between the United States, NATO, and Kazakhstan, and that there are also women serving actually apparently quite prominently in the Kazakh military.
Yes, yes to the second one, kind of yes and no to the first one. Kazakhstan did deploy a small force, a small contingent to Iraq to aid the Allied efforts. We were planning to deploy a contingent to Afghanistan, but we were pressured by Russia not to take part in that conflict. There's been an increase in cooperation in the first half of 2000s, between 2000 and 2011, 2012, but it gradually decreased. There's still a bit of a cooperation happening between NATO and Kazakhstan, but not to the extent that I would personally like to see.
Maddie, real quick, just a quick question here. From what I remember, when I went to Central Asia, we had to fly over Russian airspace to get there. Is it still relatively easy to get? Like, if I'm in the U.S. or Europe, is it pretty easy to get to Kazakhstan? Or has it been an issue in terms of rerouting from Russian airspace?
Yeah, that's actually the first thing I started checking when the full-scale invasion started, because the Russian airspace is pretty much a no-fly zone for any international airlines right now. But yes, people can still get to Kazakhstan, primarily flying through the Middle East and through Southern Caucasus. So there are alternate routes.
Yeah, good to know. Okay, thanks. So we'll go to Hans again. Sorry if I don't get the order correct, but I think Leonard's had his hand up forever, so I'm going to go to Leonard and then Marcus. Leonard, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Joseph. The discussion raised a question in my mind for Maddie, and I don't know if you have any insight on this, Maddie, but the question relates to Kyrgyzstan, and I know that there's been a significant Canadian interest in Kyrgyzstan, specifically with regards to the Kumtor gold mine. And for some time, I followed some of the controversy and some of the political machinations that were going on in Kyrgyzstan with regard to the gold mine. But I haven't lately. But it has been in the news that Putin has been out searching far and wide and high and everywhere he could find gold resources or gold reserves. And I'm just wondering if you happen to know if there is any activity on that front, or if there's been any interaction, say, between Kyrgyzstan and Russia in that respect, and how that might impact on whatever the current political situation is in Kyrgyzstan. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. Unfortunately, I'm not that well versed in that specific topic, but gold extraction is a major industry in Kyrgyzstan, given that the country doesn't have a lot of natural resources. It's a small country that primarily has an agriculture-based economy. They do have multiple gold mines. They primarily exploit from the eco-activists. I know that they primarily exploit the open pit mining technology, which is highly destructive. And one of another controversy that is happening right now is related to a gold mine that was acquired by the Chinese in Kyrgyzstan. And the Kyrgyz authorities expected the Chinese to heavily invest into the country, start mining gold pretty much immediately or in the foreseeable future. But what instead the Chinese did, they shelved the project. They still own all of the rights, so nobody can exploit the reserves. They're just sitting on them. They're taking a policy of just sitting on a resource that they own and not exploiting it, which is obviously upsetting the government, upsetting the local population. I have not seen the Russians, at least not in the news that I'm watching, attempting to expand their investments or trying to find an alternative source of income there. I'm pretty sure the Kyrgyz authorities are probably well aware of the geopolitical situation, and they probably would not be that interested anyway. So yeah, unfortunately I cannot provide you a complete answer.
Thank you, Mehdi. We'll next go to, sorry, whoever I said was next. Sorry about that, I can't get the name right now. Go ahead.
I believe you said me.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so thanks, Mari, for being here. This might be a bit of a weird question, but with regards to Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, they are kind of drifting away from the Russian sphere of influence and finding their own ways. What's your impression? Does Russia see this as or do they see Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan as their own actors, or do they see this as possibly China expanding their influence, or maybe like West, but probably be China? So do they see Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan basically acting up on themselves, or do they feel suspicious on, let's say, China, and think that this, let's say, Tokayev saying the things he has said would be like machined from outside by China? Because in Europe we've seen that Russia basically never sees smaller countries as their own actors. If you catch my what I intend to ask here.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена. Операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики, непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью, со слезами на глазах. Сразу же с первых дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовывать гуманитарную помощь. Но сам факт того, как люди встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил, и снова вернулся, люди снова свободны.
One thing that I didn't mention, but that I should have mentioned when I brought up Nazis in Kazakhstan, or the
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
So that's the connection you're trying. That's the connection that they're trying to make, and we know that anyone who's acting in Ukraine, at least if you read the Russian narratives, you'll see that
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
As of now, the Russian state does not portray China as an adversary. They are actually hoping to maintain a good relationship.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
But the same could not be said from the Chinese side, because at least the way I see China is that China doesn't.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они переживали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
the Chinese are not going to throw in their fate with their lots. They will do whatever they fits their national interests. And as of now, supporting Russia, at least in an outright manner, would not be beneficial for them. So I wouldn't say that the Russians are thinking that whatever Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan are doing is being orchestrated by China. They are probably thinking, and at least they're even trying to portray a narrative where the West isn't trying to install their own puppets in their former colonies. At least that's my thinking, or at least that's my impression.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think you said at one point, Maddie, and I think it's maybe a good thing to take away, and maybe you can correct me, but that basically any unrest in Central Asia is going to benefit Russia. So that's probably who we should be looking toward in terms of stirring up trouble. Would you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely.
So probably China doesn't really want to stir up trouble for the most part. They just want stuff. That's maybe my experience.
Exactly.
Would you say that's okay? Yeah.
Exactly. So
go ahead.
Just to quickly add on that, you're absolutely right. China doesn't want any civil unrest. They've invested heavily in the Central Asian region, especially Kazakhstan. So they would be financially hurting themselves if there is any kind of trouble. When the protests in January happened in Kazakhstan, and the Russian troops showed up, the Chinese made a statement that surprised many. They specifically said that they're ready to protect Kazakhstan's territorial integrity, even if it involves military action. So, and they didn't do it out of the goodness of their hearts. They did it because they invested more than $20 billion in the past few years.
Right. Yeah. So I think basically the takeaway here, to oversimplify, but if you read a headline about Central Asia and you see that there's some trouble being stirred up, it's probably either a domestic problem, like that's very normal, or Russian efforts to destabilize the region to benefit themselves. And it might be a domestic problem that Russian disinformation efforts have tried to amplify in some way. Any follow-up there, Marty?
That's a great sum up of the situation.
Okay, great. So I'm just going to take a little opportunity here to say, we want to be respectful of Maddie's time. I don't know how much longer Maddie has, but for now, we're taking a few more questions, at least for Maddie here. Maddie's from Kazakhstan, but he's also a native Russian speaker, so he knows quite a bit about Russia and Russian culture and media, and also is a student of economics, so he also has a breadth of economic knowledge. Central Asians, man, they do it all. I'll tell you, multilingual, know a lot of stuff. So real quick, people could retweet the space. There's a little up arrow with a U in the top right. If you guys can use that to retweet the space, it helps us out, spread the word about the Waltz Report. Tell your friends, tell everybody you can. We're trying to give people information about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. That's our primary goal here, and we have lots of experts who work really hard to provide their expertise. They volunteer their time, like Maddie. Of course, we don't pay Maddie to be here to answer our questions, but all we ask is that you guys donate to Maria Aid. Maria Aid is an organization set up by members of the Canadian military who help train Ukrainian soldiers who are fighting right now, and Maria Aid helps procure special things that they need on the front lines. Recently, we fundraised for 1,000 tourniquets, and we successfully fundraised them. So we're going to send those out to Ukraine soon, and we thank everyone who helped to contribute. But of course, we want to continue the effort, so please donate to Maria Aid if you want to support the Waltz Report in any way. Waltz Report will never solicit you guys for any donations outside Maria Aid. So anyone affiliated with the Waltz Report won't as well. Last but not least, we are taking questions up here, so if you guys have any questions, please request to speak and raise your hand, and we'll do our best to get to your questions. So I think the order is going to be creeping, and then I think Rauf might have a question. Rauf, if you could please raise your hand so I know you do have a question. But anyway, we'll go to creeping next. Creeping, go ahead.
Hey, Manny. Just real quick about China a little bit, right? Disinformation coming out, right? As it relates to Ukraine and this conflict, right? I think there's been some talk about China upping disinformation based on mining, right? Based on what they get out of mining. So I think what I'm hearing you say is to focus on the disinformation coming out of Russia or the bridge between the two.
So the question is about Chinese efforts to spread their narrative. Is that the question?
Correct. That's just disinformation, right? Walter's been really this space is really good about truth. So I think it's important that we just maybe keep an eye on how that could influence Russia in any way, from a disinformation perspective and using lies as weapons.
Yeah. So when it comes to China, their propaganda efforts are primarily, at least that's my impression, because I'm not an expert on China. I'm just following whatever is happening in Central Asia and Russia.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, that's why I tied it back to that. It's important, I think, we understand from that context, right?
Yeah. So Chinese propaganda efforts in Central Asia are highly limited for historical reasons, because there's a big cultural divide between Central Asia and China. The population in Kazakhstan is actually quite apprehensive when it comes to dealing with anyone coming from China, and the language differences are massive. There they speak either Mandarin or Cantonese, but in Central Asia, a language that people speak there is primarily going to be
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена. Операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями Российской армии, вооруженных сил России, Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. I've seen people say that the specific Chinese channel is using is very tame and very neutral. They cover the war in Ukraine.
Right.
But
as long as it's isolated, I guess.
They try to portray everything that's happening both from the Ukrainian perspective and the Russian perspective. They shade it as a conflict.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
There's some things that went on today that were really awesome from the Walter Report. And I think now as we go forward, at least for me, right, I need to ask that. So thank you.
Hey, Maddie,
Yeah,
if I may add one
go ahead.
last thing. Oh, sorry, Joseph.
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Come back and join us in the Walter Report. Your voice is very important. Your knowledge of the Caucasus is very important. Your knowledge of the Russian regime is very important.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
Just like I feel about Joseph Maddie, if you can hear me, please come back.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Yeah, I think maybe I did have maybe a little bit of follow-up there. So, Manny, if you could maybe talk a little bit just about the sort of media environment. Let's limit it to Kazakhstan, but I'll just very quickly say my experience in Tajikistan, right? So you have 3 state-owned media channels. They're pretty, I guess, for lack of a better term, it's like Soviet, you know? I don't know, like the programming style. I would say the 3 main, programming blocks are I don't know, for lack of a better term, propaganda, like positive news about the country, like videos of people dancing, you know, stuff like that. And then the other block is like reruns of like old Soviet stuff, like, you know, with good moral messages or whatever. the last block is like, you know, new stuff like comedies and things like that. So anyway, there's like 3 channels, but then there's like a huge proliferation of print media. Like the state can't really control it. There's so much of it, and they're talking about everything. They're talking about all kinds of crazy stuff. So Madi, just real quick, I guess, could you talk about the sort of media environment in Kazakhstan, and if we could maybe relate it to like the susceptibility of it to information operations, maybe either from Russia or China, in terms of like, you know, is it just a couple of media channels that they could maybe buy and control? Is there too many for them to control? How could they infiltrate it? I guess. Go ahead, Madi.
Sure. So the media space is heavily controlled by the states. I'd even go as far as to say that it's probably totally controlled by the states when it comes to at least the channels that are being broadcast to the population. When it comes to China, I don't really see a way for them to enter into the space with it, aside from setting up their own channel, which is extremely difficult to do. The only Chinese channel that is being broadcast in Kazakhstan is the state channel that I mentioned. I think it's called CTV or something along those lines. It's Chinese state media. And there's a large number of Russian federal channels that are being broadcast in Kazakhstan, so they present the greatest risk. It's the risk that is coming is not going to be coming from the inside; it's primarily going to be coming from the outside. Of course, there's also print media, which is actually not that popular because people just stopped buying and reading newspapers. At least the last time I'd been to the country, I saw, and that was a year ago, I saw that many of the newspaper stands are gone. People just, the older generations still reads those newspapers, but they're kind of hard to find.
Yeah, I haven't been since 2016, I should make that clear. So it's been, you know, it's almost been a decade, so I'm getting a little old and long in the tooth there. So sorry, go ahead, Madi. I just want to maybe clarify that my observations are getting old, so go ahead.
Yeah, so when it comes to the online presence, it's a lot more difficult to control for the states. There's a large media presence of the state itself, or state-controlled media, or at least some of the media channels are being portrayed as independent channels, but in reality, at the end of the day, when you pull the thread, you'll see who actually owns them, and yeah, there's a direct state connection. There are a few websites that do print an opposing opinion. I don't want to call them opposition media because, I'll be honest, there's none. But they do present an opposing opinion. There are a few bloggers online, especially that have their own blogs on YouTube, that do present an opposing opinion to the state as well. But some of them I'm highly suspicious of because some of the rhetoric that's been coming from them for the past few months seems to be somewhat pro-Kremlin. So that really, I don't want to say rocked my world, but surprised me because previously I thought they were opposition figures that were fighting for democracy, fighting for against corruption in the country. But at the end of the day, when you sit down and carefully analyze the messages that they're producing, they don't really criticize Russia. They don't really criticize the war of aggression. They don't bring up the genocide. Yeah, it's highly suspect. So those agents are probably presenting the greatest risk. Fortunately enough, many of them are out of the country. They're actually not physically present within the country. They left quite a few years ago. But in terms of infiltrating the media space and fomenting unrest within the country, and of course we're talking just about Kazakhstan, the easiest way to do it for the Russians would be just to use their own media space, because it already has pretty good penetration within the country. They don't have to exploit any of their local channels.
Right, like all they have to do is like like there's 3 channels in Tajikistan, right? So all like people want to buy a Russian dish and they want to watch Russian TV, and there you go. I mean, then you're watching Russian TV, and as you know, that stuff's that stuff's something else. And yeah, I mean that the family I live with, they watch Russian TV all the time. Anyway, so we want to be respectful of Maddie's time. I'm going to say we're going to take the remaining questions for Maddie, and then we'll let Maddie wrap it up and we'll let him go. But Maddie, you've been really patient in answering all these questions from everyone, so we really do appreciate it. So next, we're going to go, I think, to Luis, and then we're going to go to the 2 new hands. So go ahead, Luis. Luis, mic check, you there?
He's dropped.
Okay, Luis dropped. We'll go to Auntie, and then the new hand.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Strikes that formed into quite a scale of disturbance. One was just recently in the winter, and the other one was, I believe, a couple of decades ago. So I was wondering if the armed forces themselves had played any part in subduing those, or was it just the other security services doing that? So I'm just trying to gauge the relationship between the armed forces and the people. If it's symbiotic war, or is there hostility, or something along those lines? Thanks.
Sure. So
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
The military does get involved in those crackdowns. At least that's the way it's been portrayed in the media. But something to keep in mind is that the army is primarily comprised of conscripts. So it's a smaller but mirror image of the Russian armed forces.
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Whenever you have those political activists from Kazakhstan voicing their concerns, they primarily are upset with the conduct that is being displayed by the police and the.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск — это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
The armed forces of Kazakhstan have an extremely bad reputation within the country, but they don't have the good reputation. It's neutral.
Thank you.
I will say, by Central Asian standards,
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей — это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет.
Oh yeah, of course, but let's be honest. I don't think Kazakhstan is going to be fighting Uzbekistan or Kyrgyzstan.
For sure, no way.
Yeah, but the biggest threat is Russia, so that's why I'm giving somewhat of a grim appraisal.
Yeah, it's true, but by Central Asian standards, it's a pretty good army. I just want to maybe make that clear. No one else is doing a better job. I'll put it that way. Politically, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak again. Hi, Maddie. Yeah, you know, as far as China, it's always been, and from the beginning of the war between Russia and Ukraine, it's always been an underlying fear. And, you know, we have, there's a contributor, Jing Yu, who's, you know, an expert in Chinese espionage or whatever. And I'm grateful for that. So I'm going to throw something out that's probably maybe old, but I'm just wondering. I have a lot of friends who are from India, and, you know, initially, you know, when there were sanctions on Russia for providing natural gas and oil, you know, India was one of the purchasers, along with China and another country. So I'm wondering, do you have any information on where India stands in regard to Russia and the war and the support of natural resources?
So there was a piece of news that came out quite recently from Financial Post, where India acts to deter fuel exports, which puts a windfall tax on oil producers. There were Russian part-owned Indian refineries that made massive profits from exporting to Europe, so much that India's domestic supply became constricted. So India placed an export ban and added windfall taxes on those exports. So yeah, the Indian side, that is very recent. That came out in the past 24 hours. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Wow. So they, even though they are suffering a bit, they have stepped forward to set out restrictions.
To an extent. This is the first time I'm noticing them taking somewhat of a decisive action against the Russians, because up until this point, and finance probably can mention, both India and China were taking advantage of the situation and buying Russian oil at deep discounts.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. But hopefully this eventually will change. But when it comes to situations like that, larger countries that don't have a democratic or moral high ground to defend democracy will probably try to take advantage of the situation. We're still seeing Germany kind of being around the bush, to be honest.
Yes.
So we shouldn't really expect, if Germany is acting that way, we should probably expect China and India to take any decisive action.
Well, that's what some people from Ukrainian have been saying for a while, is that, you know, they're not sure if Germany is ever on board. But, you know, the thing with India is that, there's such a large population in India and such a small amount of people in control. I mean, I think China, again, a very, very highly populated nation. I'm not saying control is a good thing. I'm just saying it's different, in China than India.
Yeah,
the two as far as control, right?
Yeah, the two countries are definitely different. I don't want to claim that I'm an expert on India or China. I can only speak to this when it comes to the trade relations with Central Asia or Russia. But yeah, India has long been considered to be one of the largest or the largest democracy, which is probably true at the federal level, but when you start digging into the various provinces within India, the situation might be actually different depending on the province. At least that's what I've been seeing. But when you look at China, it's a heavily centralized state controlled by a single party.
Right. Exactly. And Indians are extremely educated, very highly educated, many of them, and they leave the country, to pursue, tech careers and medical careers across the planet. So that doesn't necessarily reflect who's currently in India and who is, what the government is doing. But anyways, my question was just, what are they doing right now on commerce? Are they supporting Russia or not? And I think you answered that. Thank you so much.
Yep. Just to quickly add, the United States did add 5 Chinese companies on a sanctions list for providing a way to bypass some of the sanctions that were imposed on Russia. So the United States is closely monitoring the situation, which is good.
Hey, if I may follow up,
Liberal Joseph.
Oh yeah, sorry, my apologies. No, I just wanted to follow up. I'm politically fed up. Would you agree that?
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы. Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах. Сразу же с первых дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданского населения помочь организовывать выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как нас встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил, снова вернулся, снова свободно, снова спокойно.
Running Maddie through his paces here. We've been asking questions for a long time, so I kind of want to get through this. I think Adrian's trying to sneak in one last question here for Maddie, and then I'm not kicking Maddie off the panel. I need content, so I'd be happy to have him all day. But, you know, I think he's probably at the very least, I want to let some other discussions happen so that Maddie can maybe take a little break and you know, get a drink or something. Anyway, we also have Portland here, so welcome Portland. How you doing, Portland?
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители для мирного населения, символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Portland, do you have pets? And are they upset? You know, pets, you know, dogs and cats, or people are concerned because they're so.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
I have General W.T. Sherman, who is in his undershirt and is cuddling me right now, and Whiffles, who
ну и, конечно, отдельная
does not
для
give
этих
a
людей
rat
– это
fuck.
возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Whiffles got the name because when she was born, she had a respiratory infection, and when she would breathe when she was sleeping, she would make a little whistling noise. Adorable.
Well, some cats are disturbed by fireworks as well.
Yeah, Sherman.
Luckily, she's fine.
Yeah, Whiffles is fine. Sherman doesn't like fireworks. But to be fair, I don't like fireworks either.
Anyway, Portland, we did manage to raise the money for the tourniquets, so we got 1,000 tourniquets on the way to Ukraine.
That is fabulous. I saw quite a lot of people making some decent-sized donations, and you know, I really appreciate that. Especially, you know, I low-key guilt tripped a bunch of people into that. So, you know, if that's what I've got to do to get life-saving equipment to people who need it, then I'm cool with that.
Yeah, and just for our audience, Portland was a combat medic at one point, so he shared his experiences, and I think it moved a lot of people, and it caused him to donate for these tourniquets. But yeah, anyway, you know, Maria Aid's great, and we do appreciate you helping out, Portland, with sharing your experiences and all your expertise. Anyway, I'm going to get to Adrian's final question for Maddie, and then, yeah, Maddie, you can stay on the panel. Feel free to answer any further questions, but I'll try to move the discussion a little. I'll try to get people to stop bothering you about Kazakhstan for a little while, so you can maybe get a bite to eat or something you got to do. So thank you, Maddie, and we'll go to Adrian. Go ahead, Adrian.
Hello, guys, and yeah, Joseph and Maddie, I could listen to you talk about Central Asia for ages and still be very happy about it. I saw a little news item yesterday that I think might be related to. Apologies, I was getting a delivery. So a news item yesterday that I think might be related to the discussion about media that you had about Kazakhstan earlier on. So the Bulgarian government accused several pundits, influencers, independent journalists, opinion leaders, bloggers, and so on, of getting regular payments from the Russian embassy, around 2,000 euros a month apparently, to just express opinions favorable to Russia. And basically these were people who were not necessarily pro-Russian before, they were just like pundits who were bought. And also Bulgaria has this big problem because it has like over 40 diplomats, wink wink. And I'm wondering if Madi has any thoughts on if anything like that might be happening in Kazakhstan, or if something like that. Basically what I'm asking is how much is, from what he's seeing, how big is the influence operation coming from inside the Russian representatives within Kazakhstan? Thanks.
Thank you, Adrian. That was a topic I was trying to avoid talking about. Short answer is massive. It is massive and it's troubling. I did bring up that we do have a large proportion of ethnic Russians living in the country, so I don't want to sound racist, but they tend to, especially the older generations that spent at least the first 20 to 30 years of their lives within the Soviet Union, they kind of cling on to their past. Unfortunately, that older generation also has, or at least in the past, held positions of power within the government in Kazakhstan. Some of them are still in the government, so some of the rhetoric that I've seen from at least a few of them is somewhat troubling, because I did bring up the most recent message of Nazis being in Kazakhstan, a narrative that the Russians are pushing, and there are some government officials that do play along with it, so that potentially could be troubling, but hopefully the state security apparatus and the rest of the countries closely monitoring the situation and takes appropriate steps. But I don't want to kind of expand on this topic, because beyond to what I've said so far, I'll probably be just speculating because I don't have any hard data or evidence. It's just all based on a few isolated anecdotes.
Honestly, I was looking for more of a yes or no answer, because I'm sure that if you delve into it, it gets super tenebrous and complex. So, I was just looking to see if it's present. And I think from what you said now and previously when I was listening, yeah, it's pretty clear and sad. Thank you, Madi.
Thank you, Adrian.
Okay, we're going to let maybe Antti sneak in his last question, and then we're going to leave Madi alone for a bit. Antti, do you have a question for Madi? Go ahead.
No, actually, I was going to do as you instructed and bother Portland instead.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to let Madi just give a little wrap up. Madi, is there anything you want to say is maybe the takeaway of this discussion in terms of everything that we discussed today? It seems, the news in Uzbekistan, I think we covered pretty well, right? Chaos in Central Asia benefits Russia. I don't know, anything else? Go ahead, Madi. I'll give you the floor, and if you have anything last bits you want to say, go ahead. Thanks.
Sure. So, yeah, you said it's the only country that benefits from the chaos in Central Asia is Russia. It doesn't really satisfy their economic agenda. It only satisfies their political agenda.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах. Сразу же с первых же дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовываем выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как мы встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил. Снова вернулся, люди снова свободны, снова спокойны за свое будущее. Без страха твердости и ленты.
you've had a lot of endurance to answer all those questions one after the
Уходя,
other.
украинская армия
So we
традиционно
definitely
оставила
appreciate
город
it.
и его жителей
So
в
now
бедственном
we're going to kind
положении.
of maybe
Для
switch gears a
стабилизации
little bit.
гуманитарной
We're
обстановки
going to go
народная
to
милиция
Portland.
продолжает
So I'm
доставлять
going to let
горожанам
Antti ask
продукты
this question,
питания и
then
предметы
maybe
первой
I'm going to try
необходимости.
to frame the discussion a bit with Portland. So go ahead, Antti.
Thanks, Matty.
Thanks also to Mari from my side as well. From a day before when there was a very excellent
Но не хлебом
conversation about the
Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят
strikes
воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой
on the
Победы
Russian side of
1945
the
года, но и
border.
освобождения их города от
And
нацистов снова, уже
I
в
believe the
2022.
conclusion you reached back then was that in the absence of any more options by a process of elimination, HIMARS was the most likely culprit.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных
use
войск – это
a
возможность
phrase.
снова надеть родную
Has
советскую
there
форму.
been within the last 24 hours or so? Has there been any new evidence or any new strikes that you would like to discuss?
Well, we talked about this earlier today.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет
we got some more photographs, and the strike on Belgorod was a much more elaborate, joined up, a more complete strike than was at first obvious. They used a mixture of at least 3 different weapon types, Tu-141s repurposed as loitering munitions and suicide drones. Certainly at least one target hit with, 2 targets hit with Tochka. There are still 2 targets that were hit by something with a warhead smaller than Tochka, coming in a bit slower than Tochka, that I still think, on balance of evidence, those still look a lot like HIMARS strikes. I got some really good satellite imagery, so I was able to do some pretty solid bomb damage assessments, and what you've basically got here is 7 thermal signatures on firms, 3 of which appear to be the result of bits of Russian surface-to-air missile systems landing on Russian residential networks. Yeah, it's ridiculous. There is a photograph of the remains of a Panzer boost stage sticking out of the window out of a burned out house. So that's pretty telling. The 2 targets that I can definitively say based on the satellite imagery were Tochka strikes, were an industrial lubricants plant and a concrete additives plant. Those both got whacked pretty good. And then there were 2 more targets attached to the airport, which was the fuel dump and some sort of above ground storage facility that got hit with a couple of very high precision missiles that came in from directly above, doing about Mach 2.5. Those still look like HIMARS strikes, so it looks like a mixture of Tochka, loitering munitions, and HIMARS in Belgorod. The Kursk strike appears to have been a total nothing burger. Nothing of note appears to have been accomplished there. The only evidence that we have is a falling parachute from a Fab 500, which is an 1,100-pound parachute retarded bomb. Doesn't appear to have hit anything particularly important. Since then, there has been another ammunition dump hit at Snizny, that looks like it was a pretty major dump storing lots and lots of rocket artillery ammunition. You can see the ammunition, the warheads go off separately from the rocket propellant. Those are really distinctive. I don't really feel the need to do any more research on that one. And, you know, I know what that was.
Snizzy's in Donetsk, Portland? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, in Donetsk, occupied Donetsk.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that got hit by, but honestly, it was in range of tube artillery, and the video only starts after the fire has already started to take hold, and that burned very bright, very hot. That was burning at something like 1500 degrees Celsius for about 5 hours. Burned itself out, which is again consistent with rocket artillery. The Melitopol strikes appear to have been a mixture of command posts, supply dumps, and the main transformer that powered the airport. Those all went down with very impressive, precise strikes. All double detonations implying air bursts. Yeah, on the whole, you know, 3 out of 4 strikes went off. No apparent Ukrainian loss of life. An industrial lubricant plant gone, a fuel dump gone, an ammunition dump gone, at least 3 command posts gone. You know, the Ukrainians are executing their game plan more or less exactly as I predicted when HIMARS first became a serious consideration that they were going to get them. So, you know, things look like they are proceeding exactly as expected. Not sure what effect this is having on the battlefield writ large. I would need to listen to Language Learner because he tracks movements on the field a lot more closely than I can. I just do bomb damage assessment, basically.
Thank you, Portland. Ant, did you have any follow-up?
Yeah, actually I did. With the Belgorod strikes, it sounds as if, so correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds as if the civilian casualties might be due to actually Russian anti-aircraft fire instead of Ukrainian.
100% for sure, definitely. I've looked at all of the thermal signatures, and the only place that I am looking at civilian casualties, those casualties were definitively caused by boosters from anti-aircraft missiles falling on civilian houses, which is at once terrifying and awful and heart-wrenching, but also kind of hilarious.
So, would you attribute to these falling debris that was there some kind of technical difficulty with the usage of the SAMs themselves, or was this sort of a feature?
Oh no, Panzer has a cold gas launch followed by a first stage rocket motor, which then falls away, and then a second stage rocket motor kicks in. So the things that we've seen sticking out of windows have all been bits of first stage rockets.
So would this indicate that the positioning of these weapons themselves is actually a real problem?
Yeah, those were not positioned.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
They absolutely would not have put those systems where they did.
Right. Well, that tracks with everything else that we've been seeing and hearing for the past
Ну и,
few
конечно,
months.
отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Thank you, Auntie. Just a little housekeeping here. If everyone could retweet the space in the top right of your phone, we would really appreciate it. Retweeting the space helps let everyone know about the Walter Report. Tell your friends, spread the word. We're trying to keep everyone aware and cognizant of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Second thing, please, if you can, donate to Maria Aid. We recently raised 1,000 tourniquets for Ukrainians, so they're on the way, and we have big plans for the future, so please donate if you can. Last thing, we have a Portland, I would say, is our lead panel speaker right now. He's a former, or I should say, he's a combat veteran, and I would say, I guess, radar expert slash expert on things that explode slash expert on satellite analysis. So, you know, we give him videos of stuff. He can look at it. He can tell us some things, and he can also talk a little bit about his military experiences. He's not as he can't keep up he can't keep up with the granular detail of the movements of the troops on the ground because he's a busy man. He's a private investigator in his professional life. But if anyone has any questions for Portland, we would invite you to please come on up and raise your hand, and we'll try to get to your question.
Just very briefly.
Oh, sure. Go ahead, Portland.
I have some breaking news. This is really exciting. General Pavel, the new bowling ball / commander-in-chief of Russian forces in Ukraine, appears to have defected to the American side after a 15-minute meeting with Jimmy Deans.
Well, okay. Thank you.
What? How?
It was a joke.
Lol.
Jimmy Dean's is an American brand of breakfast sausages.
You son of a. Okay. Thanks for that levity, Portland.
Yeah, sorry, I have an extremely deadpan way of delivering my jokes.
Okay, yeah, I got it, Portland. But yeah, it's you have a very dry British sense of humor. So I think a lot of people are like General Pavel defected. Anyway, so I guess I wanted to maybe frame the discussion a bit. So Portland, all these strikes, right? My question to you would be, my initial conclusion was, when I would say during the first maybe 2 months of the war, we would see strikes by Ukraine very rarely, right? We would see one refinery strike or one fuel train strike, or really it was always really decisive. They chose their target really carefully and they hit it. But my conclusion was always that Ukraine was finding very small holes in Russia's very sophisticated air defense network, and that was the problem, that they had to deal with this Russian air defense network. However, now that Ukraine has sufficient ammunition, basically in terms of their long-range weapons, it seems like we're just seeing a strike every 10 minutes. Literally, 3 strikes in the last, four strikes, maybe more in the last 48 hours. So I guess my question to you would be, are we looking at a fundamental failure of Russian air defense, or is what we're seeing to be expected? You spoke a little bit about these, failed launches. Is that maybe indicative of some larger failure? Or am I maybe framing the idea wrong, and this is maybe what's to be expected in terms of if you launch this much stuff at Russia, some of it will hit. Go ahead, Portland.
Well, I think both of these statements are true. It's a little bit of a false dichotomy. Russians are used to operating in the umbrella of an integrated air defense system. The thing is that for all the really elaborate capabilities that they have developed, including some of the most powerful radars ever deployed, they haven't meaningfully improved their track extractors, their software for processing clutter out. Is I would say somewhere between 15 and 20 years behind Western equivalents. So this all looks about like this is all going down more or less as I expected it would. That said, if the operators behind their air defense systems were a little bit more on the ball and, were not routinely falling for the multi-directional joined-up attack, which has become Ukraine's stock in trade, I think they'd be doing a bit better. And I think that we are really seeing some significant evidence that Russian air defense just really isn't as good as they presented it as being, which is unsurprising because they spent tons of money on really advanced tech and they just didn't train people well enough.
Right, yeah, these are really sophisticated systems. They rely on a lot of human, knowledge and intuition and training to use, and maybe that lack of it has resulted in a failure point in Russian air defense that the Ukrainians are now exploiting. Any follow-up there?
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить восьмилетнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
You've got a situation, if you look at the Belgorod, those Tochka strikes are damn near unacceptable. That's one of the nice things about Tochka. Those missiles come in going incredibly fast, and unless you have an S-400 or an S-300 PME battery hanging out in the right place, you're not really going to intercept that terribly effectively. Using a mixture of loitering drones, all of the shoot-downs that we saw over Belgorod are really interesting because their rejector fans were almost perfectly spherical. That indicates a low-speed interception. That's a successful interception on a high-speed target. That leaves a very elongated ejector fan. We're not seeing that. We're seeing nice, perfect, round fans. So what the Ukrainians have gotten really good at is putting up targets that the Russians can see and can shoot out to get their attention, getting their air defenses up and looking at targets that they can engage, and then throwing missiles at them that they can't engage. And then on that double cover, bringing in the relatively slow and relatively easy to intercept HIMARS to make best advantage of their incredible accuracy.
Right, so it's like sort of relying on the synergy between the two. So we got a lot of hands, so I'll get to the hands
Ну и,
here.
конечно, отдельная
So
гордость
we're
для
going to
этих
start with
людей –
Liberal.
это
Liberal, go
возможность
ahead.
поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они
Hey,
пережидают тяжелые
thanks,
военные дни,
Joseph.
знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они
Portland,
пронесли сквозь все 8 лет
I
оккупации.
love your presence and your character and what you bring to whatever space you go into. You're a big personality. I love to invoke the C word, culmination. I know it's like a word that should not be invoked, but based on your military experience, and it's my personal opinion that Russia has expended as much as it can to prosecute the war. I don't think they have a whole lot to go past like this moment. And you know, they're forcibly conscripting people to prosecute the war. But in your opinion, are we at a point where the Ukrainians have like reached a peak point where the Russians can no longer like infringe on Ukrainian lands? Like they may take the Luhansk Oblast, right, and say, you know, we've reached our goals and we've denazified, you know, Luhansk and the Donbass. Do you have an opinion on how this war is being prosecuted?
Sort of a loose one, and I'm not enough in the loop, and I don't think anybody outside of the Ukrainian general staff is to really give you an authoritative answer. But what I can do is I can give you the state of play as I can currently see it, if that's satisfactory. And, you know, with the understanding that this is based on incomplete premises, and it's entirely possible that I could just be completely wrong.
Hey, Portland, I came in, the audio was like in and out. I heard the door squeaking.
Yeah, it seems like you're maybe in transit a little bit, Portland. You need a minute there?
Oh no, I was just walking downstairs. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, sorry. Maybe repeat your last 10 seconds.
Oh, I was saying that, like, I can give you my best guess assessment because I don't know enough about the situation to give you an authoritative answer, but at the end of the day, it is just my opinion and it has to be weighted accordingly.
Yeah, maybe just briefly. Give us your opinion.
Okay, so up to this point, the Russians have been able to stage their supply depots, you know, 40, 50 kilometers back from the front lines.
Hey, Portland, can you speak to your new avatar? I think Nafo, that's kind of cool, by the way. I'm thinking about joining.
You should. You make a donation. My avatar was gifted to me, but I'm going to make a donation to the Georgian Legion anyway, and I believe that basically all that is required of you is that you bully a Russian government official and make a donation to the Georgian Legion, and then they will make you a
Yeah, I've been following the Georgian Legion, and I'm more than happy to make a donation and join the Legion of NATO. That's fucking awesome. Thank you, brother.
They are wonderful, wonderful people, and they are serious hitters. So, you know, I've been doing all of my donations through either Maria Aid or to the Unicorns. A buddy of mine runs an arms and equipment company, and he's been selling me plates at cost. And I've just been shipping them to Ukraine straight to some contacts that I have with the International Legion and to the Unicorns. Because I don't think...
Just for our audience, Portland, maybe can you explain what the Unicorns are?
The Unicorns is a brigade, it's actually a very, very good brigade of the Ukrainian military made up of LGBTQ soldiers. And they are real hitters. I was very proud of them maybe a month and a half back. They surrounded a unit of DPR, LPR guys with a bunch of Wagner to stiffen them up and just pounded them into the shit with mortars. And I had, you know, friends over there who were texting me about this while it was happening and being like, yes, we finally get some action. Fuck these Nazi bastards. And I could hear mortars going off in the background, which is always a cheerful sound.
Yeah, I mean, Portland, if you could ever get us an interview with one of the Unicorns, I mean, I'm sure we could find a translator. That'd be awesome, eh? I mean, I think you'd love that too, eh?
I would. I will talk to some people and see if they'll come on. I could also bring my buddy Big Joe. Big Joe Reuter, he's with the International Legion, so we could talk to them. So anyway,
решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
So the supply depots have been pushed back. You know, they've more or less been pushed twice as far back from the front line. That's where they have to be kept in order to be minimally safe from Russian artillery, from Ukrainian artillery. And if you push the supply depot twice as far back, then you get a 2.5-fold diminution in the amount of supply throughput that you can maintain with a given fleet of trucks. So,
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
I've counted at least 6 separate strategic targets engaged in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, as a non-military observer, it's bananas. But I mean, in your military opinion, how bananas is this?
Oh, this is full on bonkers.
Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Kind of levels of bonkers. The fact that they're doing this, you know, the Melitopol strike was a minimum of 2 batteries of HIMARS, right? At least one battery was engaged on Belgorod. There were strikes to the south of Kharkiv. There was another major supply dump that went up at Zizne and Donetsk today. Like, they are working those batteries hard. And that is 4 batteries. Okay, so what we're seeing right now is proof of concept. the reduction in throughput is going to be measurable and significant, but it is not yet at the level where I believe it can happen all the way along the front in such a concentration that it becomes decisive at this stage. But we are seeing the stage being set for what could be a decisive rollout, say in 2 to 4 weeks.
Hey, Port.
And maybe now we could say it's slowing them down in the right now. Would you say that's true or no?
Yeah, it's definitely slowing them down. Look at how careful and methodical they're having to be. You know, just look at, they've taken Lysychansk. Okay, it cost them 15,000 casualties to do it, including 5,000 dead. But they were not able to maneuver quickly enough to encircle and trap large numbers of Ukrainian troops. The Ukrainians managed to make the best of what turned out to be a bit of a shit job when one of their TDF units shit the bed and withdrew without permission. They managed to get out of that, and in large part they got out of it because the Russians were not getting adequate supplies of fuel, ammunition, and food.
Right, great point. Sorry, Liberal, go ahead.
No worries, Joseph. I love you, brother. No, I was gonna just follow up with if you have a 10-to-1 advantage of artillery, you know, like Russia versus Ukraine, but you can bomb the shit out of Russian stocks. Like, that's a huge fucking deal. And I just wanted to add that.
I mean, it is. I mean, the thing that is the defining feature of the Russian military is just their terrifying quantity of artillery. And if we can hand the Russians, the Ukrainians, say 13 batteries of Gimler's capable weapons and a basically unlimited supply of ammunition, they can cut off that supply more or less completely. Now, there are faster and more decisive ways to do it, which is what I would prefer. But, you know, that 10-to-1 advantage in artillery is somewhat neutralized by a fanatical devotion on the part of Ukraine to locating every stockpile of artillery ammunition and blowing the shit out of it.
Which it seems to be what they've done. I mean, if you look at a lot of the tweets or videos, the Ukrainians have been very judicious with the weapons they've been given, and it's amazing that they have been able to exercise and prosecute their side of the war with the limited weaponry that they've been given, and to prosecute the war with the right weapon at the right time.
I mean, this is exactly how it works, and you've always got to be thinking about these things in terms of an ecosystem of systems, right? Having HIMARS doesn't replace Tochka. What it does is it means that Ukraine can hold Tochka in reserve for targets that cannot readily be addressed by HIMARS. And that means that, you know, sometimes you're going to be looking at a situation, you're going to come across a target, and you're going to say to yourself, well, this looks like
a little bit there.
I'm sorry?
Maybe repeat the last 5 seconds.
HIMARS does not replace Tochka. It complements Tochka rather beautifully. It actually makes Tochka more effective. because you've always got to be planning on how are you going to deploy your air defense assets so that you can intercept a volley of 6 or 12 HIMARS coming in, but occasionally, which means that you have to leave a relatively large number of positions undefended to concentrate your air defenses on the most critical regions. And then periodically, the Ukrainians are going to be looking at a target, a big juicy target that doesn't require perfect accuracy, but could really benefit from 1,000 pounds of high explosive delivered at Mach 5.3. And then you can throw Tochka at it, knowing that the odds of it being intercepted are relatively slim, because the Russians have had to concentrate their air defense assets so much.
Right. So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that Russia has two choices here. They could concentrate their air defense, which would help them defend their army, but that leaves them vulnerable to, everything's in one place. If the strike is successful, that's game over. But they could also spread out their air defense, but that risks sort of it being picked apart one at a time or slowly. And so kind of either way, they're kind of screwed. Would you say that's accurate, or was I misunderstanding you?
Yeah, no, that's a pretty good summary of what I just said without,
Air siren alert update. Donetsk, partial alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы. Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах. Сразу же с первых же дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовываем выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как люди здесь встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил. И снова вернулся, люди снова свободны, снова спокойно за свое будущее. Без страха носят георгиевские ленты, поднимают знамена победы над городом. Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you so much. You're such a great monitor or minister or whatever job it is to run this space.
Но не хлебом единым жил человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
And because of something I've asked previously, you have blocked me, and you blocked me, so I did make a joke about how you blocked me.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
Hey, I asked difficult questions, but so.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Come on, Russia is just pummeling their missiles. Russia is like 5 times the size, the ammo, and everything, pummeling these missiles on a free country. So, secondly, I'm not sure how we step back out of this. We need to win. We need Ukraine to remain independent. But honestly, 50% of the country is in rubble. So Russia has to be held accountable for these attacks.
It's 20% of the rebel right now, but I agree with your sentiment.
Liberal, really? Only 20% of Ukraine is in rebel? I don't think so.
Well, regardless, the plan is to give Ukraine heavy weapons. They're going to win, as we've been describing here. Right now, what they're doing is, I can only describe it. I've been watching, footage of this from day one, and watching these ammo dumps explode at the scale and volume and quantity that is happening is unprecedented. I'll just put it that way. I think Portland's already explained that I'm not just an amateur. That's not just an amateur opinion. That's a professional military opinion.
Air siren alert update.
We'll leave it at that.
Donetsk,
We'll go to,
full alert.
Next hand.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak. So, comment then a question. So, I didn't know about this unicorn. Is it a battalion, and how do we find them? Are they on Twitter or Instagram? They sound freaking amazing. So I'd love to support them in some way, or at least be aware of them. And my question to you is, I've been out all day. I haven't tuned into the space like I normally do. So I just jumped on and saw that Slovakia might be giving Ukraine their MiGs, and I was wondering, if you really think that is going to happen, how long it's going to take to happen, and if it does, obviously it's going to escalate the war. Initially, in the very beginning, I think it was beginning of March, some people were yelling to send in MiGs, but most people were too scared because of the saber rattling. But now that MiGs are on the table, how much do you think that's going to change the face of this Russians seemingly taking over so much of the country, and how do you see it escalating? Thanks.
So thanks to you. So real quick, I guess I would maybe clarify that there have already been a few countries that have sent MiGs to Ukraine. Basically, the initial trepidation was that we were concerned about flying them from, let's say the U.S. Air Base in Germany to Ukraine. That was just, this is what everyone was wringing their hands about for whatever reason. So eventually one day someone figured out, we can take apart a MiG here and there and there, and we can put it on a train, and we can send it to Ukraine, and they can put it back together just fine, and they have their MiGs. So I don't know how many MiGs have been sent that way, but a fair number have, and it's working out well. So this isn't any kind of, as you put it, escalation. We typically try to avoid that language here. We don't like to play into Russia's kind of game of calling it escalation and considering it escalation. But I understand what you're saying in terms of like you were thinking it might be a new weapon system that we would be allowing Ukraine to have, and that would create more problems with Russia. I understand what you're saying there. But yeah, so the MiGs themselves wouldn't be, as we'll just put it, a quote-unquote escalation, because we've already sent them MiGs, more or less. I would say the thing to look out for in terms of the news, in terms of like a real game changer for the Ukrainian Air Force, would be any kind of NATO air platform, be it a F-16 or a French air platform. That would be a real, I'm not going to call it an escalation, but it'll be a real game changer if we hear a promise of actual NATO jets to Ukraine. So do you have any follow-up there, Dia?
No, thanks. I appreciate your comment, and yeah, I think game changer is a great word. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Next we'll go to Herm.
Hi, hello everybody. I had a question for Portland. So we saw now in the last 1.5-2 weeks the arrival of the NATO MRLS systems in Ukraine, and they're using them briefly. They have a very tiny amount of them, I believe like 4 or 6 HIMARS, and then from the M270s, there's another 6, I don't know the number there, what's reported. And they're using them currently for high-value targets, like all those ammunition dumps they're having in the Donbass. And I was wondering, so where is the... I understand what has been said before and many, many months ago that if you take away the logistics ability of the Russian army to supply shells to the artillery pieces, that's gonna slow them down. But I noticed also that there's a lot of artillery fire, and even more than ever going on the Russian side. And slowing them down would be great, but is there any way to say, okay, we are done with those high priority, high value targets of the dumps, and we focus on the actual pieces that are firing those shells to give the guys on the ground a break and giving them tactical opportunities to actually get out of their trenches and do some other type of fighting, or question towards that same idea would be what is the to-do list of the NATO MRLS systems beyond the ammunition dumps? Would it be then command centers, which are also everything, or air defense? How can we see that they're actually getting traction with those systems that are going to make effect for the infantryman on the ground?
Hey, Herb,
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
So you take, let's just talk about 10 artillery positions that do not have ammunition. Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители для мирного населения, символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022. Russian positions that are these artillery positions, that's a big deal, and that's what the Ukrainians are doing. They're targeting the supply lines of the Russian artillery.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск — это возможность снова надеть родную
There's also ammunition in transit. There's ammunition in trucks that drive in the mobile. They're not in the dumps, and maybe they have to drive longer routes. You know what I'm coming from, right? They're still gonna have something to shoot with. So when you take out the shooter versus taking away his ammunition supply, you know?
Okay, but if you take out the as you're saying, even if there's a truck with ammunition, or I don't know, maybe there's a convoy of trucks that left before the ammunition dump was destroyed. If you understand artillery, they burn through a lot of shells, so it's not going to go very well. So if you can interdict and destroy the Russian depots, it's not going to go well for Russia. So even if some trucks loaded up earlier and got out, it's not a good look.
Let's let let's let Portland follow up on that. Portland, do you have any follow-up? Or
okay. Yeah. So, can you hear me?
Yep.
So right now, what we have is a game where we've got lots of different systems doing their specific job. So we've got HIMARS which is attacking long-range, high-value targets like supply dumps and command centers. We've got mobile artillery, Caesar, Panzerhaubitze 2000, Crab, so on and so forth, doing long-range counter-battery fire. So we first deny the enemy their artillery supplies. Then we try to kill the batteries. And then we've got towed 155s, which are usually held in reserve to break up enemy marshalling areas and assault forces forming up to attack Ukrainian lines. And the simple fact of the matter is that we don't have enough of any of it. Personally, I would like to see Ukraine with a minimum of 30 HIMARS. I don't think 1,000 M777s is an unreasonable number. They need a minimum of 300 Western standard infantry fighting vehicles and probably another 200 main battle tanks. But you have to view all of this in the context of Ukraine's wider strategy, which is to bleed the Russians white, making them pay for every scrap of ground on the central front, and slowly, methodically, carefully work their way through into good tank countries to the north and the south. And even in the absence of adequate equipment, they appear to be doing a really good job of trading space for time. So when does that tipping point come and you've got enough of the high value targets taken out that you can start working your way down to company command posts and airbursting HIMARS over platoons of Russian infantry in the open? I don't know. I expect to see the Russians throwing the towel in before that happens.
That's interesting. So I'm completely ignorant about the munitions coming into these MRLS systems from NATO. I only know that there are some that shoot some 80 kilometers, what they're having right now, what we know that they're having right now, and those that everybody is talking about, those 320 kilometer rockets that they're not supposed to have because, well, whatever reasons, that's gonna be a conflict with deep strikes in Russia. So is there anything in between that can cut other lines even further back that we might be able to provide them?
Not really. I think the next logical step really is Atacams.
Can you elaborate a little bit on that, please? Maybe one or two sentences what Atacams are.
First off, in America we call them ATACMS, and CJ calls them ATACMS. I just want to clarify for our audience, we call it when we talk about ATACMS and ATACAMS, it's the same thing. Sorry, go ahead.
Potato.
Exactly.
A very clever, big, heavy, long-range missile with a multi-mode warhead. Very good missile.
I kind of like ATACMS. I think that's a great name for a weapon, ATACMS. But ATACMS or potato.
I would just say if I had to explain it to like a Ukrainian TDF, if the Ukrainian TDF guy to me was like, what's ATACMS? I'd be like, big Tochka. Portland, is that accurate or no?
Imagine Super Tochka, but really clever and really accurate.
So that is a single missile gonna be mounted on the HIMARS instead of 6, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. It's like like you said, it's like on the pod, it's one big missile, right, Portland?
Yep.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Deposits of weapons and ammunition that the Russians are having. What would be the next logical target for those rare and high value impact weapons that we provide them with? Would it be S-300s, S-400s? What are going to be shooting at?
Oh, I would say probably That was
So when we see those coming up, those reports coming up, we know that the culmination point has been reached. Is this correct?
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
And it's usually something that you can only identify in hindsight. The lesson from Krieg
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Hey, Portland, I'm going to go on the record and say that the Russian forces have culminated, and they're not going to.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
Maybe taking Lysychansk, we'll give them that, and the Luhansk Oblast, but they really haven't accomplished a whole lot after 4 months of.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Like, where are the Russians going to go after this?
I think Portland explained a little bit, maybe just to clarify for our audience, right? Culmination, we would define it as the inability to further prosecute an actual attack, right? So we might be a little bit, our perception might be a little skewed because we've seen these rapid withdrawals of Russia from the Kyiv area and from Chernihiv and other areas. And that's not necessarily what happens when a culmination is reached, because, you know, if offensive power is lost, typically the military can still dig in and defend, even though they can't attack. Attacking takes a lot more resources, it takes a lot more coordination, it takes a lot more morale and motivation. Your guys need to be willing to do it. Defending, it's less involved. Portland, anything to add there?
No, I think that's broadly accurate.
Okay, thanks. So next we'll go to Vishnikovsky. I saw you come up, Vishnikovsky.
Thank you. I just wanted to raise on the previous speaker, a few speakers ago, the lady who said like 50% of Ukraine would be in rubble. I just wanted, to add, you corrected it anyways, there's not that much, like it's 20%. It's still a lot, and I agree. Russia should be made to pay for everything, and we should try to push for that. But I also wanted to add, I think that it's important that we don't draw that dark of a picture of Ukraine, because much of Ukraine is still in good spirits despite the war. And I think it's very important for Ukrainians actually that we don't paint a more dire picture than it is. So Ukraine is partially still in good spirits and a nation that's fighting towards a victory. And I think if we painted the picture as bad as 50% being in rubble and bad outlook for the future. I think it would keep Ukrainians from coming back, or it would, do a disservice, I think, to the country. That's just my 50 cents to that one.
Thank you very much, Vishnikovsky. Portland, your mic's going, so you know. Go ahead, Liberal.
No, I wanted to just agree with Vishnikovsky and his assessment.
Okay, thank you, Liberal. So real quick, we do have Imperius joining us. Welcome, Imperius. Imperius sometimes gives us news, updates about Ukraine. So I'm just curious. I don't know if he has any for us or not. But Imperius, you got any updates for us?
We're still collating an update right now. We should be able to get to you in a couple hours or so.
A couple hours? I need content now. No, it's fine. Okay.
I mean, I do have a few small bits and pieces, though. One of them was the SBU arresting, mentioning three Russian agents.
Третю ранку після перших обстрілів вони почали евакувати весь Белград звідти. Після цього
So it seems the Ukrainians are having a lot of success with their partisan operations, but the Russians attempting the same don't really they don't fly so good.
Не було жодної людини на військовій частині нашої транспортної авіації, яка була захоплена.
Okay, so we will go next to Bodo's Yum Yums. Go ahead, Bodo.
Не повернеться. Після обстрілів також кружляли над містом Мелітополем, та місто було повністю заблоковано, тому що
This is for Portland. I'm just curious about what's it for the S-300 and the S-400. What's the probability of intercept for the for the HIMARS?
Are you assuming ideal engagement envelopes for the S-400?
Are we just curious? The HIMARS looks pretty good, and I was just curious about the S-400 and S-300 intercepting the HIMARS. I assume the Americans have it really good and have the GPS, all the stuff that they prevent EW, whatever, to prevent it from hitting the their
okay, so maybe we can frame the question this way, Portland. If we look at how the Russian air defense system is supposed to work, if we read the manual, can it defend against HIMARS? And then maybe what have we seen in reality? We'll put it that way. Is that maybe a good way to put it? We'll answer.
In theory, they are supposed to be able to reasonably easily defend against HIMARS. Because of the very clever and elaborate tactics that the Ukrainians are actually using, I am yet to see any evidence of a successful HIMARS interception.
Any follow-up, Yum?
I'm really happy about that, for sure. Thank you, Portland.
You're welcome.
Definitely good news.
So, Portland, are you suggesting that HIMARS cannot be intercepted by the Russians, or am I misunderstanding?
No, I'm saying that in theory they
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
One of them is multi-directional attacks, right? They're attacking from one place in Ukraine and another place in Ukraine. Another thing they're doing is they're confusing them. Sometimes it's a Tochka, sometimes it's a HIMARS, sometimes it's something else. else, a drone, right? So it's just a combination of all sorts of different small strategies that add up into Russian air defense kind of not being up to the task of defending against it. Anything to add there, Paul?
No, you covered it.
Yeah,
go
ahead.
No, well done. Thank you, brother.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
That is huge. If they can go from place to place and shoot, and they can't be intercepted, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, we're definitely impressed.
It's important to note that
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
There is nothing theoretical that stops S-400 intercepting HIMARS. It's just Ukraine.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
Позапрошлом году нам запрещали носить звезды, медали. Вот так.
Ну, значит, на следующий день
по форме. Thank you, Joseph. Portland,
ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они переживали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
I'm aware that there are multiple units into an S-400, like the radar and command and the actual firing and platform, and also for the HIMARS. They also have multiple vehicles and units in one system that are actually doing the loading, shooting. So, can you please explain that to us? I see 4 barrels for an S-400 and I see 6 barrels for an HIMARS. Can you clarify the mass for me here, how the defense would work?
Okay, well, S-400 actually uses, I think, 3 different missile systems depending on the target that needs to be addressed. They've got the really big ones, which are good to 250 miles, top end about Mach 4. Just giant missiles. There's a medium-sized missile that's good to about 250 kilometers, and they've got a smaller one that's good to about 90 kilometers. All of this depends, of course, on line of sight to the target, because the radar is only 7 meters off the ground. Basically, at an 80-kilometer strike, you would do all of your interceptions with your smallest short-range missiles. But you would need to be in the right place to make that happen, because the kinematic bubble of that missile is not very big.
Yeah, well, thank you, but the question I had was more to the numbers of missiles that the S-400 is actually able to fire.
The thing about the S-400 is that it only has 8 fire control channels. It can only guide 8 missiles in the air simultaneously.
So, okay, I think I can answer your question, Herms. So air defense systems aren't usually deployed in singular units, right? It's not just going to be one S-400. They're going to be in groups of, I don't know, 3 or 4, Portland, would you say? So I think that's the answer to the question, Hermes. Like they would fire multiple S-400s at once against 6 rockets. Portland, is that correct, or am I incorrect there?
The thing is that they would fire as many missiles as they had fire control channels free to guide them. And for fuck's sake, why are they still blowing shit up at 2:34 in the morning? I want to go to sleep. Fuck. Okay. Sorry, guys.
Thought is beautiful.
What's beautiful?
Blowing up Russian shit at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Oh no, they're setting off fireworks in Portland, and it's driving me nuts.
Yeah, for our non-American audience, it's 4th of July, so there's a lot of fireworks going off. Portland's a combat veteran. He doesn't like loud explosions in his ear all the time. So,
Yeah, listen, there are these Chinese firecrackers that you can buy across the border in Washington, and I swear to God, I cannot tell the difference between that and an AK-74, and it scares the shit out of me. And people should just fucking knock it off.
I can't imagine. Sorry, so back to missile math, right? So in my understanding, you'd have multiple S-400 platforms that would fire, you said, up to 8 missiles at once at this 6 missile pod. And then, you have as many S-400s in a group that can resist, or I should say, fire missiles against a HIMARS system. So I think that's the answer to your question in terms of math. You add more S-400s to balance out the equation. Does that make sense, Herman? Any follow-up there?
Just to clarify, so you need 2 firing stations to fire the 8 missiles that are controlled by the 8 channels of the system.
Yep, that's about it. That's why when I'm thinking about blowing up the Kerch Bridge, I'm just like, okay, well, if I need 4 missiles to hit, then I need to launch 12 missiles.
Hey, Portland, if I may ask you a question before you go to bed, because I know you're done. You're, as am I, by the way. This idea that we can't fuck up the Kerch Bridge in a fucking royal way, like somehow it's impervious, like, oh no, you need, a fucking nuclear bomb. Like, we can fuck the Kerch Bridge up, and even if we can't destroy the actual structure, you don't have to. All you have to do is wreck the fucking tracks on the Kerch Bridge. You know what I mean?
I'll field this one for you, Portland. Portland's official position is give me ATACMS and I will blow up the Kerch Bridge. Any follow-up there, Portland?
Well, I was going to say I've been talking to some very clever engineers about this, and there is some disagreement about the best way of taking out the Kerch Bridge. My attitude at the moment is still, fine, I'll shoot more ATACMS at it. Blow up the access ramps, demolish either ends of the span. That's fine. There is some belief that the piers holding up the arched section are buried all the way down into bedrock, and ATACMS probably can't.
Air siren alert update. Donetsk, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы. Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах. Сразу же ежедневно стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовываем выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как люди здесь встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил. Снова вернулся, люди снова свободны.
They couldn't repair it in anything like a useful time frame. You'd be talking about years to get that thing back up and running. I still think that if you drop 2 ATACMS
Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
Because the inverse square law is your friend. But I am aware that there are some people that disagree with that. But I've never met a military engineering problem I couldn't solve with sufficient application of explosion.
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
I don't know, like about halfway through, they started showing a bunch of like pictures that had a bunch of measurements and design stuff. I don't know, was like any of that useful when you said?
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
I haven't shown the museum yet, but I have talked to a couple of my professors back from ICL.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
There you go, folks. That's 2022 for you. Some guy on the SBU releases the plans for the Kerch Bridge. Some guy on Twitter sends them to some other guy on Twitter. He takes them to a professor, and the professor says, "You blow it up here. I'm a structural engineer." It's a magical time to be alive.
Yeah, I mean, what happened to him to be alive?
Right? Okay, so I'll do some little housekeeping here. So Portland's like a bit tired, I think. He's probably going to be going to bed pretty soon. I want to be respectful of Portland's time. So if anyone has any questions, please come up, raise your hand, ask Portland a question. So last
I'm going to knock off in like 20 minutes. Just
Good, thanks. Yeah. So and then lastly, if you guys could retweet the space. Let people know about the Waltz Report. It's the little up arrow in the top right. Tell other people about us. We will be very much obliged. Waltz Report, all our experts here. There's a lot of work on the back end. People like Portland who analyze videos and satellite footage for us. They do it all for free. They volunteer their time, volunteer their expertise for us, and all they ask is you donate to Maria Aid. Maria Aid is an organization that was established by the Canadian task force that trained the Ukrainians, and they help by sending Ukrainian soldiers and civilians things that they need directly on the ground. Everyone involved in Maria Aid is a volunteer, so 100% of your donation will go directly to helping Ukrainians on the ground. So thank you very much, everyone. And with that, we will go to Ollie, who just came up. Go ahead, Ollie.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is good. Yes, so I wanted to ask whether the gains Russia is making in Donbass and eastern Ukraine is because of the quality of soldiers being sent there. Looking at how the Russians failed coming to Kyiv, you know that there were special forces and like amazing soldiers there. Does it have anything to do with the quality of soldiers going to eastern Ukraine, or is it a different thing? And the last question, do you guys ever wonder whether Russian intelligence listens in on Walter Report? I know it's a crazy question, but
I don't think that I would sign off.
So
the quality of soldiers.
Okay, so real quick, I just want to make clear, sometimes we get Africans, on the space that repeat Russian disinformation. I'll just put it that way. And so we're very aware of that. Ollie's a friend of the show. He's from Ghana. He's a cool guy. We like Ollie. And we really value his opinion. We're actually kind of working with Ollie, I think, pretty soon to try to put something together about Russian disinformation in Africa and the activities of the Wagner Group specifically. But let's let Portland answer that question about Russian troop quality in Donbass. Go ahead, Portland.
I only did a little bit. People donated about $1,000 because that's not
I think Portland, your mic's hot there, buddy. Everything okay?
Oh, my wife came in and Yeah, everything's fine.
Yeah, it sounds. So the question, Portland, was the troops in Donbass. Would you say that they're like, if you look at, and I know Portland's not super familiar with like exactly what armies are where, but the quality of Russian troops in Donbass, if you're broadly aware, are they of a higher quality than the ones in, say, Kherson or Kharkiv or other parts of the front, or is it just maybe a number thing rather than a quality thing? Go ahead.
Yeah, they are fucking weapons grade garbage is what they are. Russia's advances in Donbass can be attributed in their entirety to Russia's willingness to engage in mass artillery operations and rubblize everything that gets in their way. Armies advancing steadily and progressively throughout the terrain over the course of 6 weeks shouldn't be expecting to take 30% casualties, which is about what the Russians took. No, this is a mere willingness on the Russian regime's part to value their pride over their soldiers' lives. That's all.
Go ahead. Okay, that's all. So I'll let Imperius follow up on that. Imperius.
Yeah, I will say, like, I guess on the tactical level, the Russians are to focus their best troops, like, you know, the VDV and Wagner guys, or whatnot, against the weaker Ukrainian units. That's how the Popasna breakouts were achieved, right? They sent in their conscripts basically to fix the regular infantry and mechanized brigades in the city, while the VDV more or less blew through the TDF. But the thing is, that's only small scale, and, you know, like, if you actually compared their VDV to, like, the rest of the Ukrainian army, like,
Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах. Сразу же с первых же дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданского населения помочь, организовываем выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как люди здесь встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу.
I mean, you know, Russian ammo depots exploding. Like, listen, guys, send me all the videos of Russian ammo depots exploding that you want. Like, if, especially
Хотя украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
Is I look for a firm signature because I want to know how hot is it burning. Then I look for high-res satellite images so that I can see how big the resulting craters are. And the more information I have, the better.
Но не хлебом единым жил человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
That's really, you know, I am dependent on, I have some sources of information which are unique to me, but in general,
для многих горожан приход освободительных войск — это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
Is really a function of you guys telling me, hey, something interesting is happening here, and then I go look. So, like, never be afraid to drop me a line.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Ukraine has the potential to breathe life back into the movement for freedom and democracy across the Western world. A thing, a great quote that I truly believe is war is terrible, but it is not the worst thing. The worst thing is the state of moral decrepitude, which says that there is nothing worth fighting for. And Ukraine has decided what it wants. It wants to be a free, democratic nation integrated with the West. And we have to make sure that they get it. Like, pull out all the stops. Push Russia as far as we need to go. Tighten the sanctions. Kill more ammo dumps. Cut off their resupply. Destroy their army. And make sure that we don't have to worry about this problem for another generation at least. And my small part of this puzzle is I keep you guys up to date. Not with information, but with analysis. And I am, for the most part, dependent on you guys telling me where to look. So please tell me where to look.
Portland, thank
Portland.
you. We love you. We're all in the fight together, and I fucking love you, brother. Thank you.
I love you too, man. You're great, and love to everyone, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroim Slava. Very inspiring words from Portland, and you heard him. The Walter Report relies, and the experts, we do rely on our listening audience to some extent to help us out with information. You guys pass us stuff. As Portland said, we do appreciate if you try to do your due diligence. Don't just throw everything you find at us, right? But if you think you got a scoop, we're happy to hear it. We spend the back end of this thing is a lot of it is verifying information. So if you think you have something for us, please send it. And as Portland says, he spends a lot of his time looking at satellite imagery and photos and videos of stuff blowing up. So if you got something for him, he'd be happy to look at. He doesn't have to dream. He doesn't have to dream about Russian ammo depots exploding, because it's happening in real life on video every day. So with that, I don't think we have any hands up right now. Anyone on the panel have anything they want to add? Okay, Bishop Thompson, go ahead.
Portland's remark just pointed me to the NASA fire map, and I noticed some random fact about the ESRI maps which they're using, where Crimea is listed as the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. I just find it interesting that ESRI and their maps don't count Crimea as Ukraine anymore. It's just a random fact. Disconcerting.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Yeah. Crimea is Ukraine, as we all know. So I don't know why they would do that, or what it has to do with fires and satellite maps of fires, but we'll remember this.
Yeah, like ESRI is one of the biggest maps provider for all sorts of OSINT and not OSINT. If you are building some geolocation related system, most of the time, if you don't rely on OpenStreetMap or other map providers, you would go and buy the services from ESRI, which is an American company. That makes it strange to me that they would rename it, but it might have to do with their customer base.
Yeah, definitely interesting. we should maybe give him send him a message, send him a letter, say, hey, Crimea is Ukraine. What's going on here?
Absolutely, I will do that. I will talk to their sales representatives. Thank you.
Yeah, and one thing I've noticed is, and just for our audience, thinking out loud here, you call them and say, hey, I'm from the media, and I've got some questions for you about your recent decision to do this, and then all of a sudden they start freaking out, and everyone can be from the media, so yeah, just poke around, just ask questions. It couldn't hurt. So thank you, Vishnikovsky. I think that was a good information there. So yeah, I'll just right here I'll point out that Walter Report, if you guys could retweet the space, we appreciate it. Use the little up arrow in the top right of your phone there. Walter Report's brought to you by Maria Aid. 100% of your donations will go to helping Ukrainian soldiers and civilians on the ground today. No administrative costs, everything's handled by volunteers. And lastly, if you guys have any questions about the Ukraine war, sorry, not the Ukraine war, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, then please feel free to come on up and raise your hand. Ollie, go ahead.
Hey, Joseph. Yeah, Joseph, I just want to add that the Western world does not recognize Crimea as part of Russia. I think that we need to acknowledge that.
Yeah, absolutely, and it legally is part of Ukrainian territory, and as far as we're concerned, it's considered part of the victory conditions for Ukraine, and I think for most Ukrainians that's the case. Okay, so we'll go to Ollie. Sorry, Ollie, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, I asked something, but I think you guys didn't hear. I was asking how you guys cope. Like, do you guys ever think Russian intelligence listens in on Walter Report? Have the hosts and the co-hosts and the people who come here and talk every day been victims of like some kind of hack and they are trying to get to you? That's what I want to know.
Oh yeah, so Ollie, actually earlier today, right, some people involved with the Walter Report went to, or I should just say the Walter Report went to, we broadcast live from the Russian embassy in
Решимость и отвага
Washington,
защитников
and we
Отечества
actually
позволили успешно завершить
projected
8-летнюю
images of
оккупацию
Russian war
территории
crimes
Луганской
on the
Народной
Russian
Республики
embassy.
нацистским киевским режимом.
And
В
we
противовес
said some
бандеровских
stuff to
хунте
them.
над
We
освобожденными городами
narrated
развиваются знамена Великой
of the
Победы.
Walter Report,
С
the
взятием Лисичанска
eponymous
фактически
Walter,
завершена. Операция по
narrated
освобождению территории
about
Луганской Народной
what
Республики.
what
Непосредственно
images
город
they
был
were seeing
взят
on their
и
embassy
освобожден
wall.
совместными усилиями
And
8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и
I
Народной
think
милиции Луганской Народной
I would have to
Республики.
guess as a
Мирные жители
result of that,
встречают
the
наших
Walter Report
военнослужащих
is
с радостью, буквально со
probably
слезами на глазах. Сразу
going
же
to
в
be on
первый
a
же
few
день
extra
мы
reports
стараемся
from
всеми
now
силами
on.
гражданского населения
And
помочь
maybe
организовывать
Imperious
выдачу
could follow
гуманитарной
up on
помощи.
that. Go ahead,
Но сам
Imperious.
факт того, как люди здесь встречают,
Yeah, well, I mean,
люди сохранили в
I'm pretty
сердцах
sure at this
веру,
point,
силу русского мира, который их не
we've
бросил,
got
не оставил.
at
Снова
least
вернулся, снова свободные,
one or two
снова
low-level
спокойные,
people assigned to us.
Страхом
We do occasionally,
поднимают знамена
like,
победы.
we do regularly see
Уходя,
upticks
украинская армия традиционно
in
оставила
troll
город и его жителей
activity
в
based
бедственном положении.
on our
Для
own
стабилизации
activity.
гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять
So
горожанам продукты
there's
питания и
definitely some
предметы первой
coordination against
необходимости.
us, but in terms of being spearphished or whatnot, I mean, they don't really send their best against us. So we haven't really had anything to deal with so far. Though, like, that's kind of a two-way street, and once we get some more access to the Twitter Spaces API, I will have a lot of fun going over
не только Великой Победы
all the
1945 года,
listeners in
но и
here
освобождение их города от
potentially
нацистов
sifting
снова,
through
уже в
and seeing if we can
2022.
find anyone. And if they decide to show their faces before then, well, we have a lot of hungry dogs in the audience.
Yeah, I'll tell you this much. Seeing the back end of this thing, there's a lot of military people involved in
Для многих горожан
Walter
приход
Report
освободительных
and
войск
helping
это
Ukraine
возможность
out.
снова
And,
надеть родную советскую
any Kremlin agents or bots or what have you, good luck messing with them, because I wouldn't want to do it.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над
To
своими
quote
жилищами и
Ralph
убежищами, где
Wiggum,
они пережидали
I'm in
террор,
danger!
знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Thank you, Joseph. Good afternoon, everybody. I just came up to you repeatedly. Excuse me a moment. You repeatedly refer to an up arrow in the top right corner. I use Android. There is no up arrow. I don't know if it differs between Android and iPhone, but there is no up arrow in the top right corner.
Is it still the plus sign on Android, Sojo?
No, it isn't. It was. It came. The comment section came yesterday, and then disappeared again. I noticed last night, yesterday evening. Now it's back again.
Because I'm an iPhone. You're right. What is the simplest way I can tell Android users to retweet the space?
Right. So if you go to the comment section, open the comment section. At the very top is the Walter report, which you can retweet. However, I would, I mean, you could just retweet that. That's fine. But I would retweet it with a quote, quote it, and use the usual tags if you're into tagging, etc.
Got it. Okay.
Well,
makes sense. Go ahead,
you can still get the link off the regular share button. It's just a little convoluted now because you need to actually copy the link into a new tweet and then fill out the whatever hashtags or whatnot yourself, basically.
Yes, absolutely. But if you go to the comment section, there right at the very top is the Walter report tweet, and it has all the information there other than any kind of hashtags or tagging of people you want to invite, etc.
Hey, Sojo.
Sojo's right. I wanted to avoid talking about the comment section because I just want to make it a simple announcement for people who might not quite know how to do it, to retweet. And I didn't want to have to explain how the comment section worked basically in every announcement, but she's right. There's different setups for different platforms and blah, blah, blah. So I'm just going to have to say, go to the announcement section, or sorry, go to the chat section or in the bottom right, retweet the top tweet, I guess. I'll come up with a better way to say it, but I understand your point, Sojo, so thank you very much. And so maybe we'll go to, unless you had some follow-up, Sojo, go ahead if you have any follow-up.
Not at all, and thank you.
I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can anyone hear me right now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, sorry, my phone's total frozen. Okay, here it goes. So sorry, we'll go to Peace for Ukraine next.
Good morning, everyone, and Slava Ukraini.
You're on Slava?
Hello, I'm Slava.
I just wanted to add a piece of information to that sharing, because I also have Android. I actually have both phones. They relay each other when battery of one fails, but I use mostly Android. And what I found most easy is, instead of going to the comment section, you have just before that link button, that sort of decreasing sign where you have your links. And if you push on it, you do a copy link and you just then do a new tweet and you just paste it. And then you'll have immediately showing the link and the space where you are at, and you can share it. You can add text above. You can add a few hashtags. You can tag the speakers, someone you want to come in to listen to talk about it. But I found that personally, I found that an easy way. You just go to the links at the end of your just before on the left side on the comment section. You have that link side. You click on it, copy link, and you just paste it into a new message. And there you go. You have your space, add your hashtags, add your speakers, add your notes, share the space, repeat the space, donate to Maria, and good track. Thank you.
Thank you, Peace for Ukraine. So I don't think we have any hands up right now. So I will just urge our audience if anyone wants to come on up and raise your hand if you have a question for the panel, I would much appreciate it. If anyone on the panel has anything they want to say right now, go ahead.
Thank you, Joseph. I've been very busy this past couple of days, and I logged in quite late today, so I haven't, and unfortunately I missed quite a lot last night. I usually listen for about 15 hours a day at least. But what was I going to say?
So let me tell you, it was crazy. Okay, so I hosted like basically all night where I am, and literally I just needed to sleep for like 8 hours. And in that time, they interviewed a family that escaped occupied Kherson, and they went to the embassy in Washington D.C. and broadcast Russia's war crimes on their embassy wall. Like, it's crazy. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I know, right? I caught a little bit of that interview, but unfortunately, in Denmark, where I live, there was a mass shooting in a shopping mall in Copenhagen. So I got distracted by that, and I completely missed the special operation in Washington. Yeah, so I'm a bit miffed about that. But anyway. I was going to ask ammunition dumps. I've seen a few tweets. I haven't looked into it. Perhaps someone can give me and the rest of Space a short resume if you haven't spoken about it within the past. I realized when I came on actually that when Portland was still here, they talked about it a little.
Quick summary is,
Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с слезами на глазах. Сразу же с первых же дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданского населения помочь, организовываем выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как их встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил. Снова вернулся, снова свободно.
But I'm getting to the point where so much of it is being blown up. I'm starting to wonder, like, will they run out? Because
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
8 or 9 in the last 72 hours, I think. Imperious, is that accurate? You know?
Yeah, like we're basically going nuts over here trying to collate them all and put them on the report.
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
It's an absolute bonanza of Russian ammo depots exploding, and it's definitely good news. It's going to have a huge impact for sure. There's no way it can't.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
Yes, thank you. It's wonderful, isn't it? Isn't it just wonderful? The past 3 days has just been, lovely. Yes, and thank you.
I've been, I wouldn't say I'm more pessimistic, but I assume.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
So Nina's been waiting. We'll go to Nina. Go ahead, Nina.
Thank you, Joseph. And I came just a short while ago, a moment ago here, and I heard you speaking about the Russian, I think, how much resources they still have of this. Is that right? That's what you were talking about.
Yeah, I was sort of saying, so right now there's a lot of Russian artillery, ammunition depots being destroyed by the Ukrainians, and I was just saying that in the past, you know, when people have asked me the question, like, will Russia run out of artillery shells? My answer has basically been no. The reason for that is because in the Soviet time, they made so much artillery ammunition. It's just, I mean, we don't even know. Like, Western analysts haven't even bothered to count it. It's just so unfathomably large of a number. And so, to me, the problem has always been for them less about how many shells they have, more about getting those shells efficiently to the front line. That's a big issue for them. They have to put it on a train. And the problem for them is that, like, in NATO, all of our shells come on pallets. Like, basically, they're sort of disassembled on pallets until they get to the very last point where we want to deliver them. And then they assemble them and they put them in different storage types. So in Russia, all the shells are in crates. And so they have these big, cumbersome crates. They got to put them on trains. They got to move them around. Every time they get on and off a train, someone's got to do that, muscle work to load and unload the shells, and or load the crates of shells. And again, every crate is one shell. So this has to happen 60,000 times a day, right? And so I've always been of the opinion that, like, they'll run out of arms to move the shells before they'll run out of shells. However, we're seeing so many ammo depots blow up in the past 3 days that it's starting to, I'm just starting to wonder, like, we're watching millions of shells go up in smoke. We can only guess in terms of the numbers. And I'm just starting to have to wonder, like, they might actually run out of artillery shells. So that's all I was saying there. Does that clear that up, Nina?
A little bit, yes, thank you. I was listening last night, not all the night, when this Ukrainian family was speaking about their how they left Kherson and how difficult the whole thing was, and what they saw and what they experienced, and that was of course like really horrific. But also what I noticed, what they said, that they saw on their way like endless trains with these shells and stuff what the Russians have, and it sounded like that they were really worried about the amount that the Russians had. And now when I heard that the Ukrainians have blown up some of the storages where they have, that's of course good news. But what I heard yesterday of the Ukrainians was and I'm not surprised, because I've heard that the Russians have been, of course, preparing for the war for so many years and produced like ridiculous amounts of all these what's it called, like shells and stuff. Yeah, so good if they blow them up, but I'm not holding my breath that it's all what they have. Thank you.
Right, yeah, I think it'll definitely slow them down for sure. In terms of them running out, I don't know. And yeah, as you correctly point out, like, it's not just that they have them from the fact that they've been planning this war for so long and they've been preparing for this specific war for so long, but also just during the Soviet Union, like, they made so much of this stuff because they planned on a war with NATO to, like, take over the world and spread communism in the whole world. And this was the method they planned to do it by, just like covering the entire front line in artillery until nothing could resist their infantry just walking in. So yeah, they made a lot of it. Like, we just don't know how much they made. And the Soviet Union had, like, more access to the materials they needed to do that. But yeah, I think I made the point that they have a lot of these artillery shells, and it's probably better spent focused on destroying the depots, as Ukraine has done. There are other failure points in terms of looking at that are probably more useful. But yeah, I've beaten that dead horse. So we'll go to Peace for Ukraine. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, can I just add, do you know if there are any satellite images of all this, what the Ukrainians were talking about, what they saw, these endless Russian artillery stuff coming in? So maybe Imperius knows, I don't know, if there are if we can see them in satellite pictures, how they are piling up. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question. Imperius, is there any open source intelligence information about like Russian train movements?
Usually, like the best we get about train movements is someone, like standing next to the tracks with a phone, right? Like I don't think like you can have good enough resolution to pick them up, right? I just don't think the sort of civilian grade access that we get would be able to reliably pick stuff up, especially with.
Well, I guess that maybe Bellingcat is
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы. С взятием Лисичанска завершена операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Наших военнослужащих с радостью буквально со слезами на глазах сразу же с первых же дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовывать выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как люди здесь встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил, и снова вернулся, люди снова свободны, снова спокойны за свое будущее, без страха носят георгиевские ленты, снимают знамена победы над городом. Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
An easy way to do that in terms of satellites or other tools like that. Any follow-up there, Imperius?
No, I was just going to hand over to Liberal if you had anything.
Sure, yeah, Liberal. Do you have anything you wanted to add specifically about keeping track of trains?
Единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
20 minutes later, and you're like, oh, what was my question? So I'm going to hang back and regroup. And thank you, Imperius, for participating. I'm going to hang back.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
Yeah, I was just going to say, where's Craig when you need him?
Okay, Peace for Ukraine's been waiting. Go ahead, Peace for Ukraine.
No worries.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Spent by the so-called Russian army, because you cannot call that an army the way they behave. But my hopeful sort of appreciation of the subject is that I think they are into big troubles to continue producing it at the scale they have done so far. And why am I saying this? It's I know we already talked about it, is that on 30th of June, the Kremlin proposed an amendment to the federal law for Russian armed forces, where they actually introducing special measures to the economy, where they are obliging the businesses and the industries to participate to the war effort. So it would prohibit the Russian businesses from refusing any state orders for equipment building, or also to can oblige to change employing contracts and work conditions. They can force workers to work during the night on federal holidays. So that's one small piece of fact, which means they are desperate. Without launching a mass mobilization into the army, they are sort of launching a mass mobilization, forcing it into the economy, which is significant. Let's say they propose to a given industry to build up new shells, but at 1/10 or 1/20th of the price. I mean, no business is going to be happy about it. And if you have to force everyone to work day and night, I don't think people will be happy about it either. And the second piece of information, just saw it just now from Kyiv Independent, where it stated that the Russia Finance Ministry proposes to cut spending by 1.6 trillion rubles within the next 3 years. So this means that they are going to decrease funding for the development of transportation systems, science, and multiple other initiatives. So sanctions are hurting. We all know that, as they should. They should be reinforced and increased, cut it out. Isolate Russia as much as possible. That's my personal opinion, but I think that's just my hopeful seeing these two pieces of information that sanctions are hurting. They are going to have massive trouble to develop, increase, or even produce equipment to continue to restore, and the depletion ratio is going to be much higher than the production ratio. That's my hopeful, and that they will be defeated soon. Thank you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think definitely the depletion ratio is higher. Like there's absolutely no way that they're making 60,000 shells a day. I should make that absolutely clear. I just had one other thing to add, which was I think at a certain point they did switch artillery systems because potentially they were running low on ammunition. Imperius, do you remember this topic? We discussed it a little while ago. Like they switched from one type of gun to another type of gun, and the speculation was because they were out of shells for it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I believe that was the case, and also more to the point. We've basically been watching them have their entire sort of military-industrial base explode in slow motion over the past 3 or 4 months, right? So, like, at this point, the supply chains to actually produce the shells and weapon systems are going to be severely degraded to well beyond like what they have. And remember, this whole time they've been pulling like 40-year-old shells out of stock. So, it's not getting any better for them.
Yeah, it's just always hard to tell like how much they have of stuff, because like the tanks, they get all the people go in and steal all the good stuff out of them, and they can't use them. It's like one at a time. I think one of the reasons like is no one's really going to steal an artillery shell, like they have a bunch, but not enough. These depots are exploding. There's massive fires in all these factories, and as Peace for Ukraine pointed out, they seem to be desperately, forcing almost at gunpoint the workers to be pumping out as many shells as they possibly can. So, all that points to the fact that they're not, confident that they have enough shells to continue using 60,000 a day, and that's again an absolutely absurd amount. So. They gotta run out sometime, yeah, for sure. Especially with all these depots blowing up. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, sorry, brother. I'm gonna go on a limb and be ostracized and criticized and whatever, but yeah, I feel like the Russians have culminated, and I'm welcome to any debate, but when you start reaching into your stockpile of World War II era, to 62s and to 64s,
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы. Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах. Сразу же с первых же дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовываем гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как их встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил и оставил.
So I don't know, like, they've culminated on like 90% of the front line, right? Like, they're not moving forward in Kherson.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
But when it comes to that one little spot, you know, maybe I think they haven't quite run out of combat potential yet. That's just my theory. I don't know if anyone wants to throw up a hand and add. I'll let Imperius do a little follow up there.
Yeah, so I think
Но не хлебом единым жил человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года.
They're getting very close, right? And especially with all the supply depots blowing up, I can't imagine them going on past a week. Given the sort of pressure that's going to put on them. On the other hand, though, we are looking at another 30 BTGs being thrown into the fight. And while you are right in the sense that every time they throw a force in to an offensive, it culminates almost immediately, right? Just today we're getting reports that the units that were committed to taking Severodonetsk are completely combat ineffective and basically have to rest and refit, and you know, they've been leapfrogged by other units. So I would agree in as much that, like, they can't really have long offensives and will culminate really quickly. It's just that they have, you know, they have like more formations that can say go for like 3 days or a week, and you know, just sort of fly by the seat of their pants, right? And through sheer number of formations and fires manage to put Ukraine in uncomfortable positions where they have to sort of maneuver and reposition.
And I would say you could even maybe argue that, like, as the Russian army, it's more painful to have not culminated, because they are moving forward, but they're moving forward at such a ridiculously slow pace and at such ridiculously high cost that it's almost not worth it, right? Whereas at some point, they're going to stop moving forward, and they will, at the very least, stop dying and losing equipment at the rate they are. So I just want to maybe say that, like, the culmination point maybe won't be as triumphant as we would like it to be, but maybe Imperius probably has a better understanding of the concept of culmination. I just maybe want to define that term a little better. Go ahead, Imperius.
Yeah, it's when an operation sort of more or less runs out of steam because the formations involved lack both the combat power and the supplies to continue fighting, and part of that also involves sort of like overextending yourself, right? So like culminate just before, you know, you start overextending if you're smart. I don't think they're going to sort of decide at any point to be like, all right, let's culminate the offensive here because we need to refit or whatever. Like, you know, they're doing the whole, you know, take these 15 BTGs, throw them at the enemy while we're building up, you know, more troops or sort of reforming more BTGs or divisions or whatnot behind the front.
Yeah, and they just sort of, when you say reforming, they just sort of, they say, okay, this BTG's half dead, this one's half dead, just slap them together and you got a brand new one, right? Is that what you mean? Or, go ahead.
Yeah, they're basically like, it's not like they have, you know, a formal replacement system or anything, right? We're looking at, you know, late World War II German style Kampfgruppe, where they're just kind of like just taking like the sort of Play-Doh scraps of units they have and smushing them together and being like, go.
Yeah, I would argue that their combat ineffective, so they can throw, you know, LPR, GPR forces with Mosin rifles towards the front. I just feel that the Russians are no longer able to launch an actual offensive against the Ukrainian forces. Now, sure, they can launch manpower. They could like gang press, you know, people on the street, teachers, mechanics in Luhansk against, Ukrainian forces. But I don't see. It just feels like they've reached the tipping point, and this is where, if the West commits to Ukraine, I don't see Russia advancing far beyond Luhansk. And it's unfortunate because it's possible that Putin will declare victory because they have overtaken Lysychansk, and the Ukrainians have done a strategic withdrawal, which I think is smart. But I don't really see the Russians going beyond where they are now, and I think this is where the war. Not that I want to see a frozen conflict, but I don't see the Russians making more advances beyond where they are now.
Thank you, Liberal. We got a couple hands up, so we'll go to Nina first. Go ahead, Nina.
Thank you. Yes. About those ammunition depots that the Ukrainians blew up, I didn't. How many were they, and were they on Ukrainian ground or Russian ground?
So it's been about a total of 8 depots in the last 72 hours. Most of them were on Ukrainian-occupied territory. We'll just say a couple of them weren't. Those were workplace accidents. Wink, wink. All right. Any further follow-up, Nina?
Yes, please. I was thinking that okay, they were on Ukrainian ground. Can it be that the Ukrainians have been using HIMARS or some other? How far from how far did they hit them? Thank you.
So we think there was a HIMARS strike in Belgorod. We cannot confirm this. We are just going by what Portland has told us, which is that basically it walks like a HIMARS, it squawks like a HIMARS in terms of the speed of the projectile and the way it worked, the way it looked in terms of the video. So that means that HIMARS is being used slightly beyond its operational range in what the manual says, which is perfectly understandable. I mean, it's going to probably perform a little. We always kind of joke, the Soviet
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровским Путин над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
I don't have an exact number for you, Nina. Imperius might, I'll let Imperius do a little follow-up here. If you have any general follow-up, Imperius, specifically about the range of the HIMARS and maybe the recent strike on Belgorod. Thanks.
Thank you. I think I read it was 80 kilometers. I might verify.
Yeah, I think Belgorod was maybe 9. Go ahead, Imperius.
Но сам факт того,
как
встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах.
Yeah, for the GMRS, the effective firing range is.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
Hi, yeah, thanks. With regard to the culmination discussion a couple of minutes ago, as a non-military person, I keep using the description of
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Losing the military capability, the economic capability, etc. And that includes actually world standing. So
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
That's a bit more general. Like, I mean, you know, at that scale, like at that point, that it's just strategic defeat, right? Culminating is specifically about military units committed to operations, right? Like operational is a particular scale of military action and decision making in between the sort of tactical, you know, like individual brigade level, right? That's kind of like considered the tactical, or even a bit lower than that, right? And operational is the sort of, you know, like in a certain area of operations, like around Kharkiv or you know the Joint Forces area and in the sort of
when we say
Donetsk and
operation,
Luhansk.
maybe we could say like taking Severodonetsk, right?
Yeah.
Right, like taking.
Well, I mean, so like the three levels of sort of military scale are the tactical level, the operational level, and the sort of grand strategic. Like the strategic and I guess grand strategic level is like a sort of 1.5 level above. And strategic is like a lot of the things that you were sort of pointing out sort of fall on the strategic level, and certainly the sort of attrition that the Russian industrial base has been dealing with has affected their ability to sustain their operations, right? And that will sort of shorten the time it takes for them to culminate. But sort of culminations are like they're sort of for specific operations in specific areas, right? Like it's kind of difficult to say, you know, like the whole army culminates at once. I mean, in this case, like,
but it could fail at once, right?
I'm like you get more sort of like cascading failures, so it wouldn't like it wouldn't be all at once. It would sort of snowball, right?
I mean, we've seen the Russian army collapse before in World War I, where they basically just abandoned the front lines. I think the difference this time is, at least from what I've heard, you know, the FSB's at all the border points, and they can't just. They're no longer. There was a time in the war when you could just loot a car and drive home, and that time is past. Imperius, any follow up there?
Yeah,
we
like
might
I
see
think
like mass surrenders. I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, actually, it seems there's been an uptick in mutinies again. So potentially we might see more of that as the Ukrainian artillery park continues to grow. Like, and just to finish off the point about culmination, right? Like, yeah, for just about every other front, right? Russia has more or less culminated. Like, you know, they can keep attacking in the south, but they don't have the sort of forces to commit to that. So yeah, once their operational forces in once their forces in the area of operations, you know, around Sloviansk and Seversk and Bakhmut are attrited to the point where they're combat incapable, like they will have culminated, and like I'm going to include the 30 BTGs in that, because I mean, like I doubt they're going to hold them in
No, they're gonna love those BTGs. Like, they're gonna take such good care of them.
I mean, I would want to be careful in you know, you can't really like you know, you can't really get out your crystal ball and ponder it and be like, all right, they're going to culminate on this day, right? Like there's a lot of there's too many factors to go into that. But yeah, in general terms, I would think that depending on how well the defense from Sloviansk to Seversk down to Bakhmut goes, then like that would likely be, you know, the final culmination point.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Like when we're thinking about culmination, it's probably better to think about it in terms of like regions rather than like, you know, the whole army. And also, as we've been kind of pointing out, like culmination doesn't mean this is over. Like culmination means that the part where Russia is taking more ground in specific areas is over. And then I guess to the previous point, I'm curious about HIMARS range and such. If you had any final points about that or this discussion. And, thank you, Linda.
Yeah. So let me just do a quick measurement from Kharkiv to Belgorod, and I'll try to figure out which one it could have been. Most of the Gimlers, the sort of cluster munition variants, have a range of about 84 kilometers, so that's 50 miles. The ER GMLRS extended range has a 150 kilometer range, 93 miles. Just taking out my ruler here and going from Kharkiv to Belgorod. Yeah, so that's 71 kilometers. So yeah, that's well within range of the standard Gimlers they've got, and they could, you know, park it reasonably well back. The one thing I will point out though is that when Portland was doing his forensic analysis of some of the Belgorod footage, the one big thing that stuck out to him and sort of cast a little doubt on what it was that
решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили
speed
успешно
was a
завершить
little bit
восьмилетнюю
off,
оккупацию территории Луганской
though,
Народной
you know,
Республики
like,
нацистским киевским
there's always
режимом.
sort of room
В
for
противовес бандеровской
slight
хунте над освобожденными
variation.
городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
And while I wouldn't say we have like, you know, 100, like 90 or 100% confidence, like given the fact that, you know, the Tochka U, like, it didn't match the sort of profile of the Tochka U coming in at all. There wouldn't be much else, right? Like, if it was a plane, why did the plane get shot down on the way out? So yeah, like we're maybe at like 60-70% confidence that it was some kind of
веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил, и снова вернулся, люди снова свободны, снова спокойны за свое будущее, без страха носят георгиевские ленты, поднимают знамена победы над городом. Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
I mean, the only real reasonable explanation as far as we know is HIMARS. Then again, we don't know everything. I mean, there might be other systems.
I would actually... Go ahead. I did see some of this...
Но не хлебом единым жил человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
On the video, but apparently like there were some rumors floating around that it was sort of a false flag attack on a residential area that had
Для
been
многих горожан приход
like some local
освободительных
oligarch
войск –
had
это
wanted to
возможность
sort
снова
of
надеть
demolish
родную
and build
советскую
up,
форму.
А позапрошлом нам запрещали носить
for their own profit, right? So
Значит, на следующий день пограничника
I don't know, like maybe 60-70% HIMARS and 30.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Thank you. I have two questions. When we are talking about HIMARS, how long is a HIMAR lasting? How many times can you fire the? And I don't know. I think I have seen some videos of how it works, and it's like a very intense firing. But how long does it last? How long can you use it? This is the first question, and if you want Imperius to answer, I would
The missiles come in 6-packs, straight from the factory. Hang on, let me just double check.
I think she's asking like how long does the tube last? How many missiles can you fire through it?
Well, infinite, right? Because like the launch tubes, like 6-packs, right? Like it literally just goes, the whole firing unit just sort of goes in, and then it's sort of like every sort of hooks up to that, like the system hooks up to that, and then it fires away, right?
Thank you. And so, then you can use it as long as you just have something to do.
Yeah, right. So the entire sort of firing unit is enclosed in that sort of 6-pack thing. That's why it sort of looks more relatively more open compared to the M270 MLRS. Like that whole thing is a self-contained unit, comes straight from the factory. You load it, you bring it up on the crane, you shove it in. You fire off your 6, doesn't have any wear on the actual like launch mechanism apart from shaking stuff around, right? So it's a lot more streamlined and efficient than the Russian systems where they're sort of shoving things into the tubes and hand setting fuses, right? And then you've got to think about like actual wear on your launch rack.
So it means also that it's you can you do it much faster.
Yeah, exactly. Like the Russians, right? Even if they do have a crane on some of their systems, it's like a kind of manual crane, right? And then they have to load it in and then still set the fuses and do all the targeting and everything by hand. Whereas when I say like it comes in a 6-pack ready to go from the factory, I mean you literally just take the 6-pack rockets, drive it up to the vehicle, like an automatic crane comes out, picks it up, like pulls it into place. It sort of locks in like Lego or whatever, right? And then boom, you're good to go. Like that's literally it.
Well, yeah, I think CJ once specified it takes minutes, like 5 to 6 minutes.
Okay, that sounds like a fantastic thing. My second question would be maybe really difficult to answer, but now we have seen that Russia has not made so much progress, but they still have taken some new cities in the east and like east-south. Do you think that the support that the Ukrainians get from the West is coming in a like not too slowly, and is this some kind of tactics that they are waiting for the Russians to use all their stuff and then try to take back what the Russians took, or how do you think this can happen? Thank you.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to make any bets on what is showing up when. I would hope those M270s get over, within the next couple of weeks at least. Though apparently a couple days ago, over the weekend, HIMARS was being rebased from I'm not sure if it was. I'm not sure how many it was. If it was like a battery or like an entire, a brigade's worth or something of HIMARS were being rebased from Japan US. So that might imply there's even more HIMARS heading over. But yeah, I think the main thing to keep in mind is that Ukraine wants to wait till have as many units trained up as possible. They have a strong operational reserve. They have lots of trainers that they can keep on hand to keep training people on new systems. And they're not gonna sort of commit to all these new resources unless they really need to, and the Russians are in a position where they can be sort of decisively defeated, right? Because if we recall the situation around Kyiv early in the Ukraine did not have the sort of mobility and massed fires to actually cut off the Russian retreat north of Kyiv, right? So while they had the potential to decisively defeat and liquidate very large numbers of Russian formations, I think they're not going to want to risk letting the Russians get away like that again, and they've done it multiple times now, sort of around Kharkiv and whatnot. So I think they're going to keep picking away at Kherson, right, and moving forward on that. But I think we're going to have to. I think the likeliest thing is that you'll see
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы. Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена. Операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями Красной армии, вооруженных сил России и народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах. Сразу же с первых же дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовывая выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как люди здесь встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил. Снова вернулся, люди снова свободны, снова спокойны за свое будущее. Без страха русские ленты. Поднимают знамена победы над городом. Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
Enforce or go beyond where the borders are now. They may overtake the Luhansk Oblast.
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022 году.
Yeah, there's a point where, you push and then you meet a wall and then the wall pushes back. And I think that there's a
для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
Нам запрещали носить золото. Так, значит, на следующий день пограничники по форме, как положено, с наградами.
I think it's important
Ну и,
to
конечно,
understand
отдельная
that.
гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими
Yeah, I
жилищами и
think
убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни,
probably the
знамя
most
победы и
likely
флаг России,
place
веру
it's
в
going to
которую они
start
пронесли
unraveling
сквозь
for the
все 8 лет
Russians
оккупации.
is starting from the sort of Kharkiv or sort of west of Izium area, because you've got Ukrainians trying to push east towards Izium and then sort of southeast down the M03 highway. But I'm not sure if this is like another one of those situations where it's like the 50 towns all have the same name again, but apparently the Ukrainians are defending towns successfully over the Seversky Donetsk, significantly, further east than we might have sort of expected over the past sort of couple weeks, given the situation around Kharkiv and the sort of focus in the joint forces area.
Yes.
Yeah,
I agree with you, brother. And even in Kherson.
Oh yeah, small tidbit about that there. Ukrainian forces are now within sniper range of Kherson. And to quote a local Ukrainian commander, things are going to get interesting over the next few weeks.
Yeah, it's going to get very interesting. And
let's get that guy on the wall to report.
Yeah, let's do it.
Sorry, Lobo. Go ahead and finish. You have any follow-up?
No, I mean, we are on the Walter Report, so proud to be on it. And Imperius had great information, and we agree. So good.
For sure. And if you guys could please retweet the space. I'm just going to tell people to retweet the space. I'm not going to tell them how anymore, because when I do, people come up and tell me how to do it differently. So please retweet the space, like all the retweets. It helps the algorithm. It helps people find the Walter Report. Tell your friends, spread the word about the Walter Report. We're here 24 hours a day talking about the Russian invasion of Ukraine and all the implications of Russia's evil genocide against the Ukrainian people. Of course, Walter Report is brought to you by a lot of expert analysis from military experts, academics. We have guest speakers all the time. We're doing all kinds of stuff. Earlier today, we projected images of Russian war crimes onto the Russian embassy in Washington, D.C. We're definitely on some new lists. We're very proud. Hopefully we'll get sanctioned by Russia soon. And of course, we don't ask for a penny from anyone. If you want to buy us a cup of coffee, don't donate to Maria Aid, because Maria Aid is a volunteer organization that delivers supplies to Ukrainian troops and also civilians. It is 100% volunteer, so all administrative costs are handled by volunteers. Every penny that you spend will go to getting equipment to help Ukrainian soldiers and civilians. And last but not least, if anyone wants to come up and ask questions to our panel, Imperius is a pretty good source of up-to-date information about the front lines and military equipment and stuff like that. So if you guys have any questions about that topic, we'd love to hear from you. Just come on up and raise your hand and we'll get to your question. I think that does it. I guess I'll say back to you, Imperius, even though I'm not sure you have anything. Go ahead.
Well, we will have an update shortly, I hope. If anyone else has any further questions, you feel free to request the mic with the button on the left there, and once you come up, you can raise your hand with the heart icon, and then it's the one on the furthest right, like so. If you've been requesting the mic for a while and you haven't been brought up yet, occasionally Twitter will eat the request, so just send me or Joseph a DM, and we can try to bring you up. up manually. Liberal, you have anything else?
Thank you for tolerating me. Imperious. Culmination is something that I think about, and when I say that, it's the idea that the Russian forces have exhausted their forces, and the idea of culmination is where a force can no longer sustain their impetus, and then they start to wane. And I guess my feeling is that the Russian forces they're firing ship missiles on shopping malls. So can you speak to the idea of culmination in that perhaps the Russian forces have hit the brick wall?
Yeah, I mean, we should have the update within, say, 15 minutes, but 15-20 minutes. But in sort of my opinion, given that we've seen the line around the sort of main line to the east of Seversk, straightening out a bit, chances are we'll see
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы. С взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно
north of Kharkiv, and given that Belgorod is in range of HIMARS, Vovchansk certainly is, there's the railhead there. So, if the Ukrainians can hit that while they sort of coordinate an attack towards Izium, that chances are we're going the culmination
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really look into their crystal ball, right?
Yeah, I get it. I understand. Lysychansk was, unfortunately.
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Are we at a point in the war where Ukraine pushes back and
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
Technically, right now they're territorial gains. In Kherson, they're taking more land.
Значит, на следующий день пограничника я уже жду
Donbass, I think. Imperious, sorry, go ahead.
с наградами.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя Победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
What was the question, sir?
So Liberal said, at what point are we going to see Ukraine take territory? And my answer was, we're already seeing Ukraine start taking more territory than they're losing, because in Kherson, they're currently taking more territory than they're losing in Donbass. But maybe if you could either elaborate or correct me on that.
Yeah, I mean, in Kherson right now, Ukraine is making significant advances. Like I mentioned, they're within rifle range of the city at this point, right? That's a significant change from where we were last week. So like the culmination, I don't think is going to be 100% at once thing, right? Like Ukraine is going to continue continue engaging in shaping operations and threatening Russian supply lines until until the Russian military reaches a sort of general systems collapse, and it can take a while to actually get there and for it to sort of cascade through the formations. But like I said,
that's a good word, Imperius. Like when people talk about culmination, I think a lot of people mean is systems collapse. I think that's a really good word to use. Sorry, go ahead, Imperius.
But yeah, basically, if Ukraine can make enough advances around the sort of Rubizhne area up towards Vovchansk and towards Izium, that's going to put the Russian army in a position where it's very likely to be close to collapse, or they would have to transition to a defensive posture, which is kind of the sort of main thing that everyone's worried about now is that sort of public opinion on the war is going to shift, and there's not going to be there will be issues with sort of popular support for the arms to Ukraine. It's we're like
who's going to come around and say, I just want peace now, you guys. This whole thing can be
exactly, right? Institutionally, NATO and the West is committed to seeing Russia completely destroyed on the field of battle and thrown out of Ukraine, right? But like I think that, like it's going to be a critical time, especially if there's a kind of ceasefire or something, because that just gives that's one of the worst things that could happen, because that just gives the Russians time to refit and repair.
Yeah, no ceasefire, 100%. Liberal, do you have any follow-up there?
Hey, Joseph. I don't see the Western governments allowing Russia to take Donbass and much less Crimea. But that's just me.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, right now, if we just sort of do the math, like Russia's just not taking enough land. For every square kilometer of land they take, the amount of people that are dying, and the amount of tanks they're losing, and then the amount of time it takes just means that they can't take Donbass within a year, right? I mean, it's just they're moving at an absolute snail's pace, and that's not how modern military operations are supposed to work, and I just don't see it being sustainable. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they can do this longer than we think, but I don't think it's likely. But we've got a hand up, so we'll go to Linda. Linda, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'm liking this conversation, and I love the term systemic collapse, because that really resonates with me. Again, as a non-military person, but I'm a systems analyst, so the term systemic collapse is highly resonant with my way of thinking. And the other thing that I wanted a couple other things that I wanted to say, and one of which is, I think, quite frankly, I think unless it's made really clear in the conversation, the culmination is a military term that non-military people don't resonate with. And I think you guys just covered the differentiation quite clearly. But one of the differentiators that tends to resonate with non-military types is the difference between a battle, winning a battle and winning a war. And it appears as if the word culmination tends to be used within the context of Russia losing a battle as opposed to losing a war, and which is good, but using the same term I think is confusing. So maybe that needs to be sorted out in the conversations. I mean, as many battles as they can lose, I love, right? But I basically want them to lose the war. And I love systemic collapse. But another thing too, as far as them losing the wherewithal in order to conduct the war, I think it's from the perspective of the military, their military capacity, their economic capacity, but also their political capacity. All of those things need to come together. And I'm still hearing a lot everywhere where people are saying, well, Putin wants this and Putin will do this and Putin demands whatever.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Ridiculous. In other words, it's a ridiculous concept. If I declared war on Ukraine, right, that's a ridiculous statement. If Costa Rica declared war on Ukraine and then self-determined that they would have some say in what happened to Ukraine and how it would be divided up and blah, 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 anything whatsoever, that's totally ridiculous. And Putin's regime needs to be dealt with.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
As if Costa Rica were presupposing to have any say whatsoever on the world stage with regard to what happens in Ukraine. It doesn't compute. And I think we need to be...
To our Costa Rican listeners, Linda's just picking an example of a nation that maybe doesn't have a lot of international influence.
Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
A good nation, but they have militarily on the world stage, they don't have the capacity. Right, and Putin needs to be rendered with no capacity to be.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
He needs to be rendered that ridiculous because that's what they are, and we need to drive that home.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
So those are my comments. I guess one other thing that's a little bit different is in that this superiority complex that appears to be really deeply embedded in the culture in Russia. To the degree that is rooted in their mythology of Vikings and the Nordics, etc., is somehow being superior. I'm half Swede, and I take high offense of that in my bones. Frankly, to me that is highly offensive to my bones. Because I'm half Swede, and for that kind of a mentality and a cultural mythology to be normalized is repugnant and offensive, and I'm talking me personally, right? And anyway, so so Putin's ridiculous, and their culture of of superiority is offensive and ridiculous. And okay, and now I'll shut up again. Thanks.
Yeah, I just had one thing I wanted to respond to that before I sort of jump back to culmination. But I think you mentioned sort of Viking sort of traditions there. I don't think that's actually really relevant with sort of Russian cultural conception, at least on the sort of national scale, right?
Ear siren alert update.
It's kind of this
Donetsk, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Like it doesn't even have that like sort of historical sort of reach, right? Like, you know, they're sort of mixing some stuff from the sort of Enlightenment imperial age Russia with you know the Soviet legacy. I think you might have mixed that up a bit with the sort of Ukrainian identification with history, right? They've sort of as part of their connection with Yurek, who sort of founded the original Kievan Rus, and he was a Viking settler or sort of a Viking king originally.
Yes, that's what I was referring to.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean the Ukrainians are sort of using that to sort of identify themselves against like the sort of barren wasteland of Russian culture. They're like, we are the actual inheritors of this tradition, right? But sort of going back a bit, I think it might be helpful to consider culmination to be a systems collapse on the operational level, right? On that sort of intermediate scale. I'm not sure if Antti
like maybe like if at a corporate level. Like a corporate level, right? You have like a McDonald's, right? You have the whole company, and then you have like one store, right? So maybe a culmination is like one store falling apart versus the whole company.
Or maybe not like one store, right? But say a franchise like of 5 to 10 stores run by one person, right? Run by one franchisee. Using that comparison, I would say the one store is like the tactical level, right? Whereas the sort of agglomeration of one units under a sort of like intermediate command structure is the operational level.
That makes sense. Sorry, go ahead.
Andy?
Yeah, so I didn't get all of that, but if you're referring to the different levels of warfare, then you might one way to distinguish between the various levels would be to kind of say that the tactical is so that if you go with individual squads, platoons, and companies, battalions, and so forth. Operational is where you get into brigades, divisions, and even army corps, or even up to armies. But so if you go to the highest levels, if you're talking about the operational level, you're talking about the way you win battles, the way you win campaigns. But if you're talking about the strategic level, then you're talking about how to win the war.
Right, factors above and outside of specific battles, like diplomacy, economics, popular opinion.
Yes, exactly. Because generals, if you're talking about general level decision making, not always, but usually we're talking about the operational level, because generals, at least in the Western system, rarely have any say in the actual decision making, except to give advice, expert advice, because the politicians are the ones who are the civilians. The politicians are the ones usually calling the shots.
Right. like in a NATO army, they'd say, "Hey, we need you to take, this city or whatever," and then the generals go and plan and figure out how they would go about doing that.
Yeah.
We'll
So
take this
actually,
hill,
if I were,
oh, go ahead.
yeah, so if I were to boil it down more, you could say that to win battles, you have the tactical level. To win campaigns, you have the operational level, and to win wars, you have the strategic level. I think that's about as. So if you're talking about battles, you could talk about the let's say the Battle of Stalingrad, Battle of Kursk in World War II. If you're talking about campaigns, then you might a campaign might be say something that's not an entire war, but a stage and a phase that you can identify like to some specific time window, to specific units, but it's not the entire war. So it's you could say the Battle of Kiev or Kiev. I'm trying to use the Ukrainian pronunciation, but I'm butchering it probably. But and you could say the battle for Donbass.
Его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
Thanks, Linda. One of our jobs here is to try to explain military terminology and concepts and ideas to a general audience, right? We want to try to help communicate these ideas so that when, Russian trolls come and say, "Oh, the Russian army's winning," blah blah blah, you can make an informed argument and say, "No, they're not."
Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители для мирного населения, символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
But so real quick, we have Matcha joining us. Matcha's been on a train. As far as the last thing I saw on the chat was Matcha was like, "I can't host. I'm on a train." So Matcha, where have you been? What have you been up to? How you doing? I'll let you go ahead.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных снова надеть родную советскую форму.
So no special mission this time. I was just doing some work and I had to in the meantime just visit my family in Gdańsk, so really busy end of the week for me. Nothing special.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя Победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
You don't understand. You don't talk on a train. That's the rudest thing imaginable.
Yeah, exactly. And especially that I had tickets on. There is something called this silence card. Like you have to be really silent. And yeah, even in there are people even in outside the silence card in different cards in different compartments. People talk, but. Either way, the Wi-Fi is really spotty, and the 3G usually on especially the high-speed trains is working like really shitty. So yeah.
So Mache, we raised money for the 1,000 tourniquets. We're gonna get them on the way to Ukraine as soon as possible, and we also did you hear about our little stunt in Washington D.C.?
No, I haven't. You can fill me in, sure.
So, basically, some people involved with the show, I forget specifically who, I think Matthew Phillips, a lawyer, and a few others, went to the embassy in Washington, D.C., and they projected on that embassy like images of Russian war crimes, and Walter basically narrated on a loudspeaker like what the images were, and the police came and said, "Okay, you're being too loud. Wrap it up." But we got our licks in, and the Russian embassy did their best to try to stop it. They tried to put spotlights on it and all sorts of stuff. But I think it's going to be in the news. I think it's kind of a big deal. I don't know, man. I hosted all night, and then I woke up and this was just happening out of nowhere. So I think they kept it under wraps until it happened to prevent any kind of disruption. Go ahead.
No, that's great. Is this the one I've seen some photos of
Russia is a terrorist state being projected on, I think, on the embassy. If that's that, it's just fantastic. That's great. So we basically entered the business of humiliating Russia now. So that's just, that's just really bad.
And we told them in Russian, like, well, the people there did, that we're gonna keep doing it. We're gonna do it on all your buildings. We're not gonna stop, and you're never gonna escape like these images and the crimes that you committed, basically. I think it was pretty well thought out. I can't think of the word to use. I don't want to use the word stunt. Plan. Pretty well thought out operation. We use the term special operation, so I'll use that term.
Special information operation. Yeah, that's great.
Okay, so with that, we'll go to Nina. Nina, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And hi, Maciej. Long time no see. Nice to see you here. Actually, I wanted to say to Antti, because he explained really well this how you define winning the war, winning all the different stages. And I would ask you to can you make DM me that because it makes me understand this better. Is that okay, Antti?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, and have a nice day. I will go out now.
Нашої транспортної авіації, яка була захоплена рашистами. Як довго їх там не буде, ми сподіваємося, що більше ніколи вони туди не повернуться. Після обстрілів також авіація кружляла над
Finns always polite to each other. It's always a nice thing to see. So yeah, we got a little room on the panel. If anyone wants to come up and ask some questions, we got Maciej here. Maciej, I don't know, you haven't been around for just a couple days. You've seen all these ammunition depots blow up. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, liberal woke mobster, you have your mic cut before I go. No, actually, if I may, I wanted just to add something. I think it's a really important distinction, and because during the first 3 months of this horrible war, I was in the space all the time, so I kind of had to postpone some of my reading. But lately, I've been reading the great book by what's the name of the author, Cathal Nolan. Yeah, it's the book called Allure of Battle, which talks basically, and if you read it, it talks about all the delusions, I think, that are in the mind of Putin also, which the delusions that he describes is, first of all, the decisiveness of the battle, so the perception that you can win the whole war with one big, decisive, precise surgical strike, and it's basically what Putin probably thought about the battle for Kiev and denazification, which in practice meant, overthrowing the democratically elected Ukrainian government and Zelensky. And the second thing that he talks about, which is, I think, really pertinent, is the ignorance on many people who in history are lauded as these great tacticians and great in even strategies, the ignorance towards what it really means to win a war, not a battle. And of course, the probably one of the greatest examples of that is Napoleon, who was always seeking the next big battle that he can basically outmaneuver and outsmart his adversaries. But again, if you look at his foray to Moscow, there was not a particular plan how he is going to hold all these territories and what the end game would be. And I think it's just Putin is, of course, not a great tactician either.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
С взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают
and appreciation, but if you take into account all the losses diplomatically that Russia has in Finland and Sweden joining NATO, it's just really hard to present an image of perception where Russia is actually winning a war, or at least has a vision at the end of, there is anybody even.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
That at the end of the war we could say, well, Russia actually gained something from it. I think they're fighting. So I think differentiating between those.
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Apart from the overall political goals, which I think are just more and more horrible for Russia. So that's I think Antti greatly presented that. I think that's a great distinction. Because there were many,
это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
Who were lauded for their skillfulness on the battlefront, and Putin wanted to be one of those, right? After the
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
A tall task for anybody, and especially for a country that has so much internal problems like Russia does.
Let's give Antti a little follow-up there. Go ahead,
Antti. So Napoleon is a bit difficult as an example because even though he was defeated decisively in the end, he did win. Not only battles and campaigns, but he did win wars. So I think the easiest kind of, if you want to boil things down again, I think the easiest thing is that even though Napoleon could win battles, he could win campaigns, he could even win wars, but one thing he was decidedly unable to do was to win a sustainable peace. I think that is because the Napoleonic Wars and the Revolutionary Wars between it or before it's such a complex web of diplomatic, economic, political, and military events that. It's I've tried for years to read up on it, and I think I have some understanding, but I'm still lacking in many aspects. But yeah, I mean, you could say that there are definite winners and losers to the Revolutionary Wars and also the Napoleonic Wars.
Siren alert update.
There are so many aspects.
All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Historic wars that it sometimes seems deceptively simple as to who won, who lost, and to what degree.
Well, yes. At the same time, you would say that, for example, Napoleon didn't gain anything. As you said, he didn't, and that's the ultimate goal. You wage war not to win a battle and be famous for it. You wage war to basically have in the future a peace that is more beneficial to you and your country. So that's the misperception when it comes to Napoleon. He had some some wins along the way, yes, and as you say, and probably it's not to go too deep into it, but what I'm saying, the delusions throughout what is really impressive for me in the Nolan's book is that the delusions are pretty much the same when you believe in the strength of your military, like Germans did in the First World War and in the Second World War, and indeed they basically won some really important battles, and you can say, for example, the invasion of Poland, or in different points, or they won in Tannenberg in the First World War. But in the end, what decides the peace is not the genius and the strategy and winning a particular battle, but the overall development that's also in terms of diplomacy, and also the development in terms of attritional warfare, who can sustain the war longer, right? So that's the key difference here.
Yeah, I mean the Germans could prevail tactically, they could prevail operationally, and they could even knock Russia out of the war. But because again, there are many reasons, and we would be talking here for hours and hours and hours. But I think one of the main aspects as to why Germany did lose in the end is that their political leadership was hopelessly subdued beneath the military decision makers who had massive blind spots when considering internal politics, diplomacy, and all of these complex aspects of the war and of Germany's actual realistic prospects in 1918, and because they were so blindly oblivious to many of those things, they made decisions that proved to be disastrous. I think that's one way of looking at it from a really narrow, briefly.
Yeah,
I think military genius is definitely an elusive idea, right? Like who is a military genius? Was George Washington a military genius? Right? He lost a lot of battles, but he kept his army intact, and he's considered, at least in the United States, like a great military hero, right? So it's just there's a lot of factors that go into a war. There's a lot of variables. Yeah, exactly. But I think we've got a new person who came up. Actually, I think they dropped back down. Sorry. So I'll let Antti go ahead and follow up on that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just this goes far and beyond Ukraine, but I think one of the clearest examples of a military leader who was very capable tactically and operationally, but was not so capable strategically was Hannibal in the wars between Carthage and Rome in the ancient times, because he could destroy Roman armies, but he could never quite figure out how to defeat Rome. And
but the Germans always were looking for the next Cannae, so the greatest victory of Hannibal.
Exactly.
Exactly. I'm just saying, and Antti, I really
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
He wasn't looking for artillery, trench warfare, long attritional battle. Of course, that has elements of maneuver and the like. But he was looking for a quick, decisive victory, like in Crimea, right?
Yeah.
If you read through the operational planning, there was no artillery support in Crimea because we didn't have time to basically. There was basically it was the same force construction like in the Battle of Kiev. So quick, elements even without APCs, without carriers.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
So what I'm saying, what he's having now is basically the Germans who looked in 1914 for a quick, decisive victory to basically knock out France before Russia gets involved. What they got is trench attritional warfare, and basically Putin is in the same position because, like them, he believes in the delusion of quick, decisive battle.
Для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. The World War I metaphor kind of holds or makes more sense now. Like that, Russia thought, like Germany, Russia thought they could quickly pop in and like the Franco-Prussian War, right? They had done it before. The Germans had trains. They were able to get their army to the battlefield before France is my vague understanding of the Franco-Prussian War.
Or even more Austro-Prussian War, right? Like 1966, because that was really one battle, quick strike, and the enemy fell to pieces, right?
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, время победы и флаг России.
With regard to World War I, you have to consider that everyone at the time was under the illusion that the war would be quick, and it would be decided quickly. It was not just the Germans; everyone was under that illusion.
Right. The French, all everybody was looking for a. But yeah, not
he's saying everyone was chasing the decisive battle dream, right?
Yeah,
it's an illusion.
Yeah, and
but there was, we could get into the weeds. There's a lot to get into there, but yeah. So if you boil it down, for this, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. We can maybe follow up a little bit on that. We got a new speaker. MP, go ahead.
Крыша, стекла, и я, конечно, испугалась, начала будить ребенка.
Just want to add a little bit. If somebody wants to look for a great military leader, and I've been, doing a little military research as well, so I think one candidate could be Norman Schwarzkopf. And you check his leadership lessons, when he explains the tactical, strategical, and whole theater of the war, there are very good, clips in YouTube about Norman Schwarzkopf, and especially his West Point presentations, etc. So please look into that if somebody is interested. Just my comment. Thanks.
Thank you, MP. And Antti, I don't know. Did you seem to you kind of agreed with us, but just because you're Finnish and polite, did you maybe have some caveats you wanted to add? Go ahead.
Yeah. So the Austro-Prussian War of 1866. I mean, you were correct that the Battle of Königgrätz was the decisive battle that really won the war for Prussia. But it still, I mean, there was a campaign across southern Germany as well, and there were maneuvers going on in the Italian Austrian front as well, though no actual battles were fought there. So, and the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 71, even though it would seem that it was a sort of quick and decisive war for Prussia and its allies that actually became Germany as a result of that. But there were actually two very distinct phases in that war. The first part was when Prussia and its allies was at war with the French, the Second French Empire, which actually fell as a result of losing decisively on the battlefield, and actually Napoleon III had to actually surrender to the Prussians. And the second phase is actually where the war, because these first decisive battles were basically fought on the Franco-Prussian or German border region, and it was only after these battles that the war, the operational scale went very sort of big, because it was at that point where actually the whole of France became essentially the battlefield, and there was a long siege of Paris. There was also sort of a miniature civil war within Paris with the rise of the Commune, and there were these distinct campaigns where different French armies were being raised up and being armed and formed, and they tried to maneuver and fight their way towards Paris to relieve it, and so it was
right, and that's you're exactly right. And Moltke himself was saying that basically we wanted a quick, decisive war, but we ended up with a national war, right? Because even defeating the French army decisively in the field turned out to be not enough, because then the people, you have politics, you have everything. So just basically for the listeners, the lesson I think would be that the complexities of starting something like a war are never appreciated, honestly. Even if you have a great general staff like Germans had, you can never appreciate all the complexities. Like Putin couldn't just foresaw. I mean, he could, but he didn't. The level of commitment that the West, for example, would present in arming Ukraine and standing back. He could not predict the level of international and internal Ukrainian reaction to the atrocities that the Russians are committing.
Right.
So it's just it's a big nation, and that would be my final implication from this historical discussion.
Like the myth of the decisive battle, right? Because a lot of the people who at the political level are making decisions are not military people, right? That's how we conceive of a war, right? Whereas Antti, who has more military experience, understands that it's never that simple and easy. Sorry, go ahead, Maciej.
No, you summed it up well. I'm fine with living.
Yeah, please, Maciej, go on.
No, I just see Ilya Ponomarenko tweeting that it looks like Ukrainian flag is flying over the Snake Island again. So for me, it's interesting. Although I think it's just a symbolic gesture. I don't think the Ukrainians will be looking to sustainably place any, significant forces there, because I think the Russian example shows them that it's just an
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями восьмой армии вооруженных сил России, Народной Революции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью.
I mean, they said basically if we could, we just sink it,
стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как люди здесь встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили сердца.
Yeah, that's it. I think it's interesting stuff that they made the decisions, because they had to send somebody there. So if there is indeed any Ukrainian flag there, it means that
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
Maybe they done it through air, I don't know. But it's certainly interesting. But I won't be looking to Ukrainians basically throwing any assets there, because I don't think it gives them any even if you look at the ranges of the anti-ship missiles, I don't think the Snake Island gives them
Но не хлебом единым
any
жив
sort
человек.
of
Георгиевские ленты,
forward
которые традиционно
operating
носят
base that
воины-освободители,
would
для
be
мирного населения символ не только
significantly
Великой
better
Победы
than the
1945
places
года,
where
но и
Ukrainians can
освобождение их города от
place
нацистов
it already.
снова,
I don't know.
уже в 2022.
Yeah, I agree. That seems to be the consensus of the people who, know stuff about this, at least on the space. Auntie, do you have anything you wanted to add there, or you just hot mic and buddy?
Yeah. So one thing is that I just wanted to kind of piggyback on what Maciej was saying. Because I think one thing that I've heard historically mentioned by quite a few military leaders is that however intricate and good your operational or battle plan is, it always dissolves on the first contact with enemy forces, because after that you can never tell how the enemy's moves and counter moves influence your own ones and so forth. I mean, the best and the greatest could try and induce certain reactions, and they could make an enemy maneuver in a way that would be favorable to them. But okay, that's going on in another into the weeds again. But one thing I wanted to say is that what Maciej was talking about Putin and his delusions, I think one thing we can already, well, not already, but I think what seems to be the case now is that whatever short-term successes the Russians might have had, and it's not yet obvious that they are really having any successes at all, but given all the economic and diplomatic and other implications that have already occurred and are gaining strength as we speak, it's hard not to consider what's going on as veering towards a really significant strategic defeat for Russia. No matter what is, no matter the back and forth that's going on in the battlefield right now. I mean, I'm not stupid enough to draw conclusions based on what the kind of really imperfect view we have trying to peer through the fog of war. But what the indications there are, I mean, and with my limited knowledge, I mean that seems to be the way we're heading.
Yeah, you don't see 8 ammunition depots blow up in 72 hours with everything being fine, I think.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So that's been a good discussion. I think, this is an interesting observation or thesis of the book Maciej read about the myth of the decisive battle, the idea that, a politician or maybe a general that gets a little too big in the head or big in the britches decides, I'm just going to come, knock this thing out of the park, and it'll be quick, it'll be easy, and then, they get bogged down, it gets complicated because wars are complicated. I think that's probably what happened here. I think Putin thought this would be simple and easy. I think the proof is, pretty evident that they sent these these breakthrough convoys, as they were called, like these tanks with fuel trucks just rolling through. And war doesn't work out that way. So now he's stuck in the trenches. I don't want to say that they thought that this would be I think often we paint the Russians as completely like oblivious to the resistance that they would face. They understood that there would be, the Ukrainian army would resist, and they planned on, just killing them all, or at least enough of them. But they definitely thought there would be one decisive act. They could take a decisive.
Ще детонували вибухи, тому що це була справжня їх військова база, одна із трьох, яка розташована на території міста Мелітополя, і вона була розташована поблизу житлових будинків цивільних жителів, але жоден цивільний не постраждав, а відносно рашистів, то багато десятків їх постраждало та відвезено було когось до госпіталя, а когось вже в невідомому напрямку.
Action, and it would result in a collapse of the Ukrainian resistance, and that clearly hasn't happened. Instead, they got basically World War I. But anyway, maybe I'll let Antti finish up there. Go ahead, Antti.
Yeah, I'll try to finish up this time. But I mean, if you look at historically, you could say that in historic times, before the age of national awakening all across Europe and in other parts of the world, you could have wars where a single battle did decide the issue, even for an entire war. But in current times, where it's just it used to be a normal occurrence that a border would change, that nations would be created, nations would fall, and rulers would change all the time, and it would be more of a dynastic. That nationality would be more tied to the person of a sovereign, or that things were simply so different historically that. If
you could fight like a limited non-total war.
Yeah, exactly. Yes,
right.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that was my point.
Okay, yeah, good point, Antti. And so yeah, it's a good discussion.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Совсем сейчас фактически завершена операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители
specific questions about it, feel free to come on up and raise your hand. Imperius will take questions after he delivers the military update. Go ahead, Imperius. Thank you.
All right. So, with a quick quick recap of the events.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять гражданам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
At the cost of Pyrrhic losses, though fires and small pockets of resistance were reported remaining as of yesterday, so there is the slight potential.
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
And as stated, the victory was Pyrrhic, as the Russian formations that took part in the battle are entirely combat ineffective.
Для многих горожан
the remaining
приход освободительных
50% of the
войск – это
populace,
возможность снова надеть
mostly
родную
elderly.
советскую форму.
Currently, Ukraine is trying to stabilize its line in the JFO area. Aside from the withdrawal from Severodonetsk and Lysychansk, which went very successfully,
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Ukraine makes steady progress in other AOs. Massive training efforts are underway, and new systems have been committed to be delivered to increase their forces and make up for the recent losses. Ukraine is also currently trying to denude Russian field forces of their integrated air defense systems by directing long-range fires at the rear echelons. These are the ammo depot and strikes on Belgorod that we've seen. The Lend-Lease equipment forces as they are having serious difficulty advancing and taking large casualties as a result of them. The projection over the next 12 hours is that Ukraine will continue to make gains in Kherson and Kharkiv. Perhaps not over the next 12 hours, but Ukrainian operations around Kherson are likely to escalate rapidly, at least in terms of infantry actions supported by artillery and MLRS due to proximity to the city. They're currently in sniper range. Also, potential shaping operations north and southeast of Kharkiv, as well as to the west of Izium, threaten Russian MSR main supply routes heading into the Donbass. Weather for the week is generally high 20 Celsius across the country with minor cloud cover. So the Ukrainian Air Force should have clear skies. Starting at the Chernihiv-Sumy AO, Russian forces shelled Sumy Oblast with white phosphorus and cluster munitions. On the 3rd of July, they shelled Zdob Novhorodska, and apparently 5 communities reported to be affected by head of Sumy Regional Military Administration Dmytro Zhivitsky. At Kharkiv, Berestove was under attack by Russian Federations, and by the Russian Federation, and forces were repelled. Forward presence of Ukrainian troops across the SD River, Severodonetsk River, indicates continued success in advancing towards the Oblast borders. However, Russian troops may have re-entered Rubizhne and are contesting that town due to its proximity to Vovchansk and the threat it poses to the Russian MSR supply routes if it is continued to be held by Ukraine. Additionally, in Kharkiv, the Russians lost a ammo depot at Yakovlevka. Moving to the central Donetsk AO, starting on the western side towards Sloviansk, Russian forces continue attacks on Krasnopilya and Dolnya with little success, and are trying to maneuver southwest down through the forest to attempt to outflank Ukrainian positions. The breakthrough forces that overtook the Russian forces in Severodonetsk and Lysychansk are attempting to advance to Seversk and have progressed roughly halfway there. Bilohorivka was captured after some delaying actions, and Verkhnokhamyanske is currently contested. Ukraine has successfully withdrawn to prepare defensive lines running from Seversk to Bakhmut, holding down the eastern side of the Slavyansk front. The Muscovites, on the other hand, as I've stated, the troops committed to the attacks in Severodonetsk and Lysychansk have culminated, so they need to refit. It's unclear how long that will take, but it should be a significant amount of time, as they have lost almost all of their combat power. However, 30 BTGs of unknown strength have been reconstituted for operations of the JFO in the JFO, but the quality of their forces is unknown. Given the situation, it's very likely that these are scraps of units that have been thrown together with little sort of integration or proper cohesion. So, in any case, it's dubious what effect they will have apart from forming part of a tidal wave attempting to move forward, and which will likely break on the Ukrainian positions. Additionally, 2 ammo dumps were hit in Donetsk today at Shnizhne and Petrivka. The Zaporizhzhia front has seen some minor skirmishes as usual, but it has not seen significant movement on either side. In Kherson, Ukraine continues to have successes. Progress continues on the northern end of the front, with Ukraine pushing down. And at the same time, Ukrainian forces had advanced to within sniper range of the city of Kherson, and a local Ukrainian commander indicates that there will be increasing intensity of operations around the city very shortly. Ukraine is also massing artillery fires to support their advance, and have also neutralized several ammo dumps in the area over the past days. In the Black Sea AO, it's been reported that a Ukrainian flag has been installed on Snake Island.
Позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской
Народной
Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы. Операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики непосредственно город взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих.
Russia continues to set conditions for annexation and work on the legalistic requirements for that. They're establishing a legal aid office in Donetsk city to assist in the issuance of Russian Federation passports and documentation. Apparently, according to Ukraine, Ukrainian partisans,
украинская армия традиционно оставила город
derailed a train at Yerkin.
Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
Of course, Russian sources claim this was just an ordinary accident, quote unquote, but we all know what happens with accidents and Russian industrial and logistical support lines. Finally, Petro Andrushenko, the advisor to Mariupol's mayor, has reported that Russians are now harvesting crops in and around the city, depriving the city of food right before winter. And I mean, if anyone knows their history, in World War II, you had after the failure of market garden.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
А по заброшенным запрещали носить звезды, медали. Вот так.
Ну, значит, на следующий день пограничника я уже буду всех здесь по форме, как положено.
Where the local population was
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Offensive or relief effort made towards the city before conditions deteriorate further. That was it. If anyone had any particular questions.
So you listed like 8 ammo dumps being blown up. Are any of those new? It sounded like one new one in Donetsk in the last hour or 2 hours, maybe. I heard about the one in but not the other one.
Первый был взрыв, второй взрыв, то есть я уже как бы проснулась, а на третий взрыв вылетели просто стекла. Крыша, стекла, и я, конечно, испугалась, начала будить ребенка.
Нашим соболезнования семьям погибших. Мы мысленно с вами за Белгород.
Mark check Imperius.
Yeah, sorry, I had a phone call come in there. Let me double check the timestamps here. I think one of them in Donetsk might have been early, like quite a bit earlier this morning. But yeah, I'm not entirely aware of any particularly. Right, the one in the one in Yakovlevka in Kharkiv was the latest one. That was from an hour ago.
Yeah, Yakovlevka, I don't think I'd heard of that. That's a new one. New to me, anyway. But boy, oh boy, our ammo depots exploding. You read quite a few on the military updates. So we got one question from Mark here. Go ahead, Mark.
Yes, hi. Thank you. I appreciate it. I just had a question for Imperius. Thank you for the rundown, Imperius. After looking at the Russian strategy over the last 3 months or so, it just seems to be rely on a kind of a one-trick pony, and that is just artillery, and slowly moving forward. I mean, for a country on the offensive, it just seems to have surrendered the initiative. I mean, there's no surprises, no left or right flank maneuvers or anything that's surprising. What's your thoughts on that? Is that because they're very limited in what they can do, or they're uninspired in the military tactics?
I think I want to sort of chop up the sort of history of Russian operational behavior in Ukraine into a couple different phases here. So you had the early opening phases of the war, where they thought it was going to be like Budapest or the Prague Spring, right? Where they would just, roll in entirely unopposed. No one would notice they were there, and they would just, decapitate like every locus of control of the Ukrainian state. They were quickly disabused of that notion. However, no one actually told sort of intermediate commanders of the situation. So you had, lots of you had your first echelon troops get bogged down, fighting, say, around Chernihiv or Sumy or whatnot. And then the sort of rear line guys were sort of running up well past them into unsecured territory, and then getting absolutely slaughtered by TDF. And in that case, yeah, like it was very sort of naive, sort of like not even Soviet tactics, right? Like they weren't even doing their doctrine. They were just driving down highways and doing all sorts of ridiculous things. More relevant to what's been going on the past couple of months, one thing I forgot to mention is that during those early operational phases as well, they basically wasted a lot of their best troops, right? Like they basically threw the entirety of their VDV and air mobile assets away, trying to fields like without proper air and ground relief, which has absolutely killed their operational mobility during the sort of intermediate phase. When Ukraine was largely relying on light infantry tactics, that could very easily have been countered by rapid air mobile movements to sort of envelop those, anti-tank teams or sort of infantry formations. But those are almost entirely destroyed to the point where they had to very carefully husband their air assets. More recently, the Russians have learned, but they have learned very slowly, and they're also, limited by the mistakes that they've made and the resources wasted in the first two months or so. The breakout at Popasna was actually reasonably smart. They took all their best units, the VDV and whatnot, and Wagner, and sort of formed them up into battle groups. And they threw their sort of second line units to try to pin down the regular Ukrainian forces in the fortified strong points, right? And they then took their sort of spearhead units and broke through the less well-equipped TDF formations, sort of holding the areas between the strong-pointed towns and cities, which, as well as sort of massing their forces for these concerted pushes, right? They've learned that they don't have the actual logistic capacity to do, 3 massive sweeping offensives, so they have to keep focusing down smaller and smaller, and as they sort of
позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной
Республики
нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы. Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных России Народной Луганской Республики.
Put a bow on the question. They are learning, but it's very rudimentary.
Сразу же с первых же дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовываем гуманитарной помощи.
Like they don't actually have that much in their deck to play with.
Люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил. И снова свободны, снова спокойны за свое будущее. Бесстраховый Георгиевский Лен поднимают знамена победы над городом. Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
We don't have much right now. We'll go to Douglas. Douglas, go ahead.
Yeah, here I am. Hello. I'm sorry. Thank you, Imperius. I really look forward to the briefs daily, and I'm trying to follow along on some maps. I'm wondering, the 10 ammo dumps that have been targeted or so have been destroyed. Boom, kaboom. Once they are depleted, those targets, how long will it delay the Russian offensives? What has been destroyed already? How long will the Russian offensives be delayed in resupply? And the second question is, in acquiring new targets, what will be the next
Ну и, конечно, огромная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Sorry, what is the first part again?
Yes, how long will this delay the Russian offensives?
Right, yeah, okay. I think I remember either Major Giraud or Colonel Spencer saying it could take 3 weeks to or more recover. I would like to point out that throughout this whole time, the Russians have basically been trying to build up combat power around Izium by stashing as much material as they can in that sort of wooded area in the forest to the west of the city, right? In terms of how long it would actually set them back, that's highly variable, right? It depends. Can Ukraine significantly threaten Volchansk? Are we going to see massive increases in partisan activity or special forces activity on the rail networks? So, yeah, it's kind of hard to say, but what I would say is that if these ammo dumps keep going up at this rate, and yeah, like we're very soon going to get to the point where the Russian forces have days of combat power and sustainment left, and you know, like it would take them far too long to resupply given the situation.
I'm impressed with the yeah, Float. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And in terms of target lists, I couldn't really give you anything specific, but so ammo dumps and supply networks first. There's also the need to denude the Russian forces of their air defense networks and sort of forcing them to defend their rear echelons, which I think you can imagine would open up the forward forces for and make them vulnerable to Ukrainian close air support. So I would think more strikes on targets, you know, further behind the lines or even inside Russia. It's going to be interesting to see what happens once Ukraine has enough sort of long-range MLRS weaponry to be able to start saying, all right, let's just go through this entire area of operation, pick out all the headquarters units, and drop an ATACMS on each one, right? I think it might be a while before we get to that point, but I mean that's definitely another thing that can be on the cards. The railhead at Vovchansk is the most specific one in my opinion, but like the issue is a sort of timing thing, right? Like you don't want to hit the Vovchansk railhead and then cause them to go into a panic and then sort of pull back in other areas like they did around Kyiv and Chernihiv, where you aren't able to sort of pocket and liquidate them. So yeah, I think for now we're just going to see strikes to sort of shape and degrade the combat power and not sort of necessarily like sort of these hard hammer blows to sort of crack them wide open.
What's impressed me is... Okay, go ahead.
I just said, any follow-up there, Doug? Go ahead.
Yes, the acquisition of the intelligence is absolutely stupefyingly excellent, and I am so totally impressed with the willingness of the locals, I'm sure, to convey any and all insight that they might have. It has to be that on the ground local resistance intelligence pointing these little dumps out. Unlike Iraq and Afghanistan, I might add, that was not so easy. But the railhead that. So you're saying that there's going to be a timing there, because it's screaming to be hit.
Yeah, like it's closer to Ukrainian positions than Belgorod is, right? But the issue there is that if they attack Vovchansk too early, they can sort of either cause all of the Russian forces to sort of, you know, sort of redeploy into that area of operations, or they would sort of lose a chance to trap and further degrade Russian combat power in the areas that they're currently fighting in.
Thank you. I just hope the intelligence keeps on coming.
Well,
it's amazing.
I'm sure the Ukrainians will keep sending direct messages straight to the SBU and other military intelligence.
Great. Thanks for your brief.
You're welcome. Fiona?
Oh, good afternoon, guys. Wonderful show against the Russian embassy last night. I'm afraid I didn't get to the end. I fell asleep. And thank you for keeping me company again out in my garden room. I've just seen on BBC News that Ukraine managed to plant the Ukrainian flag on Snake Island. I don't know whether I missed that while I was asleep from you guys, but I just thought it was a bit of wonderful news.
В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
It's definitely a great sort of propaganda victory, like, more or less like the Iwo Jima flag raising, right?
Освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах. Сразу же с первых же дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовываем выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как их встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру, силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил, и снова вернулся, люди снова свободны.
I am doing well, sorry for the yeah, it's great to be back.
Уходя украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
Who would be quite happy to have a bit of a, especially military rundown, I think.
Well,
would you like to volunteer?
You just missed it, Doman.
I did. Maybe there's some...
But yeah, so the cliff notes is
Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
They've completely crippled the combat power of the units they push in there. While Ukraine continues to see gradual successes, and Ukraine is now within sniper rifle range of Kherson, so things should get interesting in that region very quickly, we hope. We've also seen long-range strikes from HIMARS on rear echelon targets. We've had 11 ammo dumps in the past week go up, and Belgorod was also hit. The idea here is to sort of force the Russian air defense systems further back to be able to defend critical infrastructure and supply nodes.
Have there been any documented successes of Russian air defense systems against Gimners?
If I'm not mistaken, I think they might have taken out a missile that came into Belgorod, but apparently the interception wound up causing nearly as much damage as a full splash would have.
Interesting, and that would probably have been some S-300, S-400 as opposed to more mobile front area air defense, like a Thor or something like that.
Yeah, I actually believe we had an instance of a SAM system taking itself out as well.
Oh, I remember that one.
Yeah. That was a funny. We had the Russians do a little smoke launching exercise on the Kerch Bridge that they didn't tell anyone about, and obviously resulted in a few vehicular accidents that we have dashcam footage of. Does anyone else remember anything of note?
So let's talk about Kherson a little bit more. I see Axel's coming up in a second. But in Kherson, so you're saying sniper rifle range, but I'm guessing they're still not giving a whole lot of detail, right? They're trying to keep operational secrecy as much as possible.
Yeah, they're happy to say, you know, they're within rifle range of the city and going to begin to put pressure on in terms of infantry combat, but we don't, we don't have real specifics yet.
Marche, hi Domin. Marche, can you accept the co-host, please? Because I may drop off in between 3 or 4 times.
Sure, I did that.
So we have the dream team back together again.
Glad to be back.
I'm magic, I hope everybody knows that, right?
Only when mispronounced. Imperius, I got a question for you. I just got a listener question asking: is Russia about to occupy all of Donetsk and Luhansk then?
They certainly might. However, the consensus, or well, maybe not consensus, but sort of impression that we're all getting is that they're likely to. This is likely to be their last hurrah. If the sort of defense line going from Sloviansk to Seversk down to Bakhmut holds, and I would point out also on the Donetsk front, Avdiivka has held this entire time. So they might be making moves in the north, but in the sort of southern Donetsk area, they're still having trouble getting a breakthrough.
Exactly. I mean, connecting up the sort of Izium area, the Izium salient, all the way down to the city of Donetsk, not just taking Sloviansk and Kramatorsk, but also probably having to make a break out from the south out of the city of Donetsk north. And that seems very difficult, not impossible, but at the very least it seems something that would require a very protracted effort with, a much worse casualty outcome for the Russians still compared to Severodonetsk, right?
Yeah, especially considering that on the Izium salient, the Russians are looking at engagements from 3 or 4 attack vectors. You've got the Ukrainians coming down from Kharkiv on the MO3. They're sort of pushing from Balalivka or sort of that town, just sort of, a bit south of the highway. You've also got movement and combat in the forest directly to the west of the city. So it's a very precarious situation for Izium and for the Izium salient, and given the fact that they're currently having trouble at Borodichne and Dolnya, it's unlikely that they're going to see the same sort of rapid advance they've seen over the past couple days after Ukraine withdrew to their prepared positions.
Excellent. Imperius, have there been any movements in the Kharkiv area? And the one that I'm specifically curious about is, are the Ukrainians still holding ground on the other side of the river around Stary Saltiv?
Yes. Yeah. Actually, I'm not 100% sure on this, but it seems that they've pushed quite a bit further. Maybe let me just check the map here for an actual distance I can give you.
Because for a while, that foray that the Ukrainians managed to make to the other side of the river, right? I think Stary Saltiv, that seemed a bit precarious for a while, but then they seem to just been holding on to it. And have they actually made it any closer to Vovchansk on that axis, or?
Not really Vovchansk, but this was actually something I was more
успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте
So the town of Berestove in Kharkiv Oblast has apparently seen some Russian attacks, and that is literally on the border with Luhansk Oblast. So it's quite a ways from the river. So if that is correct, then Ukraine has made some significant gains on the eastern bank of the Seversky Donetsk.
Interesting. Have there been any HIMARS strikes in Chance yet? Or any of the railways from Russia through Vovchansk downwards?
I can't recall off the top of my head. I think there has been harassing fires, but nothing sort of concentrated in the same way that we've seen. Like we didn't see a simultaneous strike on Vovchansk at the same time. They were doing long-range fires on Belgorod and the ammo depots, right? My working hypothesis that I sort of outlined to Mark earlier here.
So it seems to me, right, that there's a conversation of
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Supported an Axel discussing this ATACMS, right? The much bigger missile that the HIMARS can launch. It's only one missile per pod instead of 6. And how
для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
To habitate the soil, right? To undo the earthworks underneath, and to make a wide area kind of incapable of supporting freight rail.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Just perhaps, you know, maybe they think we'll let off on those for now because we know that we can't really get to them that well as yet, right? Because if we just strike them with Gimblers, that's fine. They'll be inoperable for a couple of days, but they can just fix them within a couple of days. Best, let's just wait for the missiles and use the Gimblers in the more.
We're bringing it 2 by 2 to 1 by 1 there, Doman. Not sure if that's your reception. But yeah, sort of going off my hypothesis there, like I think that's part of the equation as well, right? But also Ukraine is sort of selecting their targets and pulling Russia further in. If, for example, if they try too hard for Vovchansk right now, I think that would either spook the Russians and cause, you know, a withdrawal that would
useful way for the Gimblers to be used, that is to, you know, strike at ammo depots and the like, where it's a little bit more difficult to repair the damage.
Doman, we basically got like every 2 words out of that last sentence. Can you hear us?
Doman. Mic check, Doman. Right. If Doman is is not with us, Imperius, if you want to finish up this conversation that you had, and maybe Doman can rejoin in a second.
Yeah. I mean that Doman's point about waiting for the larger payload weapons is on point as well, right? You know, if they try to hit Vovchansk now with something that might not guarantee a total destruction of the railhead, then, you know, it could spook the Russians or force them into a position where they're, you know, redeploying troops massively up the sort of Kharkiv, Luhansk border, which, you know, would lose would cause Ukraine to lose out on the opportunity for perhaps more decisive encirclements and engagements with the Russians. So in that respect, I think it's very much a sort of let's keep nibbling away and keep letting them think that they can sort of take more ground and keep letting them commit forces. And then once Ukraine has everything it needs, it's going to slam the trap shut in a sort of orchestrated fashion, right? Where they're taking multiple actions at a time to sort of deny the Russians' ability to sort of get out of the situation like they did previously.
До 9-10 години ранку, і після цього не було жодної людини на транспортній авіації, яка була захоплена рашистами.
I was actually wondering about Kherson itself and in general the political decision of the Russians to conduct the referenda in different, and I think it's an important and interesting discussion to be had, but maybe you guys want to finish up the missile and prospective strikes and prospective targets for those missiles topic. I'm fine with that. So many if you want to go.
Oh, I don't know where it cut me off.
No, I don't know. I just there was some. I mean, you were talking about the choice of the Ukrainians not to hit the railways yet, as far as I'm understood, right?
Yeah, it seems to me, Imperius, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that all of these HIMARS strikes, right, they've really been aimed at command posts, ammo depots, basically things that a Gimler or a few Gimlers are going to destroy, quite irreparably, let's say. Whereas they seem not to have been targeting things like railway yards with them yet, because simply, it's kind of like with calibers, right? Yes, you disrupt the operation for a few days, but it can be fixed up in a few days. And it seems to be as though they're kind of waiting for the bigger missiles.
Mic check?
Did you not get any of that?
Yeah, I heard you.
Oh, okay, so
yeah.
I think Doman might have been trying to speak, but we didn't hear Doman.
Do you hear me, Imperius? Imperius, mic check, please.
Yep, I hear you loud and clear, Mache.
So I heard.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, and I hear Doman. I hear everybody. So.
I didn't get Doman's last.
Something.
Mic check.
We can hear you.
So only Imperius.
In trouble. Okay, that's impractical. That's all right. It doesn't matter that much.
Let me go to
move on to the referenda.
I can try dropping.
No, it's fine. Keep him on. If it's, I think it's more my problem than his.
I can go. I have like a special switchboard in my apartment. When I, with threads and needles, I'm just, basically making notes who's hearing and who can respond to whom and whatever, and we can go this way. But
решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Совсем Лисичанск фактически завершена. Операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители наших военнослужащих страдать буквально со слезами на глазах, сразу же с первых же дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовываем выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как это встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил.
Political tools. Somebody say that Ukraine is and people. I can't remember. I think Joseph was saying that, or somebody else here in the space a couple hours ago.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
Russian Federation soil, although internationally nobody considers it to be Russian Federation soil. But at the same time, apart from all those advantages of the situation, I think it gives them also a huge burden, because first of all they have to defend it.
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
For us to realize our goals and actualize our goals in the Donbass, which was always the case, because we were always after Donbass, and maybe Mariupol and Kherson wasn't ever the target.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
Of a proportionate response, because if they make a huge brouhaha like they did in Crimea, Russian flags, the referendum, whatever, and TV propaganda connected to all those.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Domestic audiences, they will have to present that, look, we are doing a lot because the Russian Federation soil was attacked, and we are responding really hard. So I think their messaging on this is certainly something to watch for, because I think they announced it at the very beginning of the war, then there were some delays, and now they're saying, well, we're still thinking about it. But I'm wondering really if it's only a delaying tactic for them. They don't really want to do it in any short-term future, but they just don't want to backtrack their statement that yes, for some maybe sometime there'll be referendum.
So right now, it's correct if I'm
right, but the question I'm asking is how do you think realistic is the timeline, or is it just another throwaway date?
I mean, it's nonsense in the first place, I would say, because by September I would expect very considerable chunks beyond what is now controlled by Ukraine of Kherson Oblast to be in the rightful control of the rightful authority that is Ukraine. Same goes possibly for Zaporizhzhia Oblast as well. Now, in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, it's a little bit different, because as far as the Russians care, the full extent of the two, FSB-run quasi-separatist, quasi-republics, mafia/FSB-run centers down in Donetsk and Luhansk. As far as they're concerned, the entirety of what Ukraine considers Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast is the two, quasi-republics. So as far as they care, what they're doing now is just liberating the areas that rightfully, as far as they care, as far as they legally care now as well, belong to DNR and LNR, right? To these fake structures that they've put into place following 2014. But I mean, at the end of the day, areas like Mariupol, Severodonetsk, etc., they're not doing another referendum. They're got them. As far as they're concerned, these are rightfully a part of these puppet states that they've created in Ukraine, right? Whereas in
but there were no referendums for them to be part of Russia, right? This is the difference.
No, that's separate. That's separate. That's right. I mean, right now,
and Mariupol is not in Luhansk or Donetsk.
It's in Donetsk Oblast.
It's in Donetsk Oblast. Okay, sorry for that.
Yeah, no worries. Mariupol is in Donetsk Oblast, and the Berdyansk is part of the and they were going after Mariupol from the start, right? If you remember 2014-2015, the Russians were really gunning for Mariupol, and Mariupol actually suffered quite a lot in that period already. Restored very well now. Rapid.
Hey Domen, mic check.
Again by the Russians.
You
3 ранку після перших обстрілів вони почали евакувати весь особовий склад звідти.
Right, you're breaking up, Domen. I'm gonna let you know by other means because I don't think you can hear me. Now you're like a Russian communication scheme. How about now?
Частині нашої транспортної авіації, яка була захоплена рашистами. Як довго їх там не буде, ми сподіваємося, що більше ніколи вони туди не повернуться. Після обстрілів також авіація кружляла над
So just not to fill the airspace with technical difficulties. I would just say my thinking is that the decision on referendum in Kherson is actually could be treated actually as somewhat of a bellwether in case in assessing how really the Russians are thinking about how are they doing that, because I would say it would be rational to assume, well, it's always hard to assume anything rational with the Russians, but still it would be rational to assume that they wouldn't hold the referendum if they would think that soon after the referendum they can lose the city or at least have a huge fight around the city, right? Because that's I think a disadvantageous position for them. So the fact that they delay in it, and I think they will delay it as you know even further. I think that's an interesting topic. Ben, were you waving at me before, or were you just waving at the space, or are you just a young, person full of vivacity and you express it with the emojis?
I'd love to be a young buck full of vivacity, but I was just signaling Domen that he wasn't online anymore.
Is this any better?
Nope.
It was until the word better. Then the word better was like that. So, yeah. Joanne joined us. Joanne, do you have a question or an update or a comment about what we are discussing? You have the mic if you want.
Дух Азова, сили спеціальних операцій, не зламати не танками.
Joanne Dwyer?
Hi.
Oh, yeah.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
All right, sorry, because you asked for the mic.
No, I didn't.
Douglas.
No, I didn't. I don't know how that happened.
All right, no worries. I'm gonna rotate you down for now. If you want to have the mic, you can always ask it, and any of you actually can ask for it with the mic on the left bottom corner of your screen.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Like 67% of the cases it works pretty well. And in other cases we just talk about technical difficulties, glitches, and different stuff that we have in problem right now.
Наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах, сразу же с первых же дней стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовываем выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как люди здесь сохранили в сердцах веру,
my head hurts from yesterday.
снова вернулся, люди снова свободны.
Because I don't know if you heard, but there's a new tradition, which is to have a shot every single time. A Russian MO depot goes there, and in this case, well, there were 11. So it was 11 shots, and it was 4 o'clock in the morning, so I wasn't looking pretty after a while. But I did wake up, went to work, back from work, and I'm listening to you guys, going through the papers, trying to find a few things to talk about.
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Not the Soviet Union, but the Russian Union or whatever. And he's so Mr. Rabbit is going to be decorated. which I find highly amusing. I assume that they wanted to give him hot cleats, but he ate them.
Sorry, I was laughing so hard. I found it hard to find the mic button. It's a great job. Yeah, so he's gonna eat them because he's a rabbit, right?
Для этих людей это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Domen is currently unavailable because he's been banned from Twitter, like Jordan Peterson. I don't want to go into that wormhole. Sorry, that was so. Somebody might say that I'm completely inexperienced at hosting. Yeah. So that's the end of the story of the General Rabbit.
Yeah, General Rabbit has just been, and in the same breath, the President Putin has announced the world that he was, he and his minions were going to continue the offensive. That they were not going to stop. They're very happy with the performance of General Rabbit, and that they were going to pursue. And despite what Imperius was telling them that it was a trap, they're going for it. So that's I guess it's good news of sort. And what else? I don't know. There's a lot of
and Imperius, if you are you here or not? Because I don't want to ask you a question and then just listen to the sound of silence, as they say, as the poets might say. Imperius.
Oh, well, Imperius answers. Can you did you get wind of what happened last night?
Oh yes, I did. I didn't watch the whole presentation, but I was basically briefed and saw some really impressive pictures. So yes, I'm really glad that we entered the business of, as I said, humiliating Russia and making Macron happy about that. Well, I don't think he'll be so unhappy about that. I think he's fine with presentations like this, but let's not connect everything to him, right?
No, we don't want that. But I thought that death by PowerPoint was quite a devious strategy.
Yeah, so maybe we should. The next one would be with like really to really get under the skin of the Russian, officials. We should do like a whole presentation with spreadsheets. I mean, I wasn't part of that, so I shouldn't say we, but I'm kind of, how do you say that? I'm kind of I'm identifying the efforts, so maybe we should show like really complex spreadsheets and graphs of Russian losses and how the effort is unsustainable, and have like this really long lecture. But the danger is they will go home or just hide and not listen to us. So maybe that's not such a great idea. Domen, how's your connection right now?
Hopefully better. Had to do a full phone restart. Maybe now it'll work. Any good or nothing?
And that's great. I actually hear you, and you sound fantastic as always. Young and vivacious and slightly inebriated, just slightly.
Are you in a depressive mood today? You're citing vivaciousness to every person who comes on.
Yeah, because I'm not that vivacious myself, so I'm searching for energy sources outside.
Polish Blue Monday.
Yeah. How difficult will it be, DKM asks in my DMs, will it be to retake the Russian occupied spaces or territories, as I understand, in the Donetsk, Lugansk regions, especially since they've moved families in Ukrainian houses? Any takers on that?
Авіація кружляла над містом Мелітополем, та місто було повністю заблоковано, тому що ще декілька годин після ранішніх обстрілів.
So, I guess depends which parts and depends what other equipment Ukrainians will get, right? I mean, if the plan that Axel and Portland concocted with 80 to 100 ATACMS comes true, then it should probably be much easier for the Ukrainians to do this, because they'd be fighting Russians who wouldn't have any ammo left, right? Whereas it's a lot harder, say, without that. I think it primarily comes down to that, and primarily comes down to Russian resolve, right? They're probably the two biggest, capacity to adapt. Those are probably the two biggest variables that a very, though there's 30,000 foot view, but kind of international space station looking down at the Earth kind of view. Maybe that's enough to kick someone off to give a more detailed assessment.
Yeah, I would say pre-24 flight. So let's say officially, lawfully recognized line of Ukrainian sovereignty. So with Donetsk and Lugansk cities themselves, it's gonna be hard, and it depends on how basically the attrition affects the Ukrainian side, and of course the attrition on the side of Russians is a huge factor here. Actually, it was a question, and it kind of connects to that. It was a question that I wanted to ask Imperius, but maybe some of you guys have any information on it. Michael Kaufman, that is. I think for some weeks he's making statements that, according to his assessment, the troops that were actually, and he means ground forces, right? So infantry, basically, that were on the Russian side tasked with taking Severodonetsk and probably Lysychansk too, are not some crack VDV forces or any other, elite units, and not even in large part, not even Russian military units, but troops mobilized, or maybe they're currently Russian military. I don't know how that works actually, but let's say they're Russian military, but they're from mobilization.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
С взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена. Операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах. Сразу же, с первых же дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовываем выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как их встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил. Снова вернулся, снова свободны, снова спокойны за свое будущее. Без страха носят георгиевские ленты, поднимают знамена победы.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
They've kind of kept these, let's say, puppet states, vassal states, statelets, territories. For example, Abkhazia and South Ossetia, Georgia, Transnistria, Moldova.
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
The reports that there being lots of forced conscripts in Severodonetsk.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
One of the reasons why the casualty rate was so high.
Ну, значит, на следующий день пограничника я уже буду всех здесь.
Did you get cut off again?
Как положено, с наградами.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
For me, I'm slightly on, I would say, pessimistic side when it comes to Ukrainian counteroffensive, and just I would love to be pleasantly surprised, but my thinking goes as soon we see a large offensive counter-offensive by Ukraine, and we see how that works, how they're dealing with Russian artillery, for example, it would be much easier for a person like me to say, well, this is what works, this how they can do it, and this what can they can use stuff like that. It's really hard to analyze it without this context. And I would just say, just jumping off what we were talking about with Domen a minute ago, it's really hard to assess in the future if the Russian, because of any tumultuous internal struggles of Russia, if the soldiers that were forcefully impressed to military service in LNR and DNR, what will happen to their morale if there will be kind of void of strong Russian backing in terms of money, in terms of material, in terms of equipment? How would they fight? I would say that this force would just collapse really shortly. So if you will have, and it's possible outcome, if you have an outcome like that, then it would be easier to think about Ukrainians regaining those territories. I would just that would be my assessment. Ben, go on, please.
Well, I agree with you. It's always difficult to imagine something we haven't seen yet, but there's many ways an offensive can go forward. But I wanted to talk of the point Domen was making regarding the fact that the Russians are trying to hide their mobilization by using quote unquote allies, by trying to recruit mercenaries, and when all that is not working, trying to recruit people from the peripheries of the Russian Federation rather than the center. And the same is going on in the fiscal sphere. Peace for Ukraine, who's a common listener and speaker on the space, had a post this morning about the Russian Federation government refusing slashing in the education and research budgets by quite a lot. Several billions rubles going away, and this is significant because again they're trying to, and that money is probably going to fund the army and the invasion, and again they're trying to have this sort of hidden shadow fiscal mobilization without saying it, probably without hurting too much what they consider as the heart of the support. And this is extremely strange because this is not what a regime that is sure of itself and knows for a fact that its people is behind it and will support it regardless. That's not what a confident regime would do. So the only way to read this is that they're not being very confident. And I remember reading somewhere, but unfortunately I don't recall where, someone mentioning that the Russian press was starting to move away from news about the war in Ukraine, and the reason for that being that the government does not want to communicate too much about it because, talking about the war for too long and too often is breaking the charade they're trying to create, which is that everything is going like as normal, and there's no reason to be worried. We're gonna make it through. Everything's gonna be fine. Nothing to see. We don't need more money. We don't need more men. Everything is fine. We're so strong. We can win that war without any extra special help or levy of any sort. So. And that's a charade that I've been seeing for a while. Do you see the same thing, Maciej?
Yeah, it's a great point because basically you go from a point where you actually thinking that you will, and I think, to be fair, I think we overestimate the influence of the war problems in Russia, how they affected it. Because I think we saw signs. We've seen signs that Putin gained something on this war in terms of his approval, right, among Russians. However you can assess it, I think that's the first statement. But we are moving right now from a war being your attribute in terms of building your image to a point where it's actually better not to talk about the war, to actually refocus the population on something else. So I think that's certainly an indicator that it's not going in according to plan, because I think the whole conception is to basically refocus population from internal struggles, from the poverty, from the pension reform, from different demographic problems, to say we are potent and we are powerful because we basically wiping Ukraine off the face of the earth, but that's not working for them. So yeah, I would agree with that if that's what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, Antti.
Hello, Maciej. Siema.
Antti, have you been drinking too? Because we were talking about an hour and a half ago a lot about
решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развивается знамена Великой Победы.
You know, whatever, and I'm feeling quite tired, so I wanted to get a boost.
Yeah, and it's just the force of nature. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, it's a Finnish volcano. That's a real rarity. Yeah. So I'm not sure if you noticed, but the Finnish and I suppose too the Swedish NATO accession process has moved to the stage where individual countries are beginning to give their stamps on the process. There was I believe the negotiations started today and they ended today already, and now it's just a wait and see game to find out if it's unanimous yay and we get there, or if there will be monkeys thrown into the wrench, or wrenches thrown into the monkeys, or whatever the euphemism is.
Для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Don't throw whatever. I don't know how many of our listeners go to the zoo often, but don't throw wrenches at the monkeys. This is just a specific Finnish tradition that you shouldn't be a part of.
Or maybe it's a monkey wrench. I'm not sure anymore.
I think it's a monkey wrench. Yeah.
That was maybe a Finnish NATO ascension.
So basically, they always lobby the Finnish and Swedish interoperability, but when it comes
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Did Marshal Poniatowski make that up?
I think that's possible, although I don't know. I think it's gonna be smooth sailing from now. I wouldn't expect any problems. I think Erdogan is, let's say, kind of disciplined, and he received some symbolic gestures, but I don't think if there will be any problems, I think that they will be taken care of on the NATO summit, because that's the way these things work.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna hold my breath until, it's from your lips to God's ears. I'm still a bit, I hope for the best, but I'm dreading when we get some indication from Turkey. It'll be interesting.
I understand completely. It's but look at you, Antti. You're throwing idioms left and right and whatever they're saying in English. So it just proves you're a volcano indeed. Roman, do you want to add anything to that, and then we go to peace for Ukraine?
Yeah, I just want to add it's also a French tea in Slovenia, not just Polish, so I don't think it was Masha Zmenikowski. Antti, I want to ask you more details about the accession process, but let's discuss this after we go to peace for Ukraine.
Okay.
Peace, you have the mic.
Cześć Maciej, jak cię masz?
Cześć, bardzo dobrze, dziękuję.
Dzięki. Hello everyone, good afternoon from Luxembourg. I hope you're all faring well. And in any case, Slava Ukraini.
Slava.
Good to hear again, Domen. Bonjour Ben. I don't think he's on the panel anymore. He's gone. But just adding a bit to the conversation from an economic point of view, if you couple the fact that the Duma, the Kremlin are revising and decreasing their budget across 3 years of a significant amount, if you couple that with the revision of the law they did last week I think on 30th of June, that they actually are no business in Russia can refuse a request or an order from the Kremlin to participate to the war effort in building, constructing, assembling, repairing, doing anything. They cannot deny these requests, meaning basically they are not doing a draft on mobilization for the army directly to increase the number of men in the army, but they actually mobilize the entire industry, commerce, civil society into it. And this means that no matter what are the labor laws, if you have holidays, vacation, extra time, working nights, working shifts, public holidays, people will have to go there, no matter what prices they will impose for that particular business. The industries, the commerce cannot refuse it. So how long is going the population to continue to close the eyes and the workers to close the eyes to this type of practice? They will continue. We know they will continue to suffer and to injure, but that's their problem. They chose and selected this path, which is an incorrect path, but if they are bound to suffer, they will suffer. And frankly, personally, I am sensitive to human suffering, but at this point in time, I'm no longer sensitive to Russian suffering, because I think they have chosen their path. They've chosen the wrong path. They are bound to suffer for decades and a few generations to come. They can still reverse the path. They can still impose it. But I personally have no faith in that. I have faith that Ukraine will win. I have faith that the allies will continue to support it no matter what it takes. I have faith that I will continue to support Ukraine no matter what it takes and how long it takes. And I think that's the way to go, that we should all support and stand with Ukraine no matter what it takes. Continue to come to this space, make our voices heard, share it with our friends, with our colleagues, make people aware of the suffering, of the genocide that is being committed currently. It is very important that we do not shut up those voices, that we continue to share in social media, that we continue to be aware, continue to donate to Maria Aid as well. It's a very, very organization, and I think it's important we will continue to this path. And just to end also in a small note, I'm keeping an eye in the current Lugano meeting that is happening today and tomorrow. There are already a few declarations and support that I see coming out from there, mainly from UK. President von der Leyen also had a very few strong supporting words, which I always appreciate. And if I see more relevant things across the day, but most probably I'll wait for tomorrow just to bounce back into the space and to do a sort of recap of everything that has come out, who is supporting what, And to be honest, I hope that in this conference, the countries, instead of as we have been doing for the arms, instead of pointing fingers, the countries, the leaders of the countries, instead of pointing fingers to each other, they should be actually outbidding each other into increasing the support to Ukraine, to send the weapons, to provide financial support, everything. So that's the way they should go. They should look positively, not, oh, you didn't send this, oh, you didn't send the other. We should call it out for sure, but we should outbid, each country should outbid each other into the support to Ukraine. Thank you.
Air siren alert update.
Thank you so much.
Live. Full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
And I think it's not going to solve any problems, because I don't think the problems that Russian economy is facing right now can be solved by more working hours or more production kind of diverted to the front. Of course, some of them might be, but probably they won't solve the semiconductor scarcity shortages. They won't solve the fact that many products that Russia was, producing cannot be exported due to different trade embargoes. So I wouldn't worry about that, although sometimes this might be a test balloon.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
When McDonald's, among others, removed itself from the Russian market, there were the substitutes, or the Ersatzes, as Germans would say, started to popping out.
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Yeah, tasty and full stop.
Tasty and full stop, yeah. So Russians on Telegram channels massively are reporting the fact, posting
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
Like hamburger buns being all moldy and served to them like that. So it's not going great either. Pete, if you want to add something to the topic,
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
I would say a sort of message, internal message, but also external message. Oh, look at us! We are mobilizing our entire country, and we can do whatever we want. And I totally agree with you. It's just BS. They are in a very poor state. I don't believe they will manage to output whatever they need, especially in the advanced systems. I think this is almost mission impossible, considering the sanctions and all the blockage of advanced weather materials, weather chips, unless they actually do manage to buy a lot of washing machines and dishwashers from China, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, that's basically it. And I will just end into small positive notes, and then I go back to a couple of hours of work, which is, first of all, I'm very happy about seeing those photos of the Ukrainian part on Snake Island. It's very cool. It warms my heart, I must say. And on the second note, to our American friends, wishing you a very happy 4th of July. Thank you.
Thank you so much appreciated. And we have Douglas and Alex. Douglas, if you want to, because I assume, I predict that Alex wanted to speak about the Russian economy and stuff like that. So if you have a point about this, we can go to you, or if not, we're going to go to Alex and then we'll go back to you.
Yeah. Yeah, I have an economic observation, and but first I want to it was stupefying, dumbfounding, and totally sorrowful to listen to the Kharkiv couple yesterday. If anyone did not listen to the interview, it really, really, really put everything into perspective, and it's a horrific tale of unbelievable Nazi-like abhorrence. And if you didn't listen to it, it was 2 hours long. It absolutely transformed my understanding of the day-to-day. What can you say? Barbarity of the Russian invasion. That was yesterday. But on an economic, I'm somewhat of an economist, and but I trade. I'm in the markets, and so I know that the money. You follow the money. You always follow the money. So this stolen grain that was intercepted. I'm wondering if that.
Douglas, I wasn't listening to that. Sorry, I'll let you go on, but just a small update. It was family from Kherson, right? Not Kharkiv. Just
yeah. Okay. Follow. Yeah, it was Kherson. Yeah, you're exactly right. I'm sorry, I get too confused. I don't know why.
And before I let you go on, for all of those of you who, as me, in fact, haven't the chance to listen to the interview, you have the chance to do that on our YouTube channel. If you go to YouTube and search for Walter Report, you'll find it, no problem. And as these things work, you probably guys know how these things work. For us to reach wider audiences, it's really important for you to like the video, leave a comment, and of course subscribe to the channel. And Douglas, sorry for interrupting you, but
No. I appreciate the information. The stolen grain that supposedly Erdogan intercepted. As an act of alliance to NATO forces. I'm just wondering. I have a question about how much grain is being stolen to subsidize Putin's. God, I can't. There's not a word I can describe this. I'm a historian, and it reminds me of the worst atrocities of Adolf Hitler in the Second World War, and I just would like to know the impact that would have, and if we can depend on him to continue to intercept those stolen barges. And the second question economically, if anybody finance might be able to answer it, but is the fact that Germany, Italy, and Hungary are subsidizing the war still on a daily basis. The last count was 800 million to 1 billion euros a day in gas and oil, mostly gas, for the winter, storing it up. And I find this to be such a hypocrisy. And is there any way we can solve this for our German, Italian, and Hungarian members of NATO? That's all. If somebody has a comment, maybe.
So I can give it a go.
Doman, thank you.
So first of all, regarding how much wheat has thus far been stolen by Russia from Ukraine, I don't have a number to give you, but I will give you a floor of about 1 million tons thus far. And this is a very rough feeling that I have on the basis of, piecemeal, 200,000 tons here, 300,000 tons there, 150,000 tons somewhere else. Just from all the reporting that I've seen on it, the sum of just what I've seen is currently around, if not in excess of 1 million tons of grain. For a bit of context, if I remember correctly, Ukraine typically exported something like, and Douglas, if you could mute your mic, that'd be fantastic, because there's a little bit of feedback. Thank you so much. So for context, I believe Ukraine typically exported around 20 million tons of grain a year. So anything that's around $1 million, and if I know of $1 million, there's probably
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах. Сразу же с первых же дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовывать выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как люди здесь встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил, снова вернулся, люди снова свободны, снова спокойно за будущее. Бесстрашные георгиевские ленты поднимают знамена победы.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
Yeah, it's a substantial proportion. It's a very substantial proportion of Ukraine's actual exports. To give you another piece of context, last year, Turkey imported, I believe, 1.4 million tons of.
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
To the whole picture, especially since it's occupied territory, it's hard to detail the estimate things like that. But Russia has stolen at least about as much wheat from Ukraine as Turkey imports in a year.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
It has a very large proportion of the wheat consumption imported. They used to grow more, but they stopped, and they consume a lot of wheat as a country as well. So.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Now, yes, there's news that Erdogan's government or Turkey intercepted some ships. Great, can we rely on them to continue doing so? No, of course not. Can we rely on Russians to be, taking Ukrainian wheat to Russia and then exporting Russian wheat, or exporting a mix of Russian and Ukrainian wheat to get the? My understanding is that Russian wheat tends to have a much larger mold content, and there's a much lower quality generally. But if you blend it with the higher quality, drier, better stored, less moldy Ukrainian, then you can, get the higher quality level. On average, it's still, it looks bad enough to be Russian. So that's something that they're going to be doing, right? And there's a big difference between grain being shipped out of, for example, Mariupol, right? Like that one Turkish ship left a couple of weeks ago, together with the steel. Whereas, as opposed to grain that's taken on road transport and rail transport somewhere to Russia, and then part of that is consumed within Russia, part of that is then exported, blended, or blended into Russian wheat and exported out of, for example, Novorossiysk, just to give a name of a port. So that's where it complicates things additionally, and that's where it gives places like Turkey some deniability, let's say, whereby they can say, we couldn't stop them, we couldn't seize that, we couldn't say it was Ukrainian grain, it didn't come from Ukraine, it came from Russia. There's paperwork that shows it's Russian. Yes, we know that Russians have been stealing Ukrainian grain, but we reckon this one's probably Russian, so we can't do anything about it. I wouldn't rely on Erdogan in particular to be too scrupulous at any point. The second question, now I've forgotten your second question because I went on about this so long. Douglas, what was the second question?
The second question was about the German, Italian, Hungarian addiction to gas. Yes.
Yes. Now, if anybody has a proper answer to this, they can start shouting it from the rooftops. And I think we do have a proper answer for this. Axel's kind of run the numbers because he has a very good grasp of the energy markets in Europe. And with enough of the mothballed coal power plants coming back online, as well as if the German government wants quite transigent on reconnecting the nuclear power plants in Germany that are currently in the process of winding down. A lot less gas was being needed in the first place, because a lot of that gas that's used for electricity production could be substituted, electricity from other sources, because your toaster doesn't care where the electricity came from, because the toaster's concerned, it doesn't matter whether the electricity is made in the nuclear power plant or the coal power plant or gas power plant, right? For your toaster, it's all the same. For your bedroom light, it's all the same. The second part is natural gas for heating. That's a little bit more complicated, because that's usually furnaces which are on site at home, right? So it's a lot less easy to convert. Or even if if it's district heating, it's still a furnace that you can't really redesign overnight to run on some other sort of fuel. So that's that's priority 1, and priority 2 is gas that's used in industry, right? Remember, gas isn't just used for energy, it's also a substrate. It's also a raw material from which things like certain types of plastic are produced, for example, right? And that's why it's important to still have a considerable proportion. Indeed, in Germany, chemical industry is quite large. Places like BASF, they're very large consumers of gas. BASF itself consumes, I forget what it is, maybe it's 1%, 2%, 3% of all gas that Germany consumes, BASF consumes for its chemical industry. Did you have a number for it?
Обстрілів ще детонували вибухи, тому що це була справжня їх військова база, одна із 3, яка розташована на території міста Мелітополя, і вона була розташована поблизу житлових будинків цивільних жителів, але жоден цивільний не постраждав, а відносно рашистів, то багато десятків їх постраждало та відвезено було когось до госпіталя, а когось вже в невідомому напрямку.
Той момент, коли казали, що на ноги довго не станеш, що можлива ампутація ноги, але забули один фактор. Дух Азова, сили спеціальних операцій, не зламати ні танками, нічим. Україна понад усе.
Ой, у лузі червона калина похилилася, чому ж наша славна Україна зажурилася?
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах. Сразу же с первых же дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовываем выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как люди здесь встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил. И снова вернулся, люди снова свободны, снова спокойны за свое будущее. Без страха носят георгиевские ленты, поднимают знамена победы над городом. Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости. Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Это наша память дедов наших, прадедов. Мы всю жизнь ее хотели, а нам запретили ее. В машине сняли, мы боимся. Дядя боится. Для нас это очень священно.
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
А позапрошлом году нам запрещали носить звезды, медали. Вот так.
Ну, значит, на следующий день пограничника я уже буду всех здесь, по форме, как положено, с наградами. Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
Слава России!
Ух ты ж, ебать.
Зай!
Первый был взрыв, второй взрыв, то есть я уже как бы проснулась, а на третий взрыв вылетели просто стекла. Крыша, стекла, и я, конечно, испугалась, начала будить ребенка.
Начал свои соболезнования семьям погибших. Мы мысленно с вами за Белгород.
Залпа! 330!
Боимся. Очень сильно боимся, потому что буквально надо мной это все бахнуло, ракеты летят.
Done by increasing the capacity produced from other sources, be it coal or nuclear, because those are on-demand sources as opposed to sources that rely on forces of nature, right? You can't tell nature some more wind now, please. You kind of have to adjust for that, and that's very difficult. Sufficient battery capacity is very expensive. It takes a long time to install, a long time to produce. It's not very practicable. So at the end of the day, the most practicable thing to be done in the next 5 months, because that is the time scale we're looking at, that is the timeline we have to care about, is to be able to use as little gas as possible for electricity production. Thus, coal, back to some coal power plants, very dirty, very untoward. However, that's kind of what we're stuck with for this winter, possibly next. The second part is, of course, nuclear, right? Germany has a bunch of, and we had Mark Nelson on for a marathon, 5 hours over 2 sessions, the Friday before last, I think. And Friday before last, and that was really fantastic, right? And we really went in depth on just how high quality these nuclear power plants the Germans are shutting down are, how they still have, literally decades of expected lifetime in front of them, and yet the German government's going through with the shutdown for purely ideological reasons, nothing else. And that would be of considerable help, just reducing the need for gas for the production of electricity. Heating is a little bit more difficult because it's very difficult to replace the heating capacity with anything else, right? With anything other than natural gas. However, you can change the sources of natural gas to some degree. Germany is already bringing in some floating LNG terminals being the regasification terminals, right? So what basically happens is somewhere where there is gas, say Canada or Qatar, wherever else, US perhaps, somewhere where there is gas, they take it to a port. There's a compressor station effectively at the port that liquefies that gas at very high pressure, relatively low temperature. Then they can concentrate that gas by roughly 3 orders of magnitude, right? Multiply 3 orders of magnitude, and then put it on a ship. Then they can sail the ship to wherever gas is needed. In the port, there's a regasification terminal that basically turns that liquefied natural gas, as the name would suggest, back into a gas and puts it into the usual pipeline system. Germany, memory serves, is getting 3 such terminals floated in by the end of the year. Axel, help me out with the number. Is it 3 terminals that the Germans hope to have operational by November?
2. But the 3rd is under construction, and it's being contemplated to have one actually access directly at the point in Lubmin, where the massive infrastructure had been built for Nord Stream 2. But it would be this would have to be predicated by the fact that also Nord Stream 1 has to be shut down, and one can only hope that our friends in the White House will take significant action in order to pressure Germany to take more steps.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровских хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Со взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена. Операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах. Сразу же с первых же дней мы стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовываем выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как люди здесь встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил, снова вернулся, люди снова свободны, снова спокойны в свое будущее, без страха носят георгиевские ленты,
even though especially gas pipelines are very much reversible.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
But it generally requires quite a lot of engineering effort, quite a lot of engineering work and investment, and it generally needs the pipeline to be shut down for a period of time while the compressor stations are being reworked and upgraded to be able to
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Not entirely decouple necessarily from Russian natural gas this year, possibly just about if all of the steps are made, to the right degree. But at least substantially
Для многих горожан приход освободительных войск – это возможность снова надеть родную советскую форму.
Is that yes, while Europe has a whole lot of money and a whole lot of money to Russia in exchange for the natural gas that the Russians are sending over, that money doesn't necessarily benefit.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
They can't do a whole lot with them because they simply cannot go into the open international market and buy whatever it is they do. That's an important thing to know. Just having euros doesn't actually help you when you're not allowed to buy any of the stuff you usually really want to buy with those euros. Be those computer chips from Taiwan, be those tooling or replacement tooling or generally factory equipment from Germany, or high quality materials, particular industrial materials, especially special types of steel, for example, that you might need for military applications, that's only made in Germany, for example. You simply can't buy that, right? So what good are those euros? Yes, maybe you can say pay your troops with it, you can back the rubles, so the ruble's worth more, but at the end of the day, those aren't real economies, in the sense that you cannot keep making the assumption that many people keep making, that Russia is a normal country, and Russia currently isn't under normal economic conditions for very obvious reasons, right? It's being under heavy sanctions indeed, and being under those sanctions, you can't say that those euros are worse than what normally that same amount of euros would be worth to another economy, right? So even though it is a ridiculous number of euros, a ridiculous amount of euros that's being sent to Russia every day, it is just not very. There's not a whole much utility that they gain from those euros, let's say, and I think that's worthwhile noting as well. Sanctions are a very multifaceted thing, and none of them are going to obviously be able to be enforced perfectly. But if there's lots of various different avenues of approach that each curtail the Russian ability to, do something by say 80, 85, 90%, all of that together adds up to a big effect. And that should still be noted, right? Do not make the fallacy, and I don't think you have, Douglas, absolutely not. I'm just saying this for everybody else. Do not make the fallacy of perfectionism, right? It's not about getting everything perfect. It's not about shutting them off 100% from everything. We know that's unrealistic, but getting to sort of 80, 85, 90% in all of these different sectors and all of these overlapping ways as well, sure, a little bit will still come through, but far less than normally would, and that will severely curtail the Russians' ability to continue waging war, to severely curtail the Russians' ability to keep running an economy and keep their people, let's say, or offer their population the consumer goods that they might be used to, especially the bigger cities such as Moscow and St. Petersburg, right? And that all of that together matters. Each individual one, perhaps not that much. All of that together, even if Europe keeps buying quite a bit of natural gas from Russia, that's not really the end of the day, in the sense that it's going to be many years before they'll be able to use those euros for anything they might actually want.
So then it strikes me that this is a domestic, German domestic issue. It's a political issue that needs to be resolved. Maybe the Greens accepting the sustainability of nuclear power. I'll ask a direct question. Is it possible for those reactors to be restarted? quickly.
Some of them within months. Another power plant would take probably a year. The problem is, and that's something that Mark Nelson very astutely outlined a couple of weeks ago now, is that A, there's very little political will, and B, the operators of these plants, they're not willing to go into the necessary investment if they only get a year and a half extension, 2-year extension, 3-year extension of operation. Because the way that the nuclear energy sector is structured, generally, you need very long-term contracts for all of the subcontractors, effectively, right? For all of the suppliers, for all of the people who work there to be fulfilled. And they were already very recently effectively forced to quit on a lot of those contracts, forced to renege on a lot of those contracts, as in the operators, because of government pressure that was making them close their power plants in the first place. And now coming in and saying, start them up again, get new contracts that will only let you run for a couple of years. That makes it quite untenable, right? And that's possibly part of the reason why coal power plants were included in the nuclear ones weren't. When Habeck was basically detailing their strategy for what they're going to do to reduce their dependence on natural gas this year. So yes, at least a couple of them, I believe, that have been in the process of wind down since around the turn of the year, could be back up and running from a technical perspective, from an engineering perspective, completely up to code, completely up to standard, not just the usual standard, but completely up to German standards within a handful of months. So yes, it is possible. And that would supply something, those two together, I believe, would supply something on the order of 3 or 4% of all German electricity needs. Germany is a big country. Germany is a big economy. It's a very electrified economy. It's highly electricity consumptive. 3% of all German electricity consumption, in absolute terms, is a huge amount of electricity. And especially as ever more people drive electric cars, and the general demand for electricity is increasing. It was very folly of these pseudo ecologically minded successive German governments to be effectively be making all of these operators shut down their nuclear plants.
Yeah, I call it the perfect storm of Fukushima and the misappropriation
It was already
of.
before that. It was already before that. They were already shutting them down before that, and that just massively accelerated the process. There was already a long-term view within, kind of almost a political consensus, you could say, in German politics, saying that they expect to be shutting down.
Решимость и отвага защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Взятием Лисичанска фактически завершена операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был взят и освобожден совместными усилиями 8-й армии Вооруженных сил России и Народной милиции Луганской Народной Республики. Мирные жители встречают наших военнослужащих с радостью, буквально со слезами на глазах. Сразу же в первые же дни мы стараемся всеми силами гражданскому населению помочь, организовываем выдачу гуманитарной помощи. Но сам факт того, как люди здесь встречают, говорит о том, что люди сохранили в сердцах веру в силу русского мира, который их не бросил, не оставил, снова вернулся и снова спокойно за свое будущее. Страх носит георгиевские ленты, поднимают знамена победы.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
And someone somewhere took advantage fully of the situation. It's an extortion. He extorted Europe, and I just am so completely appalled at the naivety, the complete and total abject naivety of the political elite in Europe that would have allowed it to happen. It was so apparent. And the Ukrainians were screaming from the housetops. What about us? And what about the aspect of control that he's going to be having over you? And I'm sure they warned France and maybe the French didn't get the message to the Germans. But something similar happened in Sweden, the Barsebäck reactors. They could have gone on for 10 more years. And there was a naivety about what sustainable energy is, and so it's a complete and total disconnect between reality and this 1960s style activism. But to compare a 1959 General Electric nuclear reactor, which Fukushima was, with half a redundancy, not even a full redundancy, and not even a thought to listen to the engineers who said close it down, to a 2000 Siemens reactor in Germany. It's people without any knowledge whatsoever or any capacity to understand safety or value or quality, and I just want to get a solution here so we can get the addiction, so we can pull the heroin needle out of the arms of Germany and Italy and our good friends in Hungary.
Precisely. It's a very misunderstood problem, especially to the degree that it even is a problem and not an invented problem, and especially in the context of these German power plants that are now being shut down, being truly among the finest and best, not just the finest produced, but as well maintained as any, literally as well maintained as any, and as strictly supervised as any. The nuclear industry is already the most detailed supervised there is. Yeah, it's nothing but insanity. It was driven by nothing but ideology. Anyway, we can't solve it. Mark Nelson's been trying for a long while, and he wasn't able to. I don't think Douglas, you and I will now. Let's go on to Vic and then to Jerome. Vic, good afternoon.
I think Jerome was first, so I'll yield.
Very well, thank you, Vic. Jerome, go ahead.
Thank you, Vic. Just very quickly, is there a nuclear plant operating in Ukraine through this invasion? That's one question.
Yes, there are. Let me just answer this real quick and then go to the next one. Yes, there are several. There's a couple in Western Ukraine that have been operating throughout perfectly normally. There is one in Yuzhno-Ukrainsk, which is north of the city of Mykolaiv. Russians tried to get there in March, but were repulsed just before they got to the nuclear power plant. And then there is the huge one, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in Enerhodar, which you might remember, which has 6 reactors. That has been occupied by the Russians for the past 3 months or so. You might remember the scenes of very brave local Ukrainians literally sitting in front of Russian tanks on the road, just going to the power plant, and Russians actually shelling the power plant somewhat. I think shooting at it with tank main guns. There was a big worry about what it caused, but this was quite misplaced because specifically Soviet power plants were designed to withstand things like tank shells from shelling anyway. It was quite alright from the nuclear safety perspective. What is not quite alright is what the Russians have been doing there ever since. I believe that they have tortured one of the divers in the nuclear power plant to death in the last couple of days. Somebody who's been paying a little bit more attention to development over the past few days can correct me on that. But they have been brutalizing the staff. The staff is a key part of the nuclear power plant, also preparation of to be safe, right? The protocols to be followed. So they did, I believe, actually allow IAEA to establish the minimum level of distance monitoring at Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant a few weeks ago. But it's actually the power plant's been operational. It's actually been connected to the Ukrainian grid this whole time, and actually the wider European grid this whole time. About 3 weeks ago, the Russians said, no, we're going to connect it to the Russian grid. Yeah, like hell you will. It's far too big an engineering challenge for them to be able to do it, to the best of my understanding. Now, someone will tell me they already had done it over the weekend or something like that, but I don't think they're actually capable of doing that. That's a big engineering challenge, getting the grids to sync, etc. And especially, it's a little bit more challenging with the nuclear power plant plant in the first place. Sorry, please continue with your second question, Joe. But the answer, yes, there are several nuclear power plants which have been operating this whole time.
Yes, and what better stress? Well, that's a horrible word, but what a stress test for an industry that seems to be operating onward. And just a general statement that lack of business ethics over the last quarter century have muddied the waters to the point where I think interest bypass country and self-awareness, and it just enables Russia the muddying of the business waters. So anyway,
absolutely, and it's beyond that. It was a whole lot of people, specifically say German government officials from government after government after government, just assuming that Russia is a normal country and could be treated like a normal country and talked to like you do with a normal country. That was obviously wholly misplaced. Right, that's a large part of the period. Do you want to add to the nuclear power plant in terms of things?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I believe they were torturing the divers specifically to make them go down and retrieve the fuel rods or something like that. Like they wanted him to go into the coolant pools in any case. So, I mean, the only thing I can think of is that they were trying to get him to dismantle the reactor as much as they could, because, like you said, I don't think they're going to be able to connect it to their own grid.
And there was some thought as well that they would be doing this to then, kind of have a false flag and accuse Ukrainians of developing nuclear weapons or some nonsense, some absolute nonsense like that, right? That was a thought by some as well, wasn't it, Imperius?
Yeah, I think that was suggested over the past couple days.
I mean, it's absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. Nothing short of it. And of course, he didn't want to go down into the coolant pools. Nobody does in the first place, right? And certainly not to then tamper with this, very precisely engineered system.
Yeah, I mean, like you do have divers, right? But like you don't have them go down and physically handle
защитников Отечества позволили успешно завершить 8-летнюю оккупацию территории Луганской Народной Республики нацистским киевским режимом. В противовес бандеровской хунте над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Yeah, Hybrid. I read some interesting articles and I thought it might be of interest to the audience. One of them, it was focusing on the, the state of how the volunteer groups are helping from the other side, on the Russian side, what sort of materials they're providing to the front, and what is their impression about how it's going. And to be honest, I was a bit surprised. So, from my point of view, I'm focusing on what are the needs of Ukrainians, how we can help, and things like this, and Maria Aid is doing a lot, and we're trying to support through Maria Aid. But to be honest, I'm a bit surprised or shocked by the lack of maintenance or all sorts of stuff that are lacking from Russian side. So apparently there are all these Telegram groups or VK groups where people some aunts or moms are trying to gather some stuff. But to be honest, I think they are really disappointed about the state of they are not openly saying it, but this is what I'm getting. They are really disappointed about the state of preparedness, and there are so many missing things, from medical, but from other really basic things. They said even field hospitals don't have they're really badly equipped, and I really appreciate the campaign that finished yesterday with I forgot how they call the equipment to stop the bleeding. So it puts into perspective. So in a sense, Ukraine is really lucky to have such an international and the community to help from outside. It seems for Russians, they're in a really tough spot. And another thing that they mention is, or at least the impression of some of these volunteers that they are claiming. They're saying that their impression is that 85% of Russians, they just don't care about war. They're saying that there are a few groups or some DK groups or telegrams, and a few of the bigger ones are in the bordering regions next to Ukraine. And I guess because they're seeing kind of the impact, and there is a flow of like all the military transition there, and they're kind of seeing it and they're trying to kind of mobilize. But other than that, I think the impression I'm getting is that it's quite bad. So I thought I'm going to share with the community. So thanks.
Thank you, Vic. Imperius, maybe you can actually speak to that a little bit better, because I know that you follow that side of things a little bit better. But absolutely, I mean, at some point they were racing for shovels, if I remember.
Yeah, axes and toothbrushes, shampoo, like vodka. They're asking for vodka apparently, and things like this. Crazy.
Oh, there's actually an interesting conflict of interest there, because I'm sure some of you are aware that the Russian government is highly paranoid of any kind of sort of organization that it doesn't have control of, to the point where, if you try to have a pro-Kremlin, they'll arrest you. And as far as sort of direct aid to the frontline troops goes, like there's actually, the Russian government has actually put in some quite strict sort of restrictions on what can they be sent.
Siren alert update.
I mean, half the things that we're sending to the Ukrainians,
this message has been generated with municipal
the
data.
Russians are not allowed to send to their own people, right? Like they can't get optical night optics or thermal scopes or medical equipment. It's quite insane, really, because I think the Russian government is afraid of, like, or at least Putin's government is afraid of sort of like a new sort of realist wing sort of forming and organizing on its own, independent of the Kremlin.
Yeah, I agree. I have one more point, if you want to move to the next speaker.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
So, alright, so I've seen, so I know what we're discussing here, audio and lots of, we're sharing some tweets in here or some content, but I really kind of appreciate to kind of see videos from Battlefield in the sense that some good quality reports from there. Yesterday I've seen one done by Vice News. I think they went to Kharkiv and close to the border with Russia as well. And I thought it's really, really interesting. I pinned it to my profile, so if someone wants to check it out, I really encourage it, because it gives a different perspective, kind of, to see it from the ground, not only listening. I'm not sure if it should be pinned here, but just for your information. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Vic. I think I might check it out a bit later. Let's go to Highmind. Highmind, go ahead.
Hi, lovely space. Sounds like the German reactors don't fit within the ownership of the German state, but they are very good kit. And I'm wondering if it's conceivable that they might be transferred to some other ownership, maybe operated by a neutral body or a third country. Maybe the IAEA might operate them. Maybe other countries could fund the transfer, and they might be operated under treaty on German soil, but not under the direct control of the German state. Thank you.
I think that's an interesting thought, but I think that goes exactly, particularly against what perhaps even the consensus, not quite a consensus, but a relatively broad consensus within German politics is looking for, right? So you're right to note, they're owned by the state, and the operators are separate from the state. Even some of them are not owned by the state, in the sense of the Federal Republic of Germany, but rather owned by possibly constituents state of the federation, such as, for example, Bavaria. I think that might be true. I'm not 100% sure right now. I can't look it up right now either. But the operators throughout were recently not the state, they were a different company that ran it. And with these companies running them saying, well, under such conditions, we don't really want to do this anymore. Now you shut us down. We had to break all of our contracts, and now we want to start this up again, maybe, but you're not even sure about it, and maybe you're willing to do this for a year. No. I think it's largely the sheer fact that it is on German soil and cannot be, just dismantled and plopped down somewhere else in France or somewhere else which is more nuclear friendly. That's kind of the problem here. I don't think the German government would entertain it for 1 second that somebody else would come in and then they wouldn't even have control over it. Not just that there would be a nuclear power plant running, but the German state wouldn't even have control over that. I don't think that's something that they'd be willing to accept. And it's for the worst for everyone, obviously, but I think that's probably, sadly, a no-go. I do like your thinking, though. I very much like your thinking. I do think it's particularly unrealistic. If they do it, there would have to be particularly extensive and plentiful reams of German bureaucracy attached to it, let's say. Respectable person.
Hi, mic check.
It's alright, it's a little bit echoey, but I think that we will hear you just fine.
Air siren alert update. Michael Live. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
The direct situation, because I heard it
над освобожденными городами развиваются знамена Великой Победы.
Yes, a nuclear, yeah? Come again?
Операция по освобождению территории Луганской Народной Республики. Непосредственно город был.
So yeah, the power plant can employ divers because the main resource they need is water, but nobody under any circumstances is ever entering either the spent fuel pool or the reactor. So I doubt that's what the Russians wanted to do.
Снова вернулся, люди снова свободны, снова спокойны за свое будущее, без страха носят георгиевские ленты и поднимают знамена победы над городом.
Уходя, украинская армия традиционно оставила город и его жителей в бедственном положении. Для стабилизации гуманитарной обстановки народная милиция продолжает доставлять горожанам продукты питания и предметы первой необходимости.
At least that's what the speculation is, that they were, that's probably where a lot of this resistance came from, right? They weren't trying to make him do a normal part of his job, they were trying to make him do something very different from what a normal part of his job is.
Но не хлебом единым жив человек. Георгиевские ленты, которые традиционно носят воины-освободители, для мирного населения символ не только Великой Победы 1945 года, но и освобождения их города от нацистов снова, уже в 2022.
Decided to exercise their brutality, but also because they do something that they never do.
Yeah, I mean, sure, it's mind-boggling sometimes what their twisted minds can come up with. Yeah, I don't know, just wanted to clarify that in regular operations, nobody enters those two places. Thanks.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. I think they're respectable.
Ну и, конечно, отдельная гордость для этих людей – это возможность поднять над своими жилищами и убежищами, где они пережидали тяжелые военные дни, знамя Победы и флаг России, веру в которую они пронесли сквозь все 8 лет оккупации.
And yes, they probably wanted him to go there and probably to do something else that is completely against every ounce of reason, normalcy, regulation, etc. to be doing there in the first place, right? They weren't just trying to have him dive in the cooling pool for. Actually, maybe they were, because they are that twisted. But they were probably trying to make him do something, to the reactor or something like that while he was down there. I don't think we'll ever know the real answer, to be frank. Thanks, respect to Yanis. Yanis, go ahead.
Первый был взрыв,
второй
взрыв, то есть я уже проснулась. На третий взрыв вылетели просто стекла. Крыша, стекла, и я, конечно, испугалась, начала будить ребенка.
Начал слышать болезни, 7 погибших. Novakhovka dam, and there was like speculation that there was a report that the water level was dropped, and usually it happened when there was suspicion that it was done to place some explosives because this structure. So I'm not. It would not be a huge surprise to me if they try to even place some explosives in this nuclear reactor, because that's simply Russians' way to do something like that. But yeah, I have a little bit related question. I hear that you discussed this money flow to Russia, resources, and Germany, and
Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
By Institute of War. I guess pretty credible resource. And they basically say that there is information that those private Russian companies that are usually used to do maintenance on Russian vehicles, like war, like tanks, etc., they refuse to accept those new orders from Russian state because they are not paid for the jobs done previously. And yeah, I'm hearing about this billions paid to Russia for oil and gas, and why it's such situation, and what can it possibly mean? That like Russia is running out of money, or it's just isolated case? So basically, yeah, simple.
A few an hour ago or so, we were talking about how Russia has done a quote-unquote partial economic mobilization. That is to say, it's basically said our economy should behave as though we're in a state of total war, but not in its entirety, only the bits we want to. They pass some laws by which they can coerce private businesses to do certain things and for workers to work ridiculous hours, etc. I think now, between that and what you just said, I think a picture is emerging, a picture is crystallizing, so to speak, whereby you could say, well, the Russian government thought, can we get away with it? Can we get away with just forcing the people to do something, kind of against their will or without payment, and make them fix, say, tanks make them fix our tanks for us without having to pay them, right? You're quite right. They have plenty of money in store to be able to pay this tank repairman